Another day in Biel, another exciting day with a lot of very interesting games. So today in round 2 of the Grandmaster Triathlon Classical Tournament, we had 3 draws and 1 decisive game, again win with the black color. Let's quickly have a look at what happened in those games. So first we're going to start with the game of Domarayo Gukesh against Arkady Naidich, and this was the chance for Gukesh to become one of the youngest players in the history to reach the elite club of 2700. So here, after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, bishop b4, Naidich apparently lately is a big expert in the Bogo Indian, trying to surprise his opponent with his opening preparation. Knight e2 felt normal, b6, a3, bishop d2, queen d2. Clearly, white is hinting at an idea like b3, bishop b4, or bishop b2, position the bishop on the long diagonal. After bishop b7, e3, short castle, we felt that perhaps b4 was slightly too fast. Maybe white should have started with the bishop e2, short castle first. Now, after b4, a5, suddenly Naidich was able to organize a very interesting counterplay at the queenside. After bishop b2, some trades were made, queen c1, rook a1, bishop a1. Apparently, later, we would be informed by the dear viewers that this was a game with the queen on c2 between Magnus Carlsen against Arkady Naidich. Only the queen was standing on c2 and not on c1. After queen e7, the pawn on b4 was under attack, so after b5, here Gukesh didn't find anything else than allowing black to force perpetual check. After queen b4, knight e2, Naidich thought for a while perhaps he could continue. However, he decided draw with black, and also in the second game in a row in the tournament, at the start of the tournament with the black color, should be a good result. So after queen b1, queen d1, queen b4, the game was repeated a couple of times and the players agreed to a draw. A very logical result. The second game of the round was Andrei Yesipenko against Salem Saleh. They played out a very interesting Ray Lopez variation with the trendy move d3, not threatening to take on c6 and somehow snatch the pawn on e5. b5, bishop b3, short castle. Black tried to keep an option at some point to play d5 and reach some sort of a typical structure of the martial attack. a4 is a typical response if white is not interested to play the martial structures. Bishop b7, knight c3, knight a5. Here, Yesipenko played a very interesting idea of bishop d5, clearly hinting that after multiple trades on d5, the black knight on a5 will be disconnected from the game. So here, c6 was played by the Emirati Grandmaster, and after bishop a2, queen c7, as in the post-game interview he confessed, he wasn't really sure if this is an actual theory, so he was improvising right now. After bishop g5, b4, knight b1, d5, black appeared to have solved his opening problems. Now after knight e2, rook d8, rook e1, in the commentary we were wondering, perhaps here Salem should have continued by d4, try to trade a couple of times on e4 and play c5, sacrificing the pawn on e5. However, here d4 was a surprise answer by Salem Saleh. Later in the game, after the game, he confessed that this idea he had seen in another game, so he decided to give it a try. It looks awkward, however, specifically here, it's not so easy for white to find a way to break through. Either c3 or 4, they're very committal ideas. Yesipenko played very logical moves, knight c4, knight e2, bishop h4, of course, not willing to give up the bishop pair. And after g6, bishop b3, king g7, white never really got around to play f4 because black always was ready to meet it. After king h1, rook h8, queen e2, rook e8, couple of moves were made, and here after knight c4, bishop e6, this was essentially a draw offer. So none of the players were able to find a strongest continuation here because every breakthrough by white like c3 or f4 is a very, very major choice. And despite the fact that black had slightly more time on the clock, he decided to call it a day and agreed for trefoil repetition. The game number 3 was Gata Kamsky with white against Vincent Keimer. After e4, c5, knight c3 already was indicating that something odd will be played out in this opening, and indeed it was. After e6, white played bishop c4, effectively mirroring the London system. After d3, a6, a3, white was aiming for some sort of an improvised Grand Prix attack. Bishop a2 was retreated with the bishop, f4, knight f3. So you see with the pawn structure that white has here, white is thinking about at some point to play f5 and is asking black very direct questions. How are you going to respond? d5 or b5 or something else? Couple of moves were made. Vincent made all the logical moves. Queen e1, bishop e7, king h1. Very mysterious move. Black continued to play it smart and played rook c8, clearly hinting that at some point having the rook on c8 should be a good idea. Now after queen g3, c4 was a brilliant idea by the young German, and as in the post-game interview it was revealed, the idea was that after dx on c4, black had intended to play b4. 8x on b4, knight x on b4, and here you see the pawn on e4 for white is quite difficult to defend. Now instead, Kamsky tried to complicate matters, e5. Also, Vincent himself said he didn't really believe that Kamsky is going to take the pawn on c4. And after knight e7, knight e4, white was trying to attach more pieces to the attack. Here, Engine was also giving Vincent a chance to play knight h5, queen h3, g6, but as it would be later be told to us by Keimer himself, he wasn't really sure if this is such a great idea because the attack at the king's side is looking a bit dangerous. So after knight e7, knight e4, d5, knight g5, black already needs to be a bit careful at the king's side because white has ideas like c3, d4, bishop e1, also attached the last square bishop to start the attack. h6, knight h3, black decided to counter white's ambitions and played f5. e takes on f6 was a very logical choice. Now black has a weakness on e6, however, his pieces are slightly better positioned. Bishop d2, bishop d6, rook e1 was played by white, and here Keimer made a very interesting pawn sacrifice. He played knight e7. The point is that after rook e6, knight f5, black is so incredibly active that white decided that this is too risky to continue, and he played queen g6, allowing black to force a trefoil repetition. So queen g3, knight f5, queen g6, knight e7, and the players decided to call it a day. A draw was agreed shortly. The fourth and final game of round 2 was Abdusattorov's game against Lequang Liem, which started actually pretty peacefully. After the Italian game, the position reached symmetrical setup very shortly. a4, bishop e3, one pair of bishops got traded. The second pair of bishops got traded. So one would expect that most likely also this game is going to finish peacefully. However, after knight g3, queen d7, take on e6, knight c4, the game slowly started to heat up. Some maneuvers were made here, clearly both of the players hinting that they want to continue the game. h5, g6, b5, queen d6, knight e6, and here started something to go terribly wrong for the young Uzbek grandmaster. As later would Lequang Liem say in the post-game interview, white should have continued to play h4 and then only continue with g3, securing the control of the dark squares. However, the young grandmaster played g3, clearly hinting at f4, only to receive h4. Now, this most likely was not missed by white, but as it happens, usually at this level, he did not properly evaluate their rising position. After g takes on h4, white wins a pawn, but black gets a very nice control of some of the most critical squares at the king side. Now after rook g1, king h7, knight f1, knight h5, things started to look really unpleasant for white because it's already so difficult to get rid of this knight from f4. h5 was played, knight e4, another powerful idea by the Vietnamese top grandmaster. Some pawn trades happen here, and after knight f1, things went downhill very quickly for Abdusatorov. Rook f8, rook g4, knight h5, and one could not even feel that white is up a pawn. Now here, clearly not impressed by his prospects in the game, white tried to complicate matters with a piece sacrifice, which did not work. Because after g takes, rook h4, this forms a very nice pin. However, after queen g6, knight g3, f takes on e4, white was on the wrong side of the complications. After knight takes on h5, knight takes on f3, king h1, probably quite unlucky for white. This was move 41, and later in the post-game interview, it was revealed by Le Quang Liem. Initially, he did not see queen h6, which was incredibly difficult move to make, as it sacrifices the queen. After queen h6, white has no chances. For example, as discovered, after rook g1, black has at least king h8, dodging any checks, and only then he collects the rook on h4. White tried his final tricks, knight f6 check, winning the queen. However, the problem was the placement of the white king. D takes on e4 hastened the end of the game a bit faster than intended, and the big point is that after rook h2 check, king takes on f3, black does not take on f2, and rook d2 check, which perhaps was the idea of Abdusatorov, simply plays rook f8 and collects the extra rook in the end. So finally, let's see the results of today's game. You see 3 draws we have in the pairings, and this is the current standings in the classical tournament. Gukesh leads the tournament together with Gata Kamsky, Arkady Naidich, 5.5 points. But what really matters is the overall rankings, because Le Quang Liem has recovered his lead in the overall rankings, leading the tournament with 15 points. Yesepenko is trailing behind with 13 points, and then we have Gukesh, 12.5, Arkady Naidich, 11.5, and also Abdusatorov and Salem Saleh are not so far behind. The action will continue on Saturday at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time with the round 3 of the Grandmaster Triathlon Classical Tournament. Don't go anywhere. See you tomorrow. Thank you for watching us, and bye-bye. Welcome everybody to the third round of the Grandmaster Triathlon Classical Tournament here in Biel. It's 55th International Chess Festival. We've been already here for quite a while. Every single day, a lot of actions. So again, as usual, today your host will be Angelika Volkova, and I'm Grandmaster Nations.
Yeah, welcome everyone. It's going to be something really exciting. We have already experienced 2 rounds so far of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Let's not forget there is also other tournaments being played, and the Master Tournament is not very, very weak one.
Yeah, so to speak, it's not so bad, right? I mean, of course, we are gonna also today at the start, right after, we're gonna check the openings being played in the GMT tournament. We are going to also have a look at some of the interesting results in the MTO tournament. So maybe very quickly, while the games are about to start, first let's check what the festival is all about.
Yeah, and we have here not only Grandmaster Triathlon tournament, we have also other very interesting events here, open tournaments such as Master Tournament, also the Amateur Tournament. If you're not on that level yet to play Master Tournament, you can still play Amateur Tournament. There are different rapid blitz tournaments. There are also Swiss championships. It's incredible. And also from this year, there will be a closed ladies Accentus quadriathlon.
So, yep, here you see the winners of the previous editions in the GMT and the MTO. Of course, it's no one but Magnus Carlsen himself, who won the tournament back in 2011. We have the World Championship challenger, Fabiana Corana, also MVL, the legendary Frenchman. Very famous players like Mamedjarov, Wojtaszek, Gata Kamsky, who is here. And of course, also very notable winners in the MTO.
Yeah, and we have currently in the current Grandmaster Triathlon tournament, the Saleh, who won the previous year of the MTO.
So this is our live stream schedule as we have planned for the Biel Chess Festival. As you already see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think day technically 6, if we count in the rest day. So tomorrow there's going to be a blitz tournament of the GMT, and then on Monday there's going to be a rest day for the GMT. However, we are going to have a shorter coverage for the MTO tournament as well. And now let's also pay attention to the GMT system. So this is quite unique.
Yeah, this is indeed a unique tournament because the Grandmasters are not having one tournament, just classical, but they're having 3 different tournaments with a different format, with a different time control. First, they're going to play classical. It's what we are having now, the 3rd round. They will have also Rapid. Rapid was already played. And Blitz, which will happen tomorrow. And also they played the Chess 960 tournament, which will be as a tiebreaker at the end, after all the points will count.
Also, I think it's quite important to mention that in the classical tournament, there's the Sofia rule enforced, which means the players cannot agree before move 40 for a draw, unless there has been a triple repetition.
Yeah, and here we have a special scoring system of the tournament. We already experienced Rapid, where for the victory, players got 2 points, 1 point for a draw and 0 point for a loss. Currently, we have classical tournament, which is very, very important because for the victory, there are 4 points. And in case there is a draw, 1.5 points players will get for it. In case of Blitz, the scoring system will be the same, just 1 point for a win, half point for a draw, and 0 point for a loss. And as just mentioned, Chess 960 tournament was a tiebreaker. So after all the points will be counted, this will help to decide who is being better place.
Right, and the time control, of course. This is going to be a long one because the players in the GMT are having 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, then plus 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. And if they don't have it yet enough, they have another 50 minutes for the rest of the game. And of course, plus 30 seconds for every single made move. So maybe let's do what we do next is we are going to check what's the pairings for the round 3.
Yeah, and we are having pairings here. Lek Van Liam, who is currently leading the tournament, will face Gukesh. Gukesh also tried his best. Yesterday he did a draw. It was unexpected for him. He was trying to fight, but but yeah, Knightage made it to a draw pretty quickly. But yeah, we remember his victory with black pieces, so we will see what will happen today. We have as well Vincent Keimer facing another back Abdusatorov. Abdusatorov doesn't really have that nice of a tournament. Yeah, we will see what happened in that game. Saleh Salem will play against Gata Kamsky. Gata Kamsky is currently on the last place in the tournament. And Arkady Naidich will face Andrei Yesipenko.
So here we see the rankings of the classical tournament, perhaps not really so important because all that matters is, of course, the overall ranking. However, still, in the classical tournament, it's Gukesh who leads with 5.5 points together with Gata Kamsky and Arkady Naidich. And now, in the overall rankings, it's Lequang Liem who is spearheading the tournament with 15 points, 2 points ahead of Andrei Yesipenko. However, also the Marai Gukesh and Arkady Naidich are not so far behind. I think it's time for us have a look at what's happening in the opening phase, and right after that, I think what we could do, we could also have a look at some of the most exciting games of the MTO tournament that were played in the last couple of days.
Yeah, sure. Let's maybe quickly go around with games which started just to see what is happening now in the opening phase of the games of the Grandmaster Triathlon. And we have here a game Lequang Liem against Gukesh. Yeah, we don't see them on the camera yet, but should be there soon. With the magic, they should appear. And
right.
Yeah, so we have first move C4, right?
Actually, that is taking a bit longer than expected, right? Just a second, let me try to switch again. Maybe the feed didn't load in. Okay, here we go.
Now we have them.
Right. All righty. So let's check the game. It was C4, E6, Queen's Gambit declined. Black did not take on C4. C takes. Usually, again, this idea to take on D5 is to make sure that at some point, Black cannot really snatch the pawn on C4 or maybe push C5 to challenge White's center. So, yeah, of course, there's up and downs of this decision. Bishop G5, Bishop B4, E3, H6. This is what's played.
Yeah, Bishop B4 is not the most often played move, right?
No, not really.
So usually Bishop B7 is being played, but yeah.
I mean the entire philosophy of this entire variation. I mean, there's of course many continuations, but for example, C6. I think this has been for quite many years been the main continuation here, and the big point here is that after E3, Black is usually suffering to develop the light square bishop. For example, he wants to play Bishop E5 and Bishop E7. Now, if I would try to do that immediately, let's say here, Bishop E5, right? I want to play C6, I want to play Bishop E7. Well, you might run into some troubles after Queen B3. Now, the pawn on B7 is under attack, the pawn on D5 is targeted, so this is not really so great. And now after C6, E3, now if Black tries to play Bishop F5, then Queen F3 is quite an interesting continuation which has seen a lot of popularity in many years, and the big point is that basically Black forces a slightly better endgame and claims that this is a great game. Right, so that's the reason why Black is trying to put the bishop on F5 and the bishop E7. Usually White plays either, I'm not really sure what's more precise, Queen C2 or Bishop D3. And then in the end, so that you understand the philosophy of this variation, Black somehow tries to trade this light square bishop, put the knight on G7, and still play Bishop F5 to trade these bishops. So this, what we are seeing here, is slightly something else.
Yeah, it's something different because usually bishop is going to E7, and then Black tries to resolve the issue of the light squared bishop. So I don't know what is this bishop before. So the idea probably is to play after bishop H4, G5, and then knight E4.
I think so, yeah. So after H6, Black is asking White some direct questions. Bishop takes on F6, it might just not be enough to claim an advantage, right? I mean, Black would play Queen F6, the pawn on D5 cannot be taken, and if Black will allow to be played something like C6, Bishop D6, this is ideal. And sometimes white plays something like queen b3. I think I've even played it myself at black. Now that I look at this position, looks quite familiar. And after takes, again, white makes this expression that I have slightly better light square bishop, but it's not really much, and that's why this bishop h4 feels to be a critical continuation. Of course, like you already said, Angelika, g5, bishop g3, knight e4. This is what black usually tries to do.
Yeah, this is a typical idea because since the bishop is not pinning the knight anymore, knight can jump to e4 and using the fact of the bishop on b4, trying to attack that knight on c3. So yeah, now the thing is that black is going to get a two-bishop advantage.
Right. Also, there might be an ideas like h5, h4 because of the unique placement of the bishop. For example, if I'm not really in the loop, what is the current theory here? I'm playing something like rook c1 to protect the knight. Black could play h5. And this move could be quite unpleasant because h4 is an issue, so this bishop has nowhere really to go because bishop e5, f6, it can be tried to be trapped. And if white plays something committal like f3, or maybe even worse, something like h3 or h4, black normally wants to take on g3, and now these are very big weaknesses.
Yeah, so quite a few decisions white has to go for. In this moment, yeah, I don't know what can be the move. I mean, is queen a4 possible to ask knight coming to c6? It's not a good square for the knight.
I think this is just a theoretical line, to be honest. Maybe there's something like knight e to rook c1. I haven't really played it so many times with either side. Maybe something like knight e2 could be played to protect it. Sometimes white plays something like this. Then after h5, you could have, I think actually I've seen it before somewhere. h4, knight g3, knight g3, g takes, and knight h5. Right. So somewhere along the way, something like this seems to be familiar to me. We are going to see. We are going to see. So knight e4. What's important to know about this continuation is that black is very aggressive. I mean, he didn't really have to do it. I mean, this is choice. This is choice by black. He also had other choices like this c6, bishop f5. However, I believe that Gukesh is very principled player who doesn't shy away from fighting, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be indeed a fun game to watch. And maybe it's time for us to check what happens in other openings. For example, let's check the game. Keimer against Abdusatorov. Oh, and here we have also some action. So we have Tarash, or no, it's not a Tarash.
Some sort of a Tarash structure with
But
bishop
bishop
b4.
yeah.
Bishop b4. Usually Tarash is, or semi-Tarash is with bishop and f8.
It started like Rogozin.
Yeah, some sort of Rogozin structure. Yeah, it starts as a Rogozin, but you know, it's quite tricky because sometimes it's interesting. You start as a Reti, it's switched to the Catalan, then it becomes Rogozin, and in the end we have again something else. I cannot even ever keep up. What's the title of this variation? Maybe it doesn't really matter. What matters is that black is trying to challenge a white center by taking on d4.
Yeah, and usually, you know, in Tarash the bishop is not there on b4, so maybe white can have some use of this extra tempo which black used on this bishop on b4. So I don't know, but it looks like something like taking on d5 now can be a little bit more dangerous since the knight can take on d5 and attack the knight on c3. And we have actually quite a familiar ideas here, and as in previous games, there is a pin on the king, so black might try to use it.
I think there's a fair chance. I'm not really sure what's going to happen in this game, but we might see an isolated queen's pawn structure. So what does it mean? Because if we just remove these 4 pawns from existence, right? So d takes c5, bishop c5, or d takes, c takes, knight e5, and we trade everything, then normally a white is claiming a very small edge, but it's not enough. And that's why I don't know what's going to happen here, but I wouldn't be surprised. That could be something like c takes on d5 played. Now, the point is c takes, e takes, d takes, bishop c5, not necessarily in this order, but white creates himself a potential outpost on d4, creates a potential weakness on d5. However, black has a very free development, so think about most like knight c6, bishop g4, maybe bishop d6, bishop e8, queen d6, try to checkmate. All of this is really textbook plan against the IQP structure. And also here, what could happen if let's say white plays something like bishop d2,
in the problem is that with the structure, what we just looked at with isolated pawn is that the bishop already went to b4, and it's taking back pawn on c5 from, not from f8, but from before. So it will be down a tempo.
Maybe, yeah, it really depends. It really depends. But I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if something like this could happen. Also, probably white can switch to something like a3, right? And after a3, most likely black will have to take on c3, b takes, and again, the question is, if this bishop is good, is it a bad piece? So maybe take it. Think about, again, some semi-Tarrasch or Grunfeld structures where black would take on d4, play bishop a6 or bishop b7. I mean, essentially, there's so many combinations that I guess we just need to sit and wait what's going to happen here.
Yeah, indeed. And also after taking on d5, white for sure has to think about something like knight d5 using the fact from the pin. So
absolutely, yeah. C takes, knight e5 is a move. Bishop d2, again here, black could play something like c takes, and I think if white is ambitious, I mean, he has to take on d4, right? And again, the question is, how do you properly evaluate this position? Because now it's white who has the isolated pawn on d4, bishop d3, h4, knight g5, use your imagination. Something is bound to happen at the king side.
Yeah, indeed. So we are going to see what is actually Vincent going to play here, for which idea he will go, because it is a critical position. And yeah, meanwhile, probably we go to the next game.
Let's do that.
Oh, we have Dutch.
Oh, we have a Dutch.
We have an interesting Dutch here.
Actually, that's pretty interesting. Dutch, Leningrad is something I can talk for hours because I'm myself a Dutch Leningrad player. I mean, it used to be my main continuation with the black color. But I recall that something like this was played last year by Kamsky in the final round against Vincent Keimer. I mean, maybe it wasn't really e3, h4, but Vincent in the final round of last year's edition, he did play h4, h6, and I already don't remember, to be honest, how this game finished. But, I mean, basically f5 is like, it's challenging your opponent. Come and get me. Come and get me, right? Because, I mean, this is highly proactive move. Black is fighting for the center, weakening his king, not developing a single move. So it's like inviting white, try to punish black, but I can't help but feel, Angelika, one particular quote by Tigran Petrosian. Do you know what it is? No? You don't know? This quote sounds like this. So Tigran Petrosian, the former world champion, not sure when he said it, 60s, 70s, maybe 50s, I don't know really. He said that if your opponent plays the Dutch defense, you don't stop him, right?
Okay.
So what does he mean? What does he mean? You don't play a gambit. You don't play a gambit. You don't play the stone tone. You don't play g4. You don't play some funny ideas. Just play positional chess, because black's f5 is not the greatest move. But I mean, what I really like about the Leningrad, it offers such unique, unorthodox positions that not everyone immediately can jump in, right? Because normal rules don't apply to Dutch defense, right? The Dutch Leningrad especially. So bishop f4 is one of the most annoying moves that was played by Salem Saleh. I'm pretty sure that he knows what's the most annoying system. And h4, the idea was to push h5. For example, if I don't know what I'm doing here, h5, knight h5, takes, queen h5, here. This is extremely dangerous for black.
Yeah, indeed, this idea of h4, h5 against the g6, against the fianchetto on the king side is very annoying. That's why h6 was played, to be more flexible. So in case of h5, there will be g5, and of course then already white in a way has some problems. But this h6 move is also weakening the g6 and potentially also the f5 square. So there can be still some ideas for white to use it. I don't think that h5 will be played.
Sir Angelique, I just read in the chat by one of the viewers, Tigran Petrosian is a favorite player for all times for Gata Kamsky. I don't know if that is true. Well, that would be one funny coincidence, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so this is going to be a dynamic game. I think I saw a move played by Salem Saleh, but I don't see it on the board. Just a sec, let me refresh it. For some reason, I don't have it. I don't have it. So what did they play? Something like knight c3 most likely feels very natural.
Yeah, actually, against Dutch, I play knight c3 instead of bishop f4, so immediately trying to go for something like e4. So
Yeah,
this is the idea that basically white is not spending time on playing something like c4 because there are no pawns in the center. So that's why white is going for knight c3 and immediately tries to create the strong center.
right. So knight c3, like you already said, f3, queen d2, a long castle is an idea. We got the word in the chat that queen f3 is on the board, but I don't have it. A bit strange. I mean, having some lag so early. All right. Queen f3. Yeah, this is one of the ideas. Sometimes white plays queen g3, bothers the pawn on g6. So for example, again, if you play automatically bishop g7, queen g3, this is actually a double attack, right? So of course, black is not going to miss it, and I guess you want to play, not sure what, let's say d6, queen g3, maybe rook g8, and then sometimes knight h5 becomes a resource for black.
Yeah, so indeed, white has to be pretty careful about these ideas, but maybe sometimes d6 is not something what he immediately wants to play, so that's why maybe in a way it's going to help white, but white, I mean Saleh Salem with white moved the queen so early on, so there for sure should be either some preparation or I don't know, but he should for sure be familiar with this position. Otherwise, you're not playing such moves if you don't know if it's good, because we know some opening rules. Yeah, we don't really want to develop the queen as one of the first pieces, but in this position it might be actually good for white.
Right. Yeah. Let me check if we're receiving the moves. Just a second. Just a second. There's some relay issues. I'm not sure why. All right. We are going to fix them. Not the first time, really. I mean, technique sometimes happens. But in the meantime, let's continue to move on. And we are going to check a game of the final game we didn't really check yet. It was Arkady Naiditsch against Andrei Yesepenko.
Yeah, and let's see what happened here in the opening. Already they played a few more moves compared to the other players, and we see there are no players on the board actually.
Yeah, okay, here we go. I'm gonna...
There are no players at the board.
Still no.
Yes, but because they're just somewhere. They're not at the board, simply.
They're simply not at the board. I thought we were receiving some blank image, right? I mean, they're simply not at the board. They're walking. Okay, it's live. Okay.
They're simply not there. They just play the moves, and who was the last one to play? According to what we have here, the bishop b6 was played the last move. So Yesepenko played the move and just walking, just watching other games, and but as we can see, as we can look at the time, we can see that actually. Andrei spent some time thinking a little bit at the opening, but rather Arkady who should be still in his preparation. So let's look what happened from the beginning.
Let's do that. 4 knights? I have such a story to tell you. All right, here's the story. I played Andrei myself in French top 16 Team Chess Championships last June. I mean, a month ago. And the story is this. I thought about something. I was playing with white against Yesepenko with black, and I thought about to play something annoying, something that I have never played before, something that maybe my opponent is not prepared. And I thought about the 4 knights. So I played the 4 knights. Andrei was very, very unhappy. I mean, his body language, I just don't want to play this. And then after the game, we played a draw. After the game, he revealed to me that he has been so unlucky that lately it's something like I'm the 4th opponent who for the first time in his life plays the 4 knights, because obviously the professional chess player, they prepared for the game before, and I was like the 4th player in a row. So I don't know what happened here. I mean, is Arkady the 5th player again who sees that perhaps Andre is not feeling so well in the 4 knights that he tested? This is so funny, because I would love to ask Andre his insights after the game.
Yeah, and we see already with his body language that it feels like he's a little bit struggling there.
Yeah, they're repeating what I played. Take here. Yeah, maybe the continuation here. One thing I'd like to mention here, that after short castle, lately increasingly popular has been bishop g4. This is the modern trend here. Now the big point is that after f3, bishop h5, it has been discovered that after d takes on c6, queen d4 check, here, takes, queen c3. Yeah, I don't remember what was the next move here, something like bishop f4 here. There's some new ideas, like queen e2, and if you're not really aware what's happening here, actually, Andre knows this because after the game we discussed this. I wanted to test this idea if Andre would have played it himself. Now, the big point is, for example, rook e8 natural move is a mistake, I think, due to bishop b5, boom, right? And some ideas like this have been played before. So this is a line where white is not risking a thing. So normally it's a draw, but for black it's not great. So I see Andre's pain. I mean, his body language, again, here we go again and playing the 4 knights, right? So what happened here, he took on d5, bishop g5, bishop e6. Is this what he played against me? I don't remember. Yeah, knight b5, this is what he told me. This is the main move, because I think in our game, he played, what was it? c6, queen f3. It was maybe something like this. To be honest, I really don't remember. And then white is always toying with the ideas to force a perpetual check on take on h6, try to provoke white to black to make a mistake, and it's quite unpleasant for black because the maximum he can do is to make a draw. Right.
Yeah.
Either way, so bishop e6 was played by Andre, knight c5, c5, a3, b4. All of this seems to be played before. B takes. Yeah, I'm not really sure why this pawn cannot be taken. Pretty sure there's a good reason. There's a good reason why not. Maybe it's something like rook a4. I don't know. a5, c3, bishop e7. And I'm gonna make a facial expression that there's a checkmate. You know, I'm not really 100% sure, because on h6 you could try to sacrifice something on h6, and after knight e4 you always need to watch out for some very direct mate ideas. Pretty sure all of this already has been played before, but a bishop b6, b takes c3. This is on the board, and here Yasipenko played h6. He's so unhappy.
Yeah, it feels like when you look at him through the camera that he's indeed struggling. Yeah, basically, that's not what he was expecting for, I would say, and we can see it very directly. So yeah, bishop h4 was played, so logical. And again, yes, Arthur said that basically we can see that it's absolutely normal position for white, and white is not risking. White is not risking that much. So okay, if black defends, it will be a draw. It will be fine. But yeah.
This I'm not really so sure about this particular position, because I mean, of course, black is doing normal. He has good, healthy development. The position is almost symmetrical. There's no weaknesses. But yeah, very often the 4 knights, this is like a reputation at the professional level. It bears the signature drawish line. It's like the Berlin, right? Drawish Berlin. And also the 4 knights, for actually quite a few years, it used to be pretty much obsolete, because people pretty much came to the conclusion that the 4 knights at a good level leads to a draw. However, it's coming back. It's coming back again. There's some new ideas. For example, one of the strongest, one of the really strongest Russian grandmasters, David, I think was his name, Paravyan, he plays it a lot. He plays it a lot in rapid games. So, yeah, it's interesting line.
Yeah, indeed, interesting line. And we, basically closed our round with this fourth game. I don't know. Don't we want to look maybe at something else now?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, we can do that. Maybe let's go very quickly through all of the games, because the idea is that while they're still in the starting phase of the game, we could check the MTO, some of the most exciting games, because also it's not only the GMT triathlon, which is here in Biel, of course, that's the main event. There's a very, 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 very strong open tournament, which have even 2700 level players.
yes, so we cannot even say that the master tournament, which is kind of the open one, is the the weaker one. I mean, there are quite a few very strong players there, and yeah, already some interesting games have been played. Some unexpected results in the second, in the third rounds.
Yeah, we're gonna check
So,
them.
yeah.
We're gonna absolutely check them. I'm just gonna make overview. Okay, no new moves in the like Wang Liem's game. This is Skeimer's game against Abdusatorov. I think we're going to see an isolated queen pawn structure. I mean, Vincent, if you want to play this for the win, I think you have to take e-takes on d4, because normally this is so peaceful. D-takes, maybe not even right away. D-takes, bishop c4. The position, of course, is nice, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's symmetrical.
It's just symmetrical pawn structure, and it's when it's symmetrical, it's very hard to do something. Of course, if there is a, somehow the advantage in development, it can help. But generally, the symmetrical positions are not so ambitious, to play.
Also, so far for Abdusatorov, the start of the tournament has been pretty much a disaster, because he started the classical tournament with 2 white colors, and guess what? He lost both of the games yesterday against Wang Liem. In the first round, he lost to Gukesh, right? Feels that somehow he's still hasn't catched his rhythm. And yeah, Vincent is thinking about his choices. I would hope that e-takes on d4 will be played.
Arthur, so what do you think? Is Abdusatorov now happy to play with black pieces, considering that we have all the wins with black pieces?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe. I mean, at some point you have to play black light, right? Anyway, okay, and the final third game, my bad. Salem Saleh is playing against Gatakamsky. These moves we saw for a moment. D6 is played by Kamsky. Queen g3 is going to be rook g8. There's been another move made,
Yeah, that's a
which
question.
again I don't have. Knight c3. Okay. Knight c3. Yeah, this is interesting. Knight
Yeah,
c3.
so white is not rushing with any queen g3. There is still a lot of time. And yeah, this weakness on g6 can be used later.
Yeah, because black cannot really play bishop g7, and that's the big point. Because bishop g7, queen g3, how do you protect this pawn? And king f7 is a move you simply do not want to make. I mean, it's just not good. So what do you do? What do you do, right? You could play many moves. You could play knight e7, knight b6, put the bishop on e6. You could play c6. You could play knight c6. You could play maybe even some knight h5 idea, and then play bishop g7. I'm not sure what Gata is going to choose here. He has played something. I do not really see what is it. Knight h
Maybe
no, not
knight
knight h5.
c6?
Something, maybe knight e7.
I think e6.
I don't see. C6.
E6.
I don't see from
E6.
here.
I
E6?
I think e6.
E6 is also a move.
Because I think the idea can be knight c6, knight e7, maybe protecting the pawn. Somehow like this.
Like this? Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's so many interesting ways for black to play. Let me again refresh the board, because I don't have it. I don't have it yet. Yeah, I could zoom in, of course. But okay, let's continue to move on. And the final game, Knight against
Yesipenko.
Yesipenko is this one.
Yeah, we've just looked at it briefly just a few moments before, and yeah, 2 moves were played, right? So after bishop h4, rook c8, and now knight d4. Knight has a very nice square on d4.
Yeah.
Feels pretty normal, yeah, and yeah, bishop d7 basically saying, okay, the knight is restricted by this bishop, but bishop is not that great on d7.
I think Andre suspects I'm talking about his game. he, he suspects we're having fun. Either way, bishop d7, he's going to try to find some ideas. The pawn on c3 could be targeted. So what we're going to do now, we are going to check what were some of the most exciting games being played in the MTO. Before we move on, I think it's also a good idea to check who is playing in the MTO. I'll look at these players.
Yeah, we have very strong field in the MTO tournament. Of course, it's not for the first year. Every year, basically, MTO tournament is very strong. So we have such players as Yu Yang Yi. We have Kirill Alexeyenko, who played last year in the Grandmaster Triathlon. And by the way, we have also Maxime Lagarde, who played the GMT tournament last year. We have strong grandmasters such as Fedoseev, Martirosyan. We have Shevchenko, Motilov. So we have everyone, Saturaman there. So very, very strong field.
And they're also having a very nice prize fund. As you see, it's actually more than the Grandmaster Triathlon. 37,000 Swiss francs are on the table. For the first place are going to go 6,000. And in total, there's 20 top 20 are receiving prizes and some other categories. So really, really very nice tournament with excellent conditions here in Biel. And for many players I've talked, Biel is one of the, if not one of the most famous and popular tournaments to play in a year.
Yeah, so very nice prize fund, and now we have something already here on the board. This is a game from the round 3.
Maybe actually I would even start with round 2 so that we go in the right order.
Okay.
So one of the most interesting results in round 2, here you see in the camera, that is the big playing hall. So if you haven't really been here in Biel Congress Center, the GMT players, they're playing on the stage, so to speak, right, so that everybody can come by and see how they're doing. There's also big live screens available for everybody. And this was one of the biggest upsets in round 2, because the former candidate, Kirill Alexeyenko, you remember him, right? I mean, he was in the previous candidate cycle, quite unexpectedly, but I think deservedly, one of the players of the 8 candidate players. He lost against a rather not so known player from India, Praneeth.
Yeah, and there are quite a few Indian players here, actually, young and ambitious, and yeah.
Actually, you know, Angelika, I just opened the current rankings of the MTO, and I see the top 7 players are Indians. Top 7. Top 7, right? They're doing really, really well here. There's a huge delegation, of course. If you did not see it in the last couple of days, we had Vishy Anand also here. He's the mentor, of course. He's the legend, not only of the world chess, but specifically also for Indian chess. And we had him here in the studio. Now he has left for the Dortmund Super Tournament, which I think it starts today, right?
Yeah, I believe the start is today, so yeah. But it was nice to have him here, absolutely. So maybe he pushed this, confidence to the Indian players.
I think so, because imagine yourself, right? I mean, for them, Anand is, of course, a god,
of chess,
a big mentor, of course. So having him here, we saw that, of course, when Vishy was not busy with the live stream, I mean, there's people circling around him, taking pictures, asking questions. So it was very, very special for everybody, not only for us, but I mean, everybody. So what happened here, it was pretty sharp Najdorf of Praneeth and Alexeyenko. I'm not really sure about the theoretical part. Is this top-notch theory? But I have played my fair share of the Sicilian Najdorf, and all I know is that this is quite common. This is quite common that white tries to expand at a queen side, plays c4, c5, he has 2 bishops, and black is very aggressive on the king side, and this is also where the black king lies. Look at this game. So after b6, Alexeyenko didn't manage to play a5 to create a very nice spot on c5. a5, beautiful pawn sacrifice, rook a1, going after the pawn. Alexienko tried to complicate matters at the king side, and after a couple of moves, it wasn't even clear where the Russian grandmaster made a mistake because suddenly the white pawns started to roll forward.
Yeah, and somehow there is no real attack on the white's king, what usually is a plan for the black. So, yeah, there's two strong pawns, c5 and d6, and yeah, it's not so easy to catch. Yeah, if we just compare it to the black's pawns, those are just separated and yeah, very easily attacked.
They are not playing a role. The pawn on h3 doesn't play a role. There's no checkmate. You can always play king h1. And Alexienko was clueless. He was clueless what to do here. He, after c6, rook a6, c7, couple of precise moves. These are monster pawns. Bishop a6 is about to follow, and Alexienko's position just collapsed very quickly, right? So that was absolutely stunning game here by Pranit, scoring one of the major upsets in round two. And I do believe that so many Indian players, they're definitely underrated, right? So maybe they have something like 450. They don't get the chance to play so much in international tournaments, that they come in Biel, they come to some European tournaments, they start to crush everybody, right?
Yes.
Because chess is booming in India.
Yes, very exciting. And actually, you know, if you see the last position, it's actually the mate. You know, the mate is coming because queen f5 was a mistake. Yeah.
I think it already was lost, but yeah. So also one of the major upsets, I mean, maybe technically not really an upset, but yesterday we saw several surprising results. For example, I was really impressed by this game yesterday. Aryan Chopra, another very strong Indian grandmaster, was playing one of the top seeds in the MTO, Vladimir Fedoseev. So again, they played out quite a topical French variation. Queen g4, very sharp, attacking the pawn on g7, knight b5, queen d4. Let's just fast forward to this position. So actually, I wasn't really sure how to properly evaluate this position because it seems that the position is about unbalanced because black has a good control of the light squares. White has some chance to do something at the king side. And I was really impressed how white was, you know, moving the pieces, shuffling the pieces here and there because the queen trade was declined. And white slowly started to create threats at the king side, slowly with a lot of patience. So Fedoseev basically had nothing better to do than to wait. g4, another excellent move, taking care of the f5 square, knight f3, king g2, knight g5, and here we go. There's a lot of maneuvering. I think we can just fast forward 30 moves. Here we go.
Yeah, but it's also very impressive how the Indian grandmaster is just going for the position. First of all, not trading the queens and trading the rooks at the right moment. You know, it's always very important. This is a art of exchanging, you know, because it's very important to know when exactly to exchange.
Right, and 20 moves forward. 20 moves happened, nothing really changed. Now suddenly Fedoseev had it enough. He played king d7, queen g3, and now he lost his guard. He should have played king e8, right? Again, to protect with the king, the pawn on f7. He played rook f8, and suddenly after c3, queen h4, queen h7 is a big threat. It wasn't even clear what black is supposed to do. The pawn on g7 now is falling, and as soon as the position started to open, I simply played a couple of call moves. The pawn on g6 is about to fall because black will take on g5. The rook on f8 is under attack, and yeah, this is how the game continued. He won back the pawn. And now the next phase, I was really impressed. Look at this very cold move, right? I mean, knight e6, not being afraid of perpetual check here. Repeats the position a couple of times like the good old masters to gain time. Then he plays king h2, g3, and it seems it should be some kind of perpetual check. No, he just goes forward. King g5. King is also a piece. And apparently, there's just no way how black can make a good use out of this. So Fedoseev tried to complicate matters. King goes to 5. King goes to e6. It's a full piece, right? Actually, this bishop g6 was a pretty amazing move because the idea was to meet knight g6 with queen d3. And the bishop here, I mean, the knight on g6 is about to fall. So what happened here is just, Chopra just played a stunning game, absolutely stunning game. Another powerful shot, b5, queen a7, and then he just calmly converted this to a victory.
Yeah, and look at the time, previous moves he just played with such being so low on time, like it was incredible. And indeed incredible result, and of course something probably unexpected for Fedoseev. He was waiting a little bit in the game for sure. He was not the favorite of the game, but I mean the king which was going forward. Actually, I believe the king in the end game can be even worth more than the rook, right? There are some evaluations like this being made.
Not really sure. No, it was a stunning game. I don't remember Fedoseev being outplayed so brutally. To be honest, he's such a powerful player. I mean, 2700 caliber player, and Chopra just played fantastic game. If you think this is amazing, check out the next game. So another game. Kirill Shevchenko, one of the rising stars of Ukrainian chess, he was playing against Anwar Visakh, another Indian grandmaster. Again, so this was played yesterday in the MTO. So once again, we are going to make a short recap of some of the most exciting games in the MTO before we jump in the action of the GMT. So C3, knight f6, D3, all of this seems quite normal. And here, after H6, G5 was played. Probably some of you might remember what was this game in the FIDE Candidates tournament recently. I think it was Jan Nepomniachtchi against Fabi Caruana. Fabi tried this idea of G5, knight G4, queen f6. Maybe there was A4 included before, right? But this idea was tested, which Fabi later would confess that it was not really so great and just for one game, bordering with a loss. Either way, Black played G5, which is a very aggressive continuation. And the big point is to play G4 and question where this knight is going to go. So what Shevchenko did here, he played correct. It seems that you have to do some counter-strike in the center, right? He sacrificed the pawn after D4, G4, knight H4, E takes, he played knight F1. So what was claiming here is that he has compensation. Watch the game. After bishop e6, knight g3, queen d7, black was about to castle long. He has the extra pawn. Knight f5, long castle. White won back the pawn. So seemingly he's happy. And now look at this position. Now here, it's quite unexpected that black is about to capture one of the central pawns. Now the big point is, for example, a takes on b3 would be a move. And now the big question is, how do you protect this pawn?
Yeah, because
How?
F3 is not working. No?
That's the big point. And rook e8. And suddenly, white has some issues with the back rank. So you're going to do that, right? I guess you could play something like f3. But what next, right? Are you going to play g takes on f3, weaken the king, and allow queen h3? Probably not. So you could understand why Shevchenko decided to sacrifice the pawn on d4. Rook e8, black did not take the pawn on d4. He instead targeted this pawn. And now white has to give it up. Because after queen d3, there's rook e4 again. Quite amazing, right? Amazing idea. And now what happened here is that d5 was played, bishop e3. So black kept his pawn. White was seeking some counter chances with knight f5, queen g5, everything you're supposed to do, right? When you give up the pawn, you look for some counterplay. And I was really, really impressed by the following idea. Look at this. I mean, here Visakh, he played f6, pushing away the white queen. Now, naturally, queen f6 is rook f8, right? So white loses the knight. So white took on e8, rook e8, and black sacrifices the pawn. Queen f6, and just play for domination. I mean, isn't this wonderful, right? I mean, a pawn is a currency. Knight e4, queen g6, rook e5 here, and now black started to collect the spoils of 4 at the queen side. It's a fantastic game again. And after a couple of moves, knight e6, queen c2, dominating white's pieces. f2 is a weakness. Queen c4, rook e1, and here black decided, okay, it's time to finish the game with fireworks, knight c3. Look at that.
Wow.
And I mean, it's just, I was stunning. Knight e2 check. Right? Rook e2 is queen c1. That's a mate. And king f1 is knight g3. King g1 is queen f1. And king e1 is queen c1 mate.
Incredible. Wow.
It's an amazing game. And after knight c3, amazing shot, white tried to complicate matters. I mean, rook e1, knight e5, and he simply collected game. Another shot, queen f2. You couldn't take the queen because rook e1 is checkmate, and rook g1, of course, rook e1, and Kirill understood, okay, this game is over, but he was completely outplayed. Fantastic game by Wysach.
Yeah, incredible game. Another unexpected, we would say, result. And we could see that even though, okay, first black won a pawn, but realized that white is having maybe some activity, and then it was important moment that black gave up back the pawn, which was an extra one, but got so much initiative that could create such a nice attack on the king.
Another game, I mean, I could show you many games like this, but again, another a very strong performance by an Indian player was this time Maxime Lagarde fell victim to a rather unknown player who bears the name of Anand, but I mean, not Vishy Anand, it's another Anand, Pranav. And he was again mercilessly outplayed because this so-called triangle is a very popular line, queen d4, queen e4, bishop e2, knight a6. And actually, it's really interesting that Maxime is one of the sharpest players in the circuit. He is also one of the players of the GMT last year, played on the stage. So this year he is playing in the MTO, and it was quite interesting how black was precise.
And also, Maxime actually won the rapid tournament because during the rapid tournament of the Grandmaster Triathlon, there was also open tournament. Actually, Maxime won it.
Yeah. So it's not like he's not in the shape. It's just these Indian players, they're so strong here, right? And after bishop e5, queen e6, black sacrificed one pawn back, traded the queens, activated the pieces, and it wasn't even clear where exactly is a white's compensation because, I mean, this entire sequence, all of this is theory. So white sacrifices one pawn, he sacrificed the second pawn, he claims some sort of a big compensation, but black was so precise that probably white made somewhere a mistake, and in the end, I mean, there was just no chance for white. And after a couple of moves, black won an exchange, and the rest was technique. I mean, how often do you see 2650 to be outplayed just like that, right?
Yeah,
So again, another powerful result by Anand Pranav and the Indian chess community here in Biel. Stunning results. 7 Indian players are leading the tournament. There's another Indian players who are trailing behind, so it's incredible.
Yeah, quite an impressive result, and we just saw like Indian players through few games which were again unexpectedly turned by them. Yeah, what a tournament. And of course, they're playing now the rounds, but we're of course going to concentrate on the Grandmaster Triathlon tournament. But we want to remind you that there is still an action happening besides the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Yeah, there's a lot of action. There's the ladies quadriathlon, which I think you should be able to see in the background. These 4 red things, right? That's where the ladies are playing on the other side of the stage. Also, there's the Swiss various championships, various open tournaments. There's the youth tournament. There's, I mean, a lot of, I think it was something like 15 tournaments in total, right?
Yeah, 15 tournaments. And there is also poker tournament, not poker tournament, but brain battle, chess versus poker. So
Right. Yeah, let's talk about that a bit later, right?
yeah.
Alrighty. So what we do now is we go back to the GMT, the main action. Wait, I have the wrong board.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we have, again, we're returning to our first boards, Lek Van Liam against Gukesh. And actually, yeah, Lek Van Liam is the leader of the tournament. And of course, Gukesh also wants to try to catch up with him.
Should be really a big, important match because a couple of things can happen in this game. First, Lek Van Liam, he can try to solidify his lead in the tournament. So once again, to remember what is happening in the overall rankings, here they are. You see Lek Van Liam is leading the tournament overall rankings of the GMT with 15 points. Yesepenko is 13. Gukesh is trailing behind. So for Gukesh, this actually means he could do 2 things. He could basically hit two birds with one stone, meaning he could overtake the leader by winning today's game, and also he could become in the history one of the youngest players to cross the ELO 2700.
Yeah, what an incredible achievement it might be for Gukesh. Of course, as he shared with us, it is something what he already for quite some time, for already last a couple of months already thinks about, and he knows that it's coming. So he doesn't really feel pressure right now at this particular game, but he is familiar with that. And basically, he's not just letting these thoughts about this 2700 to interrupt his game. He's just playing a game. And yeah, he's preparing, he's playing, and
Maybe all he cares is 2800. That's basically who cares about 2700, right? It's the 2800. Either way, I mean, Domarayo is very, very kind player. We had the chance here to see him here in the studio with us yesterday. He showed his not only yesterday's game, he played in the draw against Arkady Naidich, but also the victory in the first round with the black collar against Abdusatorov. Very, very interesting insights. He's always so modest, but I mean, he's also so ambitious. So it's amazing, amazing combination, really.
yeah, when I asked him about Sveshnikov, he said that he's not an expert.
Yeah, ask Magnus. Yeah,
ask
Magnus. He
he
knows
said.
all about it. Okay. All right. So we left it here. Rook c1 AD was played. I mean, I'm not really sure what's the theory here. Rook c1 or knight e2. I guess you need to protect the knight on c3. It makes sense. Black sometimes plays c5, queen a5, try to apply the pressure here, but as we already discussed, h5 is also one of the ideas. f3, knight g3. This happened. Now white seemingly has a weakness here on g3. c6, here, knight e7. The players continue development, and after g4, h4.
Yeah, very interesting position. Actually, just it reminds me, from the game of Gukesh when he played against Abdusatorov. Abdusatorov also had such pawn structure with a4, b3, c3, d4, and now we have the same. Lekwan Liam has d4, e3, f3, g4. And
It's amazing. How do you notice such things? I mean, I don't.
I don't know. It just looks like some kind of a bath or something messed up.
A bathtub. Oh, yeah, the bathtub.
And the thing is that actually white cannot really push. That's also what.
Yeah, I mean, Ellen Nielsen, she once explained me the concept of the bathtub. I don't know, I didn't really know what it is. And then she told me this is a bathtub. And actually, we were doing some commentary, and the idea was that what we were witnessing, it was super bathtub, right? So the pawn was on c5, the pawn was on h5, and actually, this is how you get a super bathtub. I mean, jokes aside, it's not really official.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, quite some squares are got weakening on the queen side. But there is still idea, maybe at some moment to push for some minority attack on the queen side for white.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Queen side, yeah. a3, b4, b5. Because normally, at least the cast path, white tries to get to the pawn on c6. Maybe things here are different. Maybe white is thinking about knight h3, show castle f4. I mean, we could try to shuffle pieces a little. For example, let's play knight h3.
Yeah, knight h3 looks very logical. The thing is, what I am a little bit worried about are dark squares.
Which squares?
Dark squares are for white, yeah.
Yeah, their issue, definitely. I'm not going to argue. Okay, maybe bishop d6, right? I want to
Yeah.
keep the bishop, give you a check. Maybe it's important. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that this, the spin on the king was important yeah, that's why bishop d6 was a nice move. And there are also some ideas of playing like bishop b8, for example, or queen f7.
Right. So after here, short castle, white is threatened to play f4. Maybe try to organize some sort of offensive at king side. So black also needs to be a bit careful, right? If you play, for example, queen e7, it's quite clear that black probably is going to castle alongside. There could be, at some point, something like f4. I'm not saying it right away, but f4 could be a very interesting way to complicate matters, and this knight on h3 actually protects black from opening the king side with h3, and I guess queen takes on e3 is dangerous due to many reasons, and one of them being rook e1.
Yeah, but of course it's not like a must to take on e3,
No.
and maybe maybe, black can try to get use out of, weakening the g4 square, g4 pawn, something like knight f6,
Absolutely.
And now, in case, for example, white is pushing forward or, I don't know, doing something with the g5 pawn, it just will open the files just directly to the king. So
Yeah, this could be really sharp. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's happening here. I mean, it's easy to shuffle the pieces, easy to sacrifice, especially if this is not your game. Right. I think knight h3 looks reasonable. So, for example, let's say knight h3, if I try to finish my pieces very quickly, let's say knight b6, maybe this bishop d6 is a waste of time. I mean, here. So let's say I'm going to try to play short castle. Let's say bishop e6, just in case to secure the king. Can I play something like f4?
yeah, interesting idea, but opening the file toward the king, is it really something white wants to do?
Yeah, but what do you want to do then?
Yeah, that's one problem.
That's
maybe
the question.
maybe considering first what black is going to do with the king. So, for example, if they're castling longside, maybe
sure.
there can be some ideas of trying. Already starting pushing something like a3, a3 b4.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I have a gut instinct that it has something to do with f4. I mean, e4 is the traditional way to play, but I think there's too many dark square weaknesses, as we already discussed before.
Yes.
So white might be feeling that he's not having the dark square bishop, which controls these squares. For example, queen f6, long castle, maybe this becomes a weakness. And if you play e5, the question is, why do you even touch the e pawn at all?
Yeah. So I don't know, but to me it feels like that this f4 pawn might just open the files, weakens g4, g3 squares.
I would play
So
f4.
maybe, yeah,
Totally.
okay.
I think so. Yeah, I would play f4.
I would not actually.
I
I
would.
would probably, the idea of what I would have done just to keep the thing solid on the king side.
I mean, maybe not knight h3 is not even the only move,
yeah,
right?
of course. There is knight e2 as well, for example, also possible. Knight g2.
Okay, I guess we're going to see. I think this
Yeah.
makes perfect sense, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah.
white needs to do something. a3, b4, b5, maybe. I mean, I'm not going to argue. I guess we're going to see. All right, let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on to the next game. Vincent Keimer against Naderbek Abdusatorov. Yeah, so we have here already some improvements in the position. Okay, so there was a take on d4, and actually he took with a knight.
He took with the knight. Yeah, I was hoping to see takes on d4. So Vincent is going to try to play it safe. Queen a4 check, targeting the bishop on b4, prompting black to play knight c6, knight e4. Now he applies some pressure here, knight c6. Now this bishop here is under attack, so black has to take it. Take it. I guess you cannot really take on d8 for some reason.
Because take on d2, yeah.
Yeah. And this knight is
Trapped.
presumably, I'm not really sure. Not really sure if it's so trapped. But there must be, wait, there might be something like a check. And something like this.
Yeah, and the problem, the knight almost doesn't really have any squares. c5, d6 is protected, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, knight a5 is definitely a move, but I don't think that white is really interested to find out what is happening here. So this was Vincent's idea. And, okay, I mean, I didn't see it from the start, but I understand it because with this entire sequence, he forces black to give away the dark square bishop. So after knight e4, the bishop here is starting to be targeted. Maybe, by the way, maybe queen b6 was a move. Cannot tell immediately why queen b6 is not working. Maybe it is working. All right, bishop d7 was played. This has to be played. This has to be played. And now white played queen a3 to keep the black king in the center.
Yeah, very nice move by Vincent. So now black would love to finish development with castling, but still cannot do it. I mean, it feels like everything is solid in the black's position, but the castling is really missing. But the queen e7.
Queen e7 could be played, but I think this is what Vincent wants.
But there is also bishop b4.
You mean you don't want to trade? I think he doesn't mind the trade, to be honest. I mean, queen c7, yeah, okay. I mean, You can try to keep the king in the center. You need to watch out for black castle long, also your own king. The question is, yeah, bishop b4 definitely is a move. I agree. But I think at least I call it myself the minimal program myself. I would at least consider to take on e7, play f3, and my dream position, if black is not very accurate, is try to get something like this. And this is always a lot better position for white because these pawns, this pawn chain clearly stops the activity of black's pieces, and these bishops together are really, really powerful.
Yeah, for black there are some problems in the position. First of all, rook cannot get anywhere, get improvement, cannot reach the second or third rank, and the minor pieces are fully restricted.
But yeah, this bishop b4, like you said, is definitely probably also a move, right? Interesting. It's definitely interesting. Maybe queen c7, and then play bishop e2. Black would take on c4. You need to watch out for knight e5, bishop d6. But if I would know from white's perspective that I at least get the two bishops, I get a very nice positional game after f3, maybe I would just, take on e7. And that's why Abdusattorov didn't do it. He played knight e4, and he tried to complicate matters because now bishop g7, rook g8. There could be something.
Yeah, and some take on c4, for example, and then bishop is getting opened, yeah?
Yeah, maybe there's also mate on d2, by the way. For example, okay, I don't know how to blunder that, really. So, because...
It's very difficult to blunder.
Yeah, it's difficult to blunder that, of course. I mean, d takes, queen d2, this is the big idea. But, I mean, apart from that, it's already, for example, if white plays whatever. I mean, bishop d4, it could be problems for white to develop the kingside pieces. Black could play, I don't know, queen h4, queen c7, long castle, be very aggressive, maybe d takes on c4, as you already said. And that's why Vincent is thinking, but yet, no, wait, he made a move, no?
He played rook d1.
He played rook d1.
Wow, he's playing rook d1, so basically he's saying, okay, I'm ready to give up my bishop, so he doesn't want the bishop pair advantage, but rather he wants the pressure on the d file, and probably we're going to experience actually the isolated pawn position, but from the black's perspective.
But he has nothing here. I mean, just a second, I just take on c3. Take. I mean, even queen f6 is totally equal, no? I mean, queen f6, takes, c takes. This pawn doesn't matter. King e7, rook c8, I can't. Even this, I mean, actually, I'm not sure. I start to look at this position. Queen a3, knight e4, very powerful idea. Maybe Winston had to test this bishop g7, but it looked risky, right? But now rook d1, okay, once again, I take on c3. It makes perfect sense. So are you going to play b takes on c3? That makes no sense at all. No? Even castle is good. You want to take on d5, create me an isolated pawn. And the point is after e4.
Yes.
You're claiming that this is good.
It should be good.
Should be. Yeah, you're right. So I guess black is not happy to reach this position. I mean, white is still behind the development, right? Maybe there's some tricks with d4. Chess is always very concrete. I mean, queen g5, maybe this is a weakness. Bishop f3, and if black doesn't manage to play d4, then yeah, then white is going to play short castle, rook d4, and black is suffering.
Yeah, but maybe that's why queen f6 should be indeed tried, as you said before.
At least.
But maybe white doesn't have to take, so that's the question.
Yeah, but what he has,
Rook
then
d1.
he has nothing at all. I mean, this is nothing. I mean, here, what do you have here? You have nothing, because this is completely symmetrical position. I mean, c5, I mean, take on, play c5.
What about taking on d5 now?
Yeah, just stick to the bishop, no? Or maybe just take on c3 and no, white is even
Then
worse.
Bishop b5?
Pawn is here, bishop c6. There's no way white can win this, ever. You disagree?
No, I agree.
No, I'm actually a bit surprised that...
maybe there's just, I'm thinking maybe just some other move. We don't see absolutely everything, so maybe there is still something.
Nothing. What else is there after knight c3? I mean, are you seeing something? Not b takes, right? B takes, queen e7. What is worse? Simply worse. He has worse pawn structure, right?
Yeah.
So queen c3. Okay, maybe short castle is risky.
Yeah, maybe queen f6.
Yeah, queen f6. Maybe there's other moves. Maybe there's queen g5. Yeah. So c takes, Even this could be calculated. Bishop d5, bishop b5 check, king of 8.
Queen b4 or something.
Yeah, that's one check. I go away. Then I play h5, h4 to activate the rook. Black is doing okay. I mean, unless there's some tricks with e4. Okay, e4, queen g2, white cannot castle. No, I think Winston has absolutely nothing here at all. At all. So whatever happened here, this was a very interesting idea. We go back to this moment. Queen a4, knight c6, take, bishop d7, take, here, here. Maybe it's just nothing. And if I don't play queen a3, if I play... But what do I play?
Queen b4.
Queen b4? But if I still play the same knight e4, what's the difference?
Maybe now bishop g7 can work.
Take? Meaning there's no mate.
Yes.
Some ideas like the queen is protecting from the mate, yeah?
But okay, there is some a5 idea, for example, also always. But you know, after bishop d4, actually, in case of a5, there is some queen b6, for example. So yeah, bishop d4 maybe, yeah.
But this essentially is the same, I guess, with a queen on b4 or queen on a3. And I think Winston just guessed, really. I mean, he guessed queen a3. It should be more normal than queen b4. And Nodderbeck played a very strong move, knight e4. I love this move, absolutely. Before allowing white to play something like f3, not allowing this knight to secure the e4 square. Brilliant move. And now Winston understood that bishop g7 is risky because he can actually get worse. I mean, he's underdeveloped. Despite the fact he has two bishops, black is super active suddenly. So rook d1 is not impressive, to be honest. I mean, we go back. Maybe he had to try. E takes on d4. But this is such an interesting attempt, queen a4. I mean, did he see it from afar? Queen a4, take. Did he see from afar that knight e4 is so strong?
Yeah, maybe he just saw that he's taking on g7, and now he realized after knight e4 was played that it's really not working.
That's what happens very often. I mean, at this level, you see these ideas from afar. You see something like 4 or 5 moves ahead. This is going to happen. And once your opponent plays it, you have second thoughts. Okay, I mean, I cannot do it.
Yeah, and now rook d1 was played. Actually, you know, if we also look at the time, 50 minutes for Vincent and 1.5 hours, almost no time was spent by Abdusattorov, only 10 minutes. Okay, there is some extra time also for every move, but...
There's a suggestion in the chat to try for white queen a5. Wow.
But what is the idea?
The idea is to keep the bishop somehow, trade queens, and I guess b6 should be somehow good for you, because now black cannot easily castle long. This actually is interesting. If I play now queen a3, and now you play knight e4, now you can never easily castle long, because your bishop on c6 is slightly weakened. And maybe actually this entire idea of bishop g7, bishop d4, now it actually works, because now imagine some queen h4 long castle, now this king is actually pretty weak. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, queen a5. Queen a5 is definitely an interesting move. It could have been played, and after, let's say, if black plays knight e4, now you can trade the queens, and now you probably just snatch the pawn on g7 because the queens are gone.
Yeah, the queens are gone, and it's also changing a lot in the position. So maybe indeed it was queen a5. Interesting idea of trading the queens.
Very interesting idea. However, Winston missed it. He played queen a3 immediately, knight e4, rook d1. I wouldn't be surprised that this game is going to finish with a peaceful result. Not after a very long time, because like this again. I mean, technically, white has some minor chances, of course. I mean, due to this pawn on h7, but from the experience, this is so little that it just doesn't matter at all. It just doesn't matter at all, unless, of course, the game enters some kind of a pawn endgame.
Yeah, okay, like something like f3, e4 can be an idea. Put the king to e3. I don't know, bishop to d3, and then. But yeah, it looks just equal, no?
This is totally equal. Yeah, this is totally equal. Don't be overly impressed about the pawn structure here. It's nothing. So I got a word in the chat that queen a5 was played from last year's game of Eric Geis against Aronian. Okay, so maybe Vincent. Could he not know it? It's a possibility. You know, there's so many games, so many tournaments, you cannot keep a track on all of them.
Yeah, the thing is, we can see that he spent already so much time, so he for sure doesn't have that in mind. So, yeah. But now after Rook D1, actually, Notherbeck is spending so much time thinking if he has to take the bishop. I have a question. Maybe, actually, he took.
He took, yeah.
I have a question. Maybe we should check again taking with the pawn. I don't know, like.
You want to be ambitious.
Yeah, just to try
Here?
something. I mean, what there? Yeah.
But this, we already agreed, it's worse, no? For what? What are you looking for here?
Yeah, maybe some.
But you have worse pawn structure. No?
No, I thought maybe somehow there can be.
No, you're worse. You're worse. I mean, what do you want? I mean, if you don't take, I play castle. I'm just going to snatch on c4. You have weakness on c3 and take. What do? You play c5? That's a weakness?
Yeah,
you take?
c5
You're just
will be
worse. No.
c4 doesn't really.
No,
work.
it's just worse. And now you're underdeveloped, you have weaknesses. And the black is only the one who is pressing this for the win. No, I don't think this is going to happen. Maybe if somehow, you know this idea, Angelica, of this b takes on c3 would be a possibility if somehow black would have the dark for bishop. Yeah, then we could argue actually, you know. For example, this position, b takes on c3, let's say you have the knight on f6, I have the dark for bishop. Okay, sure, we could have this discussion, right? Because then I could argue, yeah, indeed, you play f3, e4, you open the dark for bishop, but here, yeah, he took with the queen on c3 and queen f6 is on the board.
Yeah, and now, white has to decide.
Now this is draw. This is going to be a draw. Unless, you know, actually slightly I was curious here if Abdusatorov really had to take on c3. So maybe that's why he was researching so much time. He wanted to take on c3, but now that he saw he has equality, he was maybe looking for more, maybe something like queen h4 was his idea. Queen h4, target the pawn on f2, after g3, maybe he was researching some of the options. Think about ideas like, not sure, queen h5, queen g4 something, bishop e2, queen g6.
Or queen f5 doesn't make sense.
No, it makes sense. Why not? It definitely makes sense. Queen f5, shot castle, maybe.
Sometimes take on c4 can also happen, you know?
Yeah,
Opening the bishop.
Definitely something like that. So he was looking at this and probably he realized that there's more risk than the reward. So he just took on c3, play queen f6, trade, happened. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on to another game. Yeah, we have Saleh Salem against Gatakamsky. That was a Dutch with an interesting turn of events. So e6, I believe we left at that moment when e6 was played at this moment. And yeah, Saleh Salem just long castled.
Knight h3. Very inspired game. Bishop h2. Wow. Knight f4, queen e8.
So now it feels like black was just right in time to do everything to protect the pawns. And actually e5 is one of the ideas.
Maybe. But then again, e5 gives away the d5 square. Also allows a check. You know, Angelica, my gut feeling, Gata should be happy. I mean, I'm looking at this position, and it doesn't seem that White achieved much, right? Okay, so he played this knight h3, bishop h2, queen f3, knight f4. Okay, these are very interesting moves. And black is normal. He has a normal position. Okay, the pawn on g7 is slightly weak. Black can always play king h7 to secure it. Any given moment, he needs to watch out h5, g5, knight g6, rook f7. So how do you crash through? Maybe the pawn on h5 is going to become a weakness. And black has the entire queen side at his disposal. So I'm looking at moves like here. What was it? Queen e8? Normal move, protect the pawn. Maybe something like knight b4, bishop d7, bishop c6. Maybe a6, b5, bishop b7, now that the pawn on e6 is also protected. And the big question is, what is going to do white? Because you need a breakthrough. Where is it? Where is it?
But you know, if in case the bishop will not be on c8, I think there can be some ideas of playing something like d5. Is it possible?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. There could be d5, and that's what I was about to suggest next. I mean, you need to have some kind of a breakthrough. So where is it? I mean, h5 is g5. g4 is impossible. f3, e4, forget it. I mean, the queen stands on f3 already. So, I mean, it's got to be d5. d5, there might be knight e5. For example, d5, white's idea is to activate the knights, get some weaknesses to target. All of that makes perfect sense. Black will play knight e5, push away the queen.
Yeah, that's a question actually.
Where do you put it?
Queen,
Huh?
but queen can go to g3, right?
You don't like this bishop not so much, right?
No, but that's also... Okay, so I'm taking g6, but I'm not taking g6. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I could play knight g4.
Yeah.
I
that's
played
not
stuff
good.
like this myself with the black color. I like Gata's position. I
Yeah,
mean, knight g4, take, bishop e6, I'd start to expand. You have a monster bishop here. Maybe queen a4 at some point can join very quickly. Look at this bishop here on h2, doesn't do much. Wait. Let's go back. I start to get really interested. So, queen f3, knight c3, long castle, knight h3, bishop h2, maybe is not the best way to go. Because it looks a bit slow, no? Don't you agree? Again, look at this. Knight c3, long castle, knight h3, bishop h2, knight f4.
Yeah.
What?
And black was just in time to protect everything. And what if white is not really castling and doesn't play knight c3, but immediately goes for this idea?
Which one?
For the idea bishop h2 and knight bringing knight to f4?
You mean here white is not castling? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean,
There is still time.
But this looks weird. I mean, it looks weird. I mean, what's the bishop doing on h2? I kind of don't understand. You know, I would really go back here because I have a feeling that queen on f3 is a bit odd. Because we discussed this, right? The idea was knight c3, f3, e4, queen to the long castle. So after queen f3, you take away the f3 square for the knight, you take away the f3, e4 breakthrough. I know this idea, definitely. But maybe the point was to wait for bishop g7. Maybe it was like this. To be honest, I don't remember. Maybe it was something like this. Knight c3, bishop g7. Maybe now it was queen f3. Now that you're committed to bishop g7 and queen g3 becomes a threat. And for example, now d6, queen g3 could be an issue. So short castle, queen g3, king h7, maybe now you could have some funny ideas with knight f3, knight g5. I mean, this is something else. So I have a feeling, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe he slightly mixed up the order moves.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe first bishop has to reach the 7 and then this idea might work out for white. Yeah, maybe queen f3 was indeed too early.
Bit early, no? Bit early. It feels like that. Because, for example, let's say I play knight c3, you play bishop g7. Now, I could play queen f3. So let's say black plays something like d6. You could still play queen f3. Or maybe you could play... No, I mean, I'm all for more conventional chess, like queen d2. Queen d2, bishop g7, long castle, leave the king side, a lot of improvisation, open. So black plays, let's say he plays in the same spirit as e6. And now I play f3. Yeah, exactly. f3, knight c6 something, or whatever you do, I don't know. Maybe
E4,
something like this.
Yeah. Yeah, if white managed to play the c4, then it's
This looks
very
more lively.
uncomfortable, yeah.
Right. Either way, we could find it out maybe later from Salem Saleh. What was the idea? Because definitely I recall the idea of queen f3, queen g3. But here's the thing. I mean, chess is so tricky, is that sometimes the order of the moves makes all the difference. That's I think that's what happened here. And now he tried to improvise, play very interesting chess, but it looks a bit strange.
Yeah,
That I really like Gata's position.
Yeah, it looks indeed a little bit strange, and yeah, it feels like Black is just in time to protect all of the pawns, and now the question is what is white doing? Because in case of the push d5, as we discussed, the square on e5 will be much weaker. So yeah, maybe we can go to the next game.
Let's do that. So the final game on the list is Arkady Nadic against Andrei Yesipenko.
Yeah, we
Here.
have actually, not many moves have been played since we left it, because the last move we saw it was bishop d7, and after rook e1, actually bishop e7. So Andrei is moving the bishop's back.
Yeah. So we left it here, I think. Yeah. Knight e4, bishop
Bishop
d7, bishop e7.
Yeah.
That's a weakness, by the way. It's a target.
It's a target.
I mean, black is doing okay. White has also nothing to be complained about. Maybe, just a second, let's try to make a couple of moves here. So the pawn on c3 is under attack. Can I play queen f3? That's my first idea. Now, the big question is this a move? I'm a bit too, I cannot calculate so quickly. It's probably not a move, right?
Yeah, probably just take on f6 first.
Take on f6. Yeah, that's the point, because after knight h7, I saw that this bishop on h4 is under attack. Okay, you're a very good point. So let's say bishop f6, take it. Now you give a check. Now the bishop on h4 is not hanging, queen c3.
And I believe the knight can be protected, yeah?
Yeah, the knight can be protected, and even if black maybe is not doing so badly, he's not going to want to test it out, right? Okay. So queen f3, rook c3 is not a problem. And while queen f3, it just feels that you want to do something here on f5. Maybe some sacrifice ideas on e7 somehow. Try to get the knight on f6. Can I play, can I liquidate the position into a draw with knight e4? I guess you want to take?
Yeah, probably.
If you take, this should be closer to a draw than a win for white. This is a strong bishop. This pawn, I mean, it's a pawn after all. I'm not really sure. But I know very often pawns are sacrificed like this and black is enjoying a good compensation. But again, I mean, if you have something else, maybe this is not something you want to do.
And is there, okay.
Yeah,
I just wanted to ask if there is some, so okay, now was knight e4, bishop d7.
Yeah. You want to test c4?
And I wanted to see maybe some knight f5.
Knight f5.
Is it working?
Yeah, just take it and play, again, something like queen c5, shake hands. No?
I don't know. What about, okay. Yeah.
It looks, I mean, everything's gonna get traded there.
Wait, not knight c4, sorry, not knight c4, but c4 now?
It's a bit slow, no? There should be something. I mean, I'm not even sure if this is a threat. I'm not even sure if this is a threat. I could play g6, queen d5, queen f2. And if you don't take on d5...
I just don't have to take on d5.
Yeah, but what do you do?
Queen f4, yeah.
Maybe.
And I'm starting to take on h6, sometimes on d5. Somehow knight is hanging a little bit there.
It doesn't look much, to be honest. You know, I think the game is going to somehow liquidate, but I'm not sure about this knight e4 idea at all, but maybe this is what Andrei is thinking about here. And actually, you know, it's not, actually at first it's Nadic who has to make a decision, right? I mean, he first needs to make this decision to play queen f3, because I'm pretty sure he sees knight e4. And if black doesn't take on c3, okay, maybe he can play something like rook e8. Maybe you don't need that at all. So you're just always looking a couple of moves ahead and trying to figure out what your opponent is going to respond to your move. So queen f3, knight e4 needs to be evaluated. Maybe there's something else.
Yeah, because I think if black is going passive after queen f3, there will be knight f5, very, very dangerous.
Yeah, that could be an idea. That could be an idea. Let's say let's make some null moves here. Knight f5 takes. Again, black is oblivious what is happening. And boom, there's a checkmate only.
Yeah.
So you need to watch out for that. But of course, I mean, black is not going to make a null move, so he's going to do something reasonable.
Yeah, so far, Knight is just taking his time, thinking the both players are having around the same time. So, yeah, for sure the position to do some, some decision here for white.
Yeah. Oh, there is interesting. By the way, thank you, dear viewers, for giving us very interesting insights. For example, in the Gata Kamsky game against Salem Saleh. So going back to that, I'll have to take your word for that. You're saying that instead of knight h3 here, queen g3 is suggested by John Bartholomew in his chessable course on the London system.
Wow.
The London system. Wow. In the London system, and a black plays the Dutch, yeah?
Yeah, in case of d4, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, but it is like a London thing because you play d4, f5, and bishop f4, yeah?
Yeah. So here. Oh, by the way, yeah, queen g3, right? Now the black has played bishop g7.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a valid point.
So you play king f7, which I said this is something you don't want to do at all costs. Maybe this is what forcing black to do.
But what otherwise? What was the problem?
I don't know. Maybe some knight g4 tricks? I don't think so, to be honest, but maybe we can check it. Nah,
What is the trick to put?
no, the trick was to push something, but the king is in the
Yeah.
center. I don't believe it myself. I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't look.
probably,
I mean,
Yeah.
king f7.
yeah, probably king f7 something. And the queen maybe on g3. No, as a Tarek on h5. And now you, that would be something else. Like imagine yourself, you play with white, you play queen g3, king f7, and now that you have forced black to play king f7, you play queen f3 back,
Yes.
right?
I mean, it can happen, yeah, because otherwise a knight h5 is a threat, actually. After queen g3, queen f7, yeah, king f7, there's knight h5 idea.
Yeah, knight h5 is a move. Maybe there's something like bishop e2.
Yeah.
Stop it, and again, the question is, how does black continue development? So either way, yeah, interesting insights. Thank you. Thank you, dear viewers. And again, I would like to remind you that you can use this opportunity to ask us some questions, post us some insights. It's wonderful that we have such a knowledgeable audience here. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and of course, if you see that the game is coming closer to the end, or maybe in advance, you can already start writing some questions to the particular players if you want to ask something about their preparation, about their chess, maybe about their other sport activities, about life, Olympiad, everything basically.
Right. All righty. Let's do a roundup. Oh,
Wow.
okay. Here we go.
So there has been something really played. So indeed, actually, f4 was played, and king escaped to t2.
Yeah, but it's a different
It's a
idea.
different idea with g3.
Yeah, I thought knight h3 should castle f4. He played g3.
Wow.
What's your first impression?
King d2. It's a good move.
Yeah? Good centralizing move. The king serves the function of the dark square bishops.
Oh, if we compare, I believe all the squares, the king is the most safe somewhere on the queen side. So yeah, king
This
king
is-
f2 would be too much. I mean, king f2 would lose actually the rook.
Yeah. This is the new normal. So king d2, knight b6, a3. Okay, yeah, black thinks he wants to keep the dark square bishop alive. That makes perfect sense. G takes, and f4. And f4.
So basically, white tricked a little bit. So just they will not do anything with the king on the king side. They just put the king somewhere onto the queen side.
I'm not sure who is tricked who, really. You know, look at this position.
Yeah, but how do you use it? That's a question. How do you use the king?
Not immediately, of course. I mean, okay, let's try to something like bishop d7. Bishop d7,
Then knight f3.
knight f3, long castle. My king is safe, yours is not. Oh, by the way, the pawn on g4 is under attack. Minor little issue. Yeah. So knight f3 allows bishop g4. What do you do? e4? No, not with the king on. What do you do? g5?
Yeah, not necessarily. Maybe knight. Yeah, knight h3 probably is not the square for the knight. Knight h3 is a little bit strange.
Actually, you know, after something like king c2, you already need to watch out for queen e3. This needs to be calculated. I mean, it's not like you can just ignore it because there's no rook e1. This move is impossible. Maybe there's something like knight f3 and suddenly white wins. I don't see.
Maybe queen f3.
Queen f3. Okay, that makes sense. So long castle. King c2.
Yeah, maybe bring in the king or first maybe
Knight e2.
knight e2, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then rook h3 supporting the pawn in case of attack. I mean, it looks a little bit uncomfortable to protect the pawn, of course, on e3, but I don't know.
And I play something like king b8 just in case remove the king from the pin. So
Yeah, because actually there was knight b5 a move, yeah?
yeah, okay. I mean,
Knight b5.
there
no,
might have
before.
been the pawn under attack. Maybe not. The pawn on g4 also is counter-targeted.
Before, so instead of knight e2.
What?
One move before, so here.
Maybe, yeah. But again, like I said, the pawn on g4 also is under attack. So this also needs to be highlighted. But either way, I can't help but feel that the king is in the center. It's still in the center. I mean, it's still gonna need to be rerouted to b1. And look at this position. For example, let's assume that the pawn is not under attack, right? So long castle, knight e2, king goes here, king goes here. I try to hide the king. Now this pawn becomes a liability. So rook e8, rook h3, rook g8, f5, c5. Could be interesting.
Yeah, could be interesting. I'm not so sure, like who is. No, not sure anymore. Who is attacking whom? Who is
I like
pressing?
black, totally. I like black. This is a weakness. Oh, by the way, yeah, queen g4 is a problem.
But yeah.
I totally like black. You know, of course, we give a lot of credit for like Wang Lian for playing very inspired chess, but this looks a bit too much, maybe. Not sure. Maybe it's not too much. Maybe it's just fine. Bishop d7, by the way, is on the board.
Yeah, bishop d7 was played, so yeah, we will see. Here, for sure, should. Okay. Okay, I just thought of the camera and I see that Gukesh is thinking, but I see that okay, he played a move and he's still thinking, so he's not relaxing. You see, he's keep on thinking. He's trying to understand how can he get use out of this king on d2, and if he can do it.
He knows every single minute matters. And, you know, this is incredibly difficult to spend time on your opponent's time, meaning it's not like you make a move and you have a walk. You can do that, but this is also pretty much a free time you can use. You can use for calculation. You expect your opponent to play something, you're already preparing your answer. It's twice as difficult, but it's very rewarding.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why it's very important not only to use your own time, but your opponent's time. And yeah, and we can see actually the Gukesh a little bit lower on time than Wang Lian.
So today is actually a chance for Gukesh to reach 2700. I don't think he really is concentrated about it, as he already revealed yesterday here in the studio. He's just playing good chess and see how it goes. He wouldn't actually become the youngest player to get to 2700 because last time I checked it was the Chinese Grandmaster Wei Yi who made it to 2700 at, I believe, age 15. However, this still would be an absolutely incredible feat, right? I mean, to reach at age 16, 2700, I'm not sure, I mean, how many players have done that before, but top 5, absolutely.
Yeah, and there was a question from the chat, what is the current rating of Gukesh? I mean, after winning the game, he had 2698.7, so it was like 2699. After drawing the game, it didn't really change much, so it's still 2698, around that. So, of course, in case he wins this game, he's going to make it. But as he said yesterday, we were having him here. It was very nice to talk to him and to have some insights about his also attitude to this 2700. And it's not that actually, you know, it's not pressured for him at all. He's just playing. He knows he's going to reach it soon, but there is no pressure at any game. So yesterday there was no pressure, and I believe today there is also no pressure for him because he's just playing chess. He's just trying to get the chances if there is an opportunity. And yeah, as we can see, there can be some chances for black now in this position.
Yeah, I think it's a 3-result game, very important one. Either way, it's going to be a major score here today. What do you think, Angelinka? Maybe we could make a very short break of something like 5 minutes, then come back with you shortly because we have made a roundup of all the games. None of the games are particularly boring, really, even the four knights variation. I mean, sorry, Andre, that you have to play it again, but there's a chance it might be, some action might happen here. So we are going to see you in something like 5 minutes. Just a second, give me a moment to prepare everything. And
And yeah, we're going to continue checking the games together, of course. Again, don't forget that there is also Masters tournament is happening there. Of course, we cannot watch those games because players actually are can be very close here. So, yeah, but maybe the other day we can also check those games.
right. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Make a cup of coffee or tea or something. We are going to be back in 5 minutes from Biel following live action from the 55th International Chess Festival. Welcome back. Welcome back from the Biel 55th International Chess Festival. Angelika Volkova, I'm Graham Stratonactions. We are your hosts for today's day 6, I think, of the Biel Chess Festival, which is the round 3 of the Grandmaster Triathlon. 8 invited Grandmasters here in the Swiss town of Bienne. They're fighting out for a prize fund of 30,000 Swiss francs. Top prize, 10,000 Swiss francs. Really amazing festival, amazing tournaments, a lot of action.
A lot of action, round 3 already, and we had already so far the Rapid tournament behind us. We have already some Chess 960, which was played at the beginning of the event. So we are somewhere in the middle of the event right now, and we have Lech Van Gliem leading this event. Afterwards is Andrei Yesipenko, and the third place is Gukesh.
Right. So once again, to remind you, what is the system of the Grandmaster Triathlon? Here you see, just a second, let me go back a moment. So 28 games in total are played out between 8 players. They're playing 3 tournaments. It's the classical tournament, which is being played right now. Round 3 out of 7 today. Sofia rule of 40 moves are enforced. This means no draws. Sir, please, no draws before move 40, unless it's a trifle repetition. The Rapid tournament already has been finished. So you see it's just one game with reverse colors, and the Blitz tournament is going to be tomorrow, the same time, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time, as usual. And here's the scoring system.
Yeah, very special scoring system, and that's why right now in the classical set of the Grandmaster Triathlon, players are fighting till the death, so to say, because they get 4 points for each victory and only 1.5 points for a draw. So in case a player gets 2 draws, it will not be the same as if he wins 1 game. So for the Rapid, which was already happening, 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and in Blitz, which will happen tomorrow, 1 point for a win and half a point for a draw.
And that's the time control for the tournaments. Of course, you see Rapid is finished, Blitz is tomorrow. But today we have a classical tournament, round 3. 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, 15 minutes for the next 20 moves. If they not have it enough, additional 15 minutes until the rest of the game. And of course, plus 30 seconds per every made move.
Yeah, and we have a very impressive prize fund with over 30,000 Swiss francs, and first place is getting actually 10,000 of those.
Right. So also not to forget, here we have another tournament ongoing here in Biel, one of the strongest open tournaments in Europe, maybe even the world, the MTO, the Masters Open Tournament, and the top 10 lineup of the tournament is just impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. We have quite a few nice players here. Yu Yang-yi, who also actually played in the Chess 960 tournament. Kirill Alexeyenko, as we already discussed, he participated in the previous circle of the candidates and played last year here in Biel in the Grandmaster Triathlon. We have also other players like Maxime Lagarde, who also participated in the previous event of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So yeah, quite impressive tournament, not weak at all. So yeah.
Absolutely incredible field, and sometimes we're just jokingly discussing between ourselves, is even the MTO weaker tournament than the GMT? I'm not really so sure about that, because you see a former candidate, Alexeyenko, in the field. Yu Yang-yi is the ELO favorite, pretty much one of the strongest players in both of the tournaments. Impressive lineup, and yeah, just absolutely incredible field we have in Biel. All right, let's go back to the action.
And actually, now that we looked at the top 10, according to the rating, of course, seeds of the Master Tournament, and we just recall that actually current situation after the round 3 in the Masters Tournament, that there are top 7 places, and both are set by the Indian players. Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff here. So we have a armada of Indian players here, and in the last couple of days we had also the former world champion Vishy Anand here with us in Biel. He was the special guest. He also was joining us in the commentary studio for a while for the Rapid tournament, for the round 1 of the classical tournament. Now he has gone to Dortmund to play in his next super tournament, but it was an absolute pleasure to have him here in Biel.
Yeah, absolutely. As a leader of this brigade, so to say, of this Indian players, so he most likely also motivated them to go and push. And yeah, we've seen quite amazing victories from them in the Master Tournament. So let's return to the Grandmaster Triathlon. What has changed? Which moves have been played?
Yeah, I think what we were suggesting, those were pretty normal moves because indeed Bishop d7 was played, Queen f3 was played, and even long castle was played. So perhaps now that all of this has been played, perhaps we can check a bit more closely if knight takes on d5 is a move at all. Let's check it, because this seems to win a pawn.
Yeah, and then Bishop g4 we discussed, right? Yeah,
Bishop g4, unless I have something stronger. Unless I could play something like rook e8. This could be, by the way, a very annoying move. Because now you cannot easily protect the pawn. e4 drops the pawn with bishop f4. Rook h3 is bishop g4. Unless there's
Bishop
some...
f5.
Bishop f5.
But maybe after bishop f5, just king goes back, and the thing is that everything is under attack. There is an idea of taking the queen, idea of taking the rook, and just...
That's a very valid point. Indeed, king b8, very powerful move. So, how do you protect it? You could play rook e1 because the queen is under attack, and if you play queen f3, probably this... Ah, wait, it's a check. I cannot do that. I thought I can take and play
Yes.
queen e3.
I also was thinking about that. By
Maybe
the way,
just
yeah.
queen f3. Okay. Okay, just a second. Okay, rook e8, maybe not so good. And if I just take it?
Yeah, so maybe let's see the most forcing variation. So bishop takes. So the question, if here bishop f5 is a move, because there is still this idea of king b8, yeah?
Yeah, king b8 is also a move at some point.
So bishop f5, king b8, all right?
But do we
And
need this
then-
check at all? I'm not so sure.
And then queen e4? Or
Queen
it's not?
e4, and now I take it, and now white is just worse. Probably due to the unfortunate placement of the king. Think about moves something like c5. And now you start to experience the downside of having the early king walk. Because remember, dear friends, you saw this. White voluntarily himself played king d2. He played king d2, which
Just
was...
like this?
Yeah, very imposing move. Oh, wait, this is not the move, of course.
No, f5 was
Oh,
played.
f5 is played.
F5 was played. Wow.
f5 is
So
played.
securing the g4 pawn.
But
in
we
that
already
way.
saw something like this.
Yeah, we did look. But yeah, after a few moves we played f5, but I remember we looked at something like knight h3 or knight e2, and then we played f5, but now he went immediately for it. So the idea is probably now on d5, indeed, the pawn is hanging. So
I think black is better, and I also noticed the bar. Let's once again to inform you, in case you missed it in the previous days. Yeah, of course, king b8 has to be played, just to remove the king, just in case it's not under attack. We are not using any engines here. So, I mean, in very rare occasions when we're really, really puzzled, yeah, then we switch on the engine and check, okay, what would we miss, so that we wouldn't spend like 10 minutes trying to figure it out. But most of the time, of course, we are not using any help here so that we can try to figure out ourselves what is happening over the board. And even by a visual look, it seems that black is slightly better because of the very unfortunate placement of the white king. And I just saw the bar in the small live screen, the live position, that indeed it confirms what I've been feeling, that white is worse.
yeah, and white indeed has to try something, I don't know, something really special to get pieces developed quickly, and also not to... I mean, there are two weaknesses, g4 and e3 in the white's position. It's not so easy to cover them all, and of course the king on d2 is in a way also a weakness. Still, there is no real direct way to get towards it, but of course, sooner or later there will be some ideas to open up the position, and the king on d2 will be really unfortunate.
Right. And also, by the way, the pawn on h4, maybe in some variations, is a bit in danger for black, but you can always play bishop g3 and protect it. I like black's position, but the only question is how is he going to proceed? And since the white king is on d2, it makes perfect sense. Try to open the position with c5. Maybe actually Liam, he suspects that things are not so great, but still, this is a very sharp position. And I know for a fact that sometimes good players voluntarily go into slightly worse positions, but still it's so complicated that you can outplay your opponent than having a slightly better position in a very dry setup.
Yes, because it's also not very easy for the opponent. You know, he can see, for example, many good moves, and he has to choose the best one out of it. So there is a saying, yes, as the best is actually the enemy of the good. So, so yeah, while looking for something best, there might be some. First of all, the opponent will lose more time to find it. Second, you know, he might miscalculate something. So there are different ideas. But here, for example, I believe black just should put more pressure on the e3 pawn, then the king remains on d2 and or playing bishop.
Or c5. I don't
Yeah.
know. I would choose c5 first insight. I mean, first impression, c5. Maybe I can play rook e8 first, then c5, or play c5, then rook e8. That would be my first top two choices.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, c5 yeah can be tried. You know what I see about the c5, maybe just king c2 can be just, you know, king can just get.
I
Get
think
in
you want to
safety.
run away, right?
Yeah.
Run away for your life. I mean, get away from the center, because if the position is going to open, the white king is not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be in the safety. And actually here, after c5, black has again choices. Choices like c4, choices like open the position, maybe knight c4 at some point, maybe bishop c6, knight c4, maybe rook e8. There's so many moves here.
Yeah, a lot of moves and. Yeah, Gukesh is taking his time. Of course, it's very important to see, yeah, to see all the variations.
What we hadn't really discussed before is what is the previous result between each other. So this is their very first classical game between each other. So like Wang Liam against Gukesh, they have never played any classical game. Prior their meeting here in Biel, they have played two blitz games in Tata Steel India in 2021. I didn't write it down, to be honest. I think it was in 2021. So Gukesh won two blitz games. Here, they played twice, draw in Biel. So both in Chess 960, both in the Rapid tournament, it was a draw. So the previous result is that Gukesh has won two blitz games, they have made two draws, and like Wang Liam has never yet won Gukesh.
Yeah, and maybe psychologically somehow can matter in this match. And as we see, like out of the opening, somehow it feels there is not much here. There is not much here for white.
I think white needs to be careful. Yeah,
And
definitely.
actually, c5 was played.
C5 is a very logical move. I totally approve. I like it. I mean, opening the position because it's the recommended practice. If your opponent's king is in the center, it needs to be bothered. You want to go after it. You want to open the lines, the diagonals, everything, so that it's feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah, and you know what? That also all the pieces of the black is basically ready for it. So all the pieces of black are located on the nice positions. The king is already in the safety. So Gukesh just played the last move, the previous move, king b8, just bringing the king to the safe position, and now it's just opening up for the quite an unfortunate location of the king on d2.
Is this the next world champion we are seeing here in action? I mean, I'm really curious. He's only 16 years old. I mean, Gukesh is only 16 years old. And today, if he wins this game, he might be one of the youngest players ever to reach that elite 2700 ELO club.
Yeah, I mean, pretty impressive by Gukesh. And you know, so far what we can see of how the game is going, it can happen. I mean, there are real chances, I believe, for him.
Absolutely.
In this game.
And we got some information in the chat. Only 3 players before him have reached a 2700 level at a younger age. Wei Yi, Firuja, and of course Magnus Carlsen. Very impressive company to be in. But of course, I mean, the game is still ongoing, and Adomarayu still hasn't won his game. Okay, let's move on. Let's check the next game.
Yeah, so the next one is Vincent Keimer against another backup, the Satorov. Yeah, we left the position at the after Queen f6 was played, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Here, Queen f6, g takes, f3. Yeah, as I suspected. some trades were happening. H3, take it, king e2 should be normally quite an easy draw because this pawn on h7 is too little for white to hold any advantage. So here with the last moves, what Vincent has been doing, he wants to play g4. He wants to at least somehow try to get to the pawn on h7. So, of course, Abdusatorov is trying to stop him. King e2, securing the d2 square for the black rook. Rook g1 and g3. Look at that.
Wow, very flexible. G3.
Not g4, because I thought g4 probably is what you want to play, but I guess then the problem is h5, and black liquidates his weakness.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, after h5, everything is getting traded and it looks very equalish. But yeah, after g3, there are still some chances. So what do you think? Does black have to play something like h5? No?
I would just play h6, to be honest, just to remove it from the light square. King f2, if white wants to improve the threat of g4, I can always play rook d8, bother you with this rook d2 check, king e2, rook a g8, and I ask the question how you're going to improve your position.
Yeah, very, very valid question here.
I think it's impossible, to be honest. I already said something like an hour ago, this game is going to finish in a draw. I see nothing has really changed because Abdusatorov is doing well. Look at the clock, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, as we discussed earlier, actually, Vincent also had much time troubles. From the opening, he spent, I believe, on move 6 or something, quite some time. Yeah, that was...
So after g3, here he is thinking. He's thinking. I mean, he played something active. I think it was a5. Cannot hurt. Yeah, a5 is a good move. I mean, just in case you stop any white's intention to grab more space at the queen side, he's not going to play a4 because if you look at this position, black has the light square bishop. So you don't want to have too many pawns on the color of his bishop. So this pawn a5, make sure that white cannot easily play b4. This pawn is going to go to h6 because, for example, if you would play h5, right, you want to stop g4. Now white could play h4.
And then fix the weakness.
Fix the weakness, and this is actually a textbook fixing. Maybe it's not enough, maybe it's nothing, but why do this, right?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, a5 was played, so now yeah, Vincent has to think about something. How can he try to use the fact out of this weakness on h7? Of course, again, it's not easy at all. I mean, it looks very equalish, but yeah, Vincent will try. I think Vincent will try.
I'm going to be a prophet. I think the game's going to finish like this. King f2, rook d8, king a2, rook g8, shake hands. What do you think? Okay, maybe insert some moves like a3, h6, but this is going to be the end of the game. I just see no ideas here.
I don't know. Maybe there can be some idea to play bishop b3. And my idea is...
Here?
Yeah, and my idea is to play king f2, and if once the rook is on d8, to play rook d8.
Ah, okay. Yeah, let's do that. Here, here.
So I don't know how is it going to be in the bishop endgame.
Total draw, I think. b6, king e7, f6.
I don't know, f4, for example.
Yeah, I just take.
I don't know, like some pawns on the light squares.
Yeah, but you're going to get to them, right? I mean, okay, unless, of course, white somehow managed to activate the king. Maybe I was a bit too fast, right? By doing this, maybe a bit more accurate, like bishop d5, king e6, f6, king d6, bishop e6. No, I think at this level, there's nothing else happening.
Yeah, maybe. So let just Vincent to think at this position and maybe move
Let's
to
move
the
on.
next game.
Salem Salek against Gatakamsky. Oh, what did I click? Click something. Here we go.
And Gata is fully thinking here. Okay, after queen e8, that was the last time we left the position. Bishop c4 was played, a6 and
Okay.
a3.
He's preparing to play d5, right? So that's why here Salem Salek says, I need this bishop here on this diagonal to have some ideas so that I can play d5, but he doesn't want to play d5 right away.
Yeah, because the problem there is queen on f3, and now that bishop is on c4, after d5 there is direct threat of knight e5, weakening the e5 square, so that's...
Let me refresh the board. Yeah, this is the live position. Somebody wrote in the chat the live position is not updated. I hope this is the live position.
Yeah, it looks like.
a3, look at that. So he tries to secure his bishop, and I guess the idea of a3 is open. Oh wait, I just take on e6, right? You cannot do that. That's a free pawn, so b5 is impossible. So I think black definitely wants to do something on the queen side. b5, b4, a5, exploit the weakened white king. a3 is a very responsible move.
So maybe something like bishop d7, supporting the knight on c6 looks like a valid move.
That's what I would play, yeah.
And then b5 is an idea.
Let me, this position is not, I finally got it. Okay, here. Here. Okay, let's say bishop d7. I cannot play e4, right? The queen is not where it's supposed to be, I guess. Maybe queen g3, I don't like this bishop. Maybe it's something like queen e2. But queen e2, then I need to, I want to play f3, e4. I need to watch out for b5.
Yeah, and now since the pawn is on a3, there is idea of b4.
Uh-huh. And there's some ideas suddenly for black. I don't think white is going to appreciate them. So this is too slow, f3, e4.
And what about after b5? Idea to take on e6? I mean, does it
Some tactical ideas, yeah?
Is it even any good?
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe it's not even good, yeah? So take. What you did is, all you did is made some trades, and the threats of a5, b4 still remain. And this bishop on h2 essentially is doing nothing. It's just staring at this pawn on d6, which is well protected. White's ideas of h5 is always responded by g5. I like this for black, really.
Maybe not trading on e6, but probably it looks going to be the same or very similar.
Okay, what if I play d5?
Knight e5.
Knight e5. Queen is under attack. Queen e2. Take.
e5?
Yeah, very good point. Oh, look at this bishop here in h2. Here?
Yeah, it doesn't look that nice.
No, white is worse. Here, white is worse.
Yeah.
This attack is not going anywhere. Black is going to play c6, d5, collect the pawn on e6, maybe just rook e8 or c6, rook e8, something. So this could be done.
Yeah.
Okay, if not d5, maybe after bishop d7, Salem's idea is to secure the bishop before playing d5. Maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, and for example, the threat might be to take on e6 with a knight, you know, not to take with a bishop, but with a knight. And then d5.
No, you mean here?
No, just removing, the bishop, so I'm just removing the bishop.
You still want to take on e6?
Yeah, maybe at some moment, not necessarily, yes.
But I think that our idea is to play d5, knight e5 for warrior to give away the bishop here, so that it's not under attack, and after knight e5, it's not a fork. So let's say we make some random move, rook d8, d5, knight e5, queen e2. Now you see this bishop here is no longer standing, and maybe Salem's idea is that it's actually a pretty good piece, and maybe there's a pawn under attack, and somehow at the right time, you know, try to combine with this h5, knight g6, which is still there.
Yeah, for sure. Another idea, I mean, of course, white wants to do something. There is no g4, there is no e4. d5 is something what white can try to go for. And that's why Agata is taking his time and thinking what exactly to do.
So he needs to figure out, if I'm sitting here with black, I need to figure out, is d5 a problem? I mean, it's not like he really minds d5, because if white plays d5, it opens the dark square bishop, and Gata would be very, very happy to activate the dark square bishop. But he needs to figure out if this entire sequence of bishop a2, d5, it's good for him. That's the first thing. So let's say he evaluates, it's not good. Okay, so what is he supposed to do, right? So let's say he plays bishop d7 because after b5 there's this tactical trick. The knight on c6 and then is under attack. Let's say he decides to play bishop d7, bishop a2, and what is he supposed to do? So if d5 is a problem,
Yeah, that's a valid question.
I'm open to suggestions actually. Knight e7 drops the pawn. Maybe there's some ideas like knight g4, you know? Think
Yeah.
about king h7, e5, or maybe just play king h7 right away. Think about e5.
Yeah, immediately fine.
Yeah, and e5. Knight e5, queen e2. Take it, take it, take it, take it. Now that's a problem. And somehow yeah, this is a move I don't want to make maybe, but
Yeah, it's a little bit too passive, yeah?
yeah, I just don't like it because c6 is knight b6, the pawn on d6 is under attack. So that's why Gata is thinking here. That's why you have this long think. It's not like Gata is thinking about the next move. He's thinking about the picture. He's thinking about what he's supposed to do, which direction the game is going to take.
Yeah, very critical moment right now. Depending on how black will go with, there might be even an opportunity to push for d5 for white. So Gata has to be indeed very careful. And yeah, maybe Artus, you could share with us some insights about their matchup.
So they have played quite many times before. I'm sorry, that's Salem against Kamsky. No, they haven't played because I was looking at Kammer against Abdusatorov. Salem against Kamsky, they have played only one game in classical chess so far. It's the game in our Flat Open 2016. Kamsky won with white. He was a significant yellow favorite. Salem was on the rise. But here in Biel, what is really interesting, Salem Saleh has won both games in rapid and the Chess 960. So that's their backstory. So they haven't really played a lot of games before, just one classical game. This is the second game. And I'm pretty sure that the Emirati Grandmaster is looking to score the third victory in a row.
Yeah, and of course, Gata, knowing that he already lost twice here, and Biel, he would like to stop that unfortunate sequence of events. But here we have King H7 played as discussed. Yeah.
It's a good move. I mean, just in case, remove the bishop from the king from the pin, protecting just in case the pawn on g6. The king on h7 pretty much always goes. I mean, unless, of course, in these positions, unless, of course, white very quickly plays knight h3, knight g5 to bother the king on h7, and then somehow the h file opens and the black king is not where it's supposed to be. It's a good move.
Yeah, very nice one.
And immediately
Prophylactical.
responded. Yeah, bishop a2.
Immediately. Bishop a2.
Bishop a2 is played very quickly by Salem Saleh. Still b5 is impossible due to the knight e6 trick, or bishop e6, whatever is the order the moves, doesn't really matter. And in the end, you see that black is down a pawn.
Yeah, so now actually both players are not there. Okay, Gata is coming to the board, but yeah, we will just let Gata think what to do now, right?
Sure. Can I play b5, e5? Looks very committal move, of course. I'm not sure if you want to take it or knight e5 right
Yeah,
away. I
that's
don't
the
know.
question.
Cannot tell immediately because black can recapture the knight as well. Okay, let's try knight e5. Do I want to take? I guess I want to take. Take. How do I protect this pawn? Maybe queen d8.
Yes, it's a big question for black if he actually wants to go for such complications.
We got a word in the chat that Knightage has played a draw. Just a sec, let me check very quickly if we can see that. Knightage Yesipenko, not yet a draw, but is that? Oh yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, absolutely. This is going to be a draw because there's just not. I'm sorry, I lost the game. Just not enough pieces. Draw agreed. Completely symmetrical position. So perhaps we could have very first interview with us shortly. Knightage is So far doing okay. For Yesipenko, draw, I guess, also is not the worst result. I would love to have Andre in the studio, and we could ask him about his experiences in the 4 nights. If you were
Yeah.
here before, I was telling the story how I played against Andre last month in June in the French top 16 championships, and Andre has been quite unlucky meeting with players who are playing against him, specifically against him for the first time the 4 nights. So I'm not sure if this is something that happened in the game against Nadic, but we could try to find it out in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So we have also some message in the chat that they repeated actually the game of Safar Yesipenko from this year actually till move 19th.
Okay, so that was move 19. Let's check it. What was it? Take. All of this we discussed. Move 19, where is it? Yeah, knight b5, knight e4. This we didn't really see. Yeah, queen f3 was played, and rook e8. So not knight e4, which maybe is not even necessary. Rook e8, knight f5, trade some pieces, rook c4. Very good move, by the way. Eliminating the bishop here from the pin, and yeah, nothing happens. Everything gets traded, but sometimes this just happens in professional chess. Every single piece gets traded. Draw is a normal result in chess, so draw is agreed.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the Andre probably, yeah, and
Right. So we are going to try to get them right here with us. All right, let's. I could maybe switch to another game. We're going to try not to miss them. Salem Saleh, Queen D8, this was our analysis. Just a second, let me update the board. If this is indeed. No, it's not yet played. Also, Le Quang Liem against. Oh, there's some major developments. Okay, let's move to this game. And in the meantime, let's just hope that the two players, or at least one of them, they're going to join us here in the studio.
yeah. So what has happened? Actually, all the pawns were pushed so much forward.
F5, this is where we left it. Knight h3, c5, black tries to open the position to get to the white king. F6, g5. Very inspired game. So does it mean that Le Quang Liem is going to keep the king in the center?
Yeah, I mean that's a question because basically the Quang Liam doesn't really reply anything to the c5. He's saying, okay, if you want to take on d4, if you want to push forward with c4, I don't care. My king is still there on d2, and there is not much.
Right. There's some questions in the chat, by the way. Do we see what you're writing there? Are we following what you are writing there? Yes, absolutely. We are following. It's just, I mean, I think I already said a couple of times that we get actually some very good insights from you, because sometimes our chat says, listen, they already played like the best friend of Nadic played this against Yesipenko in the year 2019, whatever, right? So this is actually really helpful. We appreciate that. So from time to time, we are watching what you're saying there, and it's nice to hear your feedback.
Yeah, for sure. So always, if you have also, of course, now hopefully we'll get at least one of the players or both here with us in the studio. And if you have some questions, you can already write in the chat. So.
Right. All right. While we will wait for the players, let's try to for the players Arkady Nadic and Andrei Yesipenko. Hopefully they're going to join us. Let's try to figure out what is this, because here after g5, rook g8 was played. Not sure why rook g8 is necessary. I guess keep the pawn on g5 in check. Maybe the big point is bishop takes on h3 and snatch the pawn on g5.
Yeah, indeed, it's immediately creating the threat of taking the pawn on g5. And what to do for white? I mean, I don't know if the pawns were better like this on f6 and g5 rather than f5, g4, because it felt with the pawns on g4, f5, still that bishop on d7 was closed, you know? And now somehow this g5 is rather a weakness.
That's a good point. That's a good point because this is what I thought that what was White's intention here, why he played f5 in the first place. He secured the pawn on g4. Now suddenly he did push those pawns forward. He played f6, g5, I guess, try to create some targets, I don't know. And now this bishop once again is back in life, and the pawn on g5 once again becomes a target.
Yeah.
I think there's a move.
Yeah, there should be a move.
No, wait. It's white move, but I don't get the final move.
Yeah, so we will get it in a few moments.
I definitely like black's position still more. We got an update from the chat, king c2. Okay, that makes actually perfect sense because the question is how long is going white keep the king on d2? Does it drop the pawn on g5? Probably.
Yeah, maybe.
Take, take. Rook g5, rook h4. Could be something like rook g3. Black would try to get to the pawn on e3. Maybe queen e2, rook e8. Difficult to tell.
Yeah, very difficult indeed because, yeah, this is an interesting idea. Of course, that's what Gukesh was trying to go for with this rook g8. But yeah, the question is actually queen c2, king c2 is appeared on the board now. We have king c2 already.
Right. So king c2.
But why are you going back?
Ah, sorry. Yeah, here, king c2.
Just you can refresh this.
King c2, king b1.
Yeah.
All right, let's do a roundup. What else is happening? Keimer against Abdusatorov, not much is happening yet. So Keimer has decided to keep the rook in the game for the moment.
Yeah, and pushing for the f4. So the idea of Keimer is actually that he wants to keep the pawns of black on the light square. So pawn on f5. For now, pawn is on f7 as well on the light square. But of course, black will not keep it like this. So pawn from h7 most likely will go to h6 just to, just to be on the dark square. And yeah, I mean, it looks like it should be absolutely fine, right?
Right. All right, Angelique, what do you think? Are we going to try to catch Yesipenko and Nadic?
Yeah, for sure. I haven't seen them, so most likely there should be somewhere.
You could go try to find them.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So in the meantime, let's very quickly have a look at what is happening here in the overall rankings. You're seeing that after round 3 results, one of the games have been finished. Arkady Nadic has finished in a draw against Andrei Yesipenko. We are still waiting for the players. We've been waiting for a couple of minutes, but they're not here. So that's why Angelique is going to try to find them. And this is the current standings of the classical tournament. You see Nadic, because he has played more games, he is 7 points, and we got confirmation that Andrei Yesipenko is going to join us and tell something about his experiences in the 4-night exploration. And that's the overall ranking. You're seeing like Wang Liem still leads the tournament with 15 points. Andrei Yesipenko is half a point behind, 14.5. He has played 10 games, but for the moment it seems that Liem is in slight, very minor trouble against Domarai Gukesh, who is on his quest here today, try to be one of the youngest players to get in the 2700 club. So Andrei is going to join us in a moment. So please stay tuned, and hopefully we could see him in action in a moment. Something like 1 minute or
So we have here with us Andrei Sipenko, who just finished his game. This is the first result of the round 3. It was a draw against Arkady Naidic. It was a 4 nights.
Yeah.
Tell us
Quite
something
drawish, yeah.
about the game.
I don't know what can I say. It's just it was a draw everywhere, I guess. Yes, it's so here it's like all logical moves, you know, bishop g5, bishop e6, knight b5. I played with black pieces this line several times. Yes, and after c5, e3, b4 is just a draw. For example, I can make a draw to play cb, ab. I can show, yes, take, rook a7, take, h6, I guess, at first, and it's draw as well. But I decided to make a draw by this move. Yes.
Differently.
Yes. Take, c3. Yes, and this line I played a few months ago against Safarli.
Yeah, we also checked that it was till move 19th, yeah?
Yes, and I guess I played the same way. I wasn't sure,
Yeah.
but it makes sense. Rook c8, knight d4, bishop d7. I think it's always in my game against Safarli. Yes, rook e1, bishop e7, bishop e3. Yes,
And here probably you agreed to a draw or something, yeah?
yes, after knight a5. But here we can't.
Yes.
Agree, yes. So
That's a problem.
Yes, then we played, yeah, and so it's just nothing to talk about here, I guess. Rook d8 and yeah, just a draw.
So there are some questions from the audience to you. What are your future tournaments after Biel? What are you going to play?
Let me think.
Andrei, maybe you could look a little because
Ah,
everyone
here,
looking from there.
Yes. I think in 1 month I'll play the Turkish league, Super League, and after this I don't know. For now,
What is your favorite player from the past?
from the past, I think Karpov and Kasparov.
And is it a secret with whom are you working now? Or?
I am working with Alexander Matylov now.
So he's playing here also the Masters
Yes.
tournament?
Here I'm not working because he's playing. Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm working like by myself now.
And do you have a favorite chess book?
Chess book. I love all Kasparov's book. All Kasparov's books. It's my
So all you
favorite.
can recommend.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, and we wish you good luck in the following games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are back from the in the commentary studio here. That was Andrei Yespenko here with us, explaining his thought process. And once again, if you're going to the rankings of the tournament, you see that he has moved slightly closer to the tournament leader of Wang Lian, trailing him behind by half a point. However, oh, it is fixed now. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so he is moving closer to the tournament leader by half a point. But of course, Wang Lian still has only one more game to play.
Yeah, and we have now some of the games still ongoing. Pretty exciting matchup for today, and basically almost all other games besides the one we just discussed with Andrei. Something is going on, yeah?
Yeah, right. So draw is normal result, and Nadic was trying something. Maybe he was checking some preparation by Yespenko. Yespenko remembered everything well. This is what happens. Draw was fine. So let's also continue to move on and continue watching the other games. I think in Vincent Keimer's game against Abdusatorov, probably not much is going to happen, but Vincent he's trying to get some chances because, as you see, he kept the rooks on the board. F4, bishop d5, h6, as we already discussed. The pawn on h6 just in case feels to be a good place, not to be on the color of the opponent's bishop. However, how do you make a progress, right? That's the question, because black is just going to play bishop e6 and basically not move an inch. So, king f2, rook c8, or rook d8.
Yeah, it looks pretty equal, but of course, first of all, players cannot agree to a draw in such positions. They should play at least till the threefold repetition. But I believe still, the scoring system of the tournament tries and makes opponents to push a little bit further, maybe to create some ideas. But yeah, most likely, as we discussed, this game should end in a draw, unless some blunder happens. But
No, I
it
don't
shouldn't
think
be
so.
expected on such level. Yeah.
Right, and also I think we look at the clock. Vincent is down on 16 minutes. He's just not very happy about the game, because, of course, when you play with the white color, you want to have at least some chances to fight for the game. And when you just never really get into the game and your opponent equalizes with ease and has like plus 1 hour on the clock, I mean, this is just not great news. But draw is draw.
Draw is a draw indeed, and yeah, let's check out what is happening in the game Salem Saleh against Gata Kamsky. Yeah, so we have already some things actually happened in the position, and like Gata said, okay, I will not wait for white to push for d5. I will play d5 myself. I don't know. what do
Very
you
interesting
think?
move.
I mean, it's closing the bishop on e2, right? So it's stopping.
You
it.
know, Angelika, this has some resemblance to the Stonewall,
Yeah.
right? The Dutch Stonewall position, because usually the pawn is on c6, the black knight is on d7. The Dachshund bishop for the Stonewall somewhere stands on e7 and d6. So what Gata is saying here is that the weakness on e5, it does not matter. So he closes the action in the center. He says that, okay, you have weakness in e5. Sure, I have a square on e4. I have now the possibility to play b5, b4. Now, for example, if I would try to play, let's say, knight e3, right? I want to secure the square. I want to get the pawn on c7. I start to have some ideas. Can I do something like b5? Maybe it's not necessary. It's just an idea, really, right? Take it. And my big point was somehow try to put the rook on b7 and play a5, b4.
Yeah, and the difference also can be that most often against the Stonewall there's also for the white the pawn on c4. Yeah, and sometimes the stake on d5 can make some difference. And yeah, in this case, of course, it's not happening. And yeah, indeed, some ideas on the queen side might be happening, might be correct for the black to just push forward. What else? But now it's white to move, actually. Now it's white to
No,
move.
he's already made the move. We just don't have it.
Okay.
We just don't have it because you see in the camera, despite the fact he has made a move, he's not moving. Meaning he's not moving from the board. He's still sitting there. And again, we discussed it earlier. This is the moment when you want to, use every single time you can do, because again, many people do it like they make a move, they have a walk, they bring the game their mind. However, if you're super concentrated, sometimes you stay over the board and you're continuing to calculate the variations, or at least try to have the feeling how the game should progress.
Yeah, for sure. And just because we have the directly video from camera, and the broadcast is always a little bit behind. Sometimes in some cases to eliminate some cheating opportunities and so on. So that's why we're just waiting for another move. But while we're waiting, let's go to our first board. Lekman Gliem against Gukesh. Quite an amazing position we have here with the king. Okay, not already in the center, but actually, as I can see, is it really so? Gukesh is still thinking.
He's still thinking, so it seems, unless we have lost the moves. I don't think so. I don't see any changes. The white king still on c2. No moves have been made.
No, that's indeed the truth. He's thinking for 15 minutes already.
That's why. That's why. Actually, this is quite amazing because I mean, despite his young age, Gukesh again is the youngest player here in the GMT in the Grandmaster Triathlon. He's only 16 years old, and yet he knows perfectly at which moment to invest time. So Gukesh feels this is the moment. Now, this is the moment when we want to investigate the position more closely, and I think he needs to figure out what is this. For example, does he take on h3? G5, Rook H4. We had very briefly a look at this position. We couldn't really make it out, but it felt that black is definitely not in danger because the white king is on C2. Or I do something else. So what is it? What is it something else? Maybe something like C takes, Bishop G3, protect the pawn on H4, now threaten to take on H3, play Rook G5. And the fact that he is thinking this means the importance of the next move is very, very high. Because sometimes you invest a lot of time for the critical moments, and the rest is just easy moves, right? So this is maybe where the game is decided.
Yeah, and actually, I was thinking also to go for some bishop g3 ideas. If we could just compare the pawns on the h and g file, so black's pawn on h4 and white's pawn on g5, we can feel that g5 pawn is far more weaker than the pawn on the h4. This pawn on h4 can be easily protected by the bishop to g3. Just Arthur showed the variation, like take on d4 and play bishop g3. Yeah.
Right. All right, maybe Gukesh is also thinking about something like not c takes on d4, which, Angelica, it looks very normal to me. But maybe he's thinking about something like c4.
Yeah, c4 and then bishop g3 or immediately bishop g3.
Yeah, but then I play bishop a5, and this no longer is a threat, by the way. So maybe he's, trying to figure out, maybe he plays like this, puts away the knight somewhere, play b5, b4, this could be interesting. Or, for example, after king c2 takes, bishop g3, it's quite understandable. Otherwise, going to play bishop f5, king b1, and he tries to figure it out.
So I have an idea. What if he's going to play bishop h3 first move? Bishop h3.
Oh, you want to sacrifice? Here?
Bishop h3 and then
h3.
bishop g3.
I thought bishop a3 also what there was a move. Okay, bishop h3, take.
And then bishop g3.
Okay. Now this...
saying that g5 is weak, and even though probably queen has to protect, right? I don't know.
But even is this position so clear, by the way? Because now I start to have a greatest respect for these pawns, which are very, very far advanced.
No, queen d6.
Yeah, but let's say rook g1, and now you're really happy. I don't know. It's an exchange for a pawn, of course, I understand it.
But now rook d6, and I believe that black is winning back the pawn, no?
Rook f6, so
Yeah.
you're implying there's no defense, yeah? Maybe you're right. I cannot calculate so quickly.
Of course, maybe we're missing a couple of moves in between, but...
g6, rook f6. Actually, if not rook d6, I think you're right, actually, Angelica. If not for rook d6, I think these pawns, they could become a danger, right? Because the pawn on f7 might fall, and if it falls, then these pawns are very powerful. So, okay, maybe there's something like rook h3, rook g5, check, king c7 is a fork, knight c8, maybe it's a pin. It's definitely a possibility, and that's why it's so important here for Gukesh to make the right decision.
Yeah, or playing bishop g3 right away, for example. I mean, of course, there will be this bishop f5, that's for sure.
I think you're right. It could be something like this. So let's say, I'm not sure about the trade. Do we need it at all?
Yeah, maybe bishop h3 immediately, but this is just an idea, yeah?
All right. So bishop g3, and... All right, maybe the sacrifice is too much. Also for white, it could be quite tough to make such a decision. But what if I play... How do I protect it, actually? Maybe queen f5, something.
Queen f5? Yeah, queen f5 is a little bit more precise, yeah, than queen g4. Queen g4 is more...
Maybe. I don't know. Could be...
Probably now queen d6, yeah? Just improving the position. Queen d6.
Maybe. Yeah, queen d6, queen f4, something, try to get to the pawn. Take, take. Or maybe I don't take at all.
Yeah.
Take, take. Rook goes here.
Not
Oh.
clear, not clear. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's. I mean, definitely black is better, but I also think that Gukesh doesn't want to play cheap. What I mean with that, I mean, he probably knows he should be better because the more you sit at the board, you realize that white is definitely not the one holding all the cards, and I think at this moment you want to make sure that. For example, if you're speaking in computer language, let's say your advantage is something like plus 1.5 for black, and if you play something which is maybe slightly more secure, it drops below plus 1, which is no longer a technical win. So in a simple language, that is like, I'm trying not to play too cheap, right? I'm trying to make sure that my made move is of the best quality so that later I will still have chances to win the game. I mean, it's so complex, but finally I think there was a move.
Yeah, there was a move. And they traded, and yeah, that was a very important moment for Gukesh, you know, including this taking on d4, not including, and you know, now, wait, now what, some move was played, yes, already.
He did not take on h3 for sure. The bishop is also not on g3. So what is it? Some rook c8 maybe? I don't see it, by the way. Let me
maybe.
refresh. Yeah, rook c8.
Rook c8, wow.
What that means? This means that Gukesh evaluated this to be not enough. It's really so simple. So he evaluated that take, rook g5, rook h4 is not enough. He evaluated that after bishop g3, bishop f5, maybe he's not even better. He evaluated that after the trade first, then bishop g3, maybe there's the exchange sacrifice, maybe white plays queen f5, but in the end he felt that he needs to get the game going, seek more targets, because look at these bishops, they're very strong here.
Yeah, indeed. So Gukesh was considering taking on h3, absolutely, so he has to check it, but he decided, okay, bishop is very nice on d7, I don't have to give up the bishop pair advantage, and that's it. And using the fact out of the king on c2 just to improve the pieces. Rook on c8 very nicely, because rook on d8 was not doing anything.
And I think he is about to start some tactical ideas at the queen side, because let's say I try to secure my pawn on g5 by playing bishop f5. I think this is the idea. So take, bishop a3. Now remember the white king's placement, and after queen a3, there's some major threats. For example, king d3, knight a4, could be danger. A lot of danger. Maybe it's somehow holding, but looks so risky. I mean, I think that's going to be simply a mate or something. The king is walking in the middle of the board. And if you play some...
king d2, yeah.
Yeah, but also this is incredibly risky.
And now king d3. But then knight b2 and knight a4 can do, or not.
I think there's
not
many
really.
moves. There's
Yeah,
rook
I mean,
e8,
rook
queen
e8.
b2, knight e6, maybe at some point. There's many moves. So that's why this is a brilliant choice. And now the question is, how is Liam going to respond? My gut instinct says it's got to be king b1. Or maybe, you know, if you're getting really on the improvising note, maybe king b3 is secure. So that there's no sacrifice on a3, you know. King b3, king a2, or king b1, king a2. But okay, let's try this one.
King b1, wow.
What is this?
What a move.
Is this playable?
Just removing the king. But
Take.
yeah, it just, yeah.
I want to sacrifice. Can I do that?
Now bishop has to go.
Yep.
Now
Or knight.
bishop.
Or knight goes. If knight goes, there could be knight a4, some tactical ideas. Don't forget about this idea somewhere to be possibility also.
Yeah. Bishop
So-
b2 maybe?
Bishop what?
e2.
e2. That's a good move, by the way. You protect the queen. So that knight a4 you can take actually, and the queen is protected. And if you know, there's a lot of options. Let's try this one. Check, and rook c3. Or maybe even start with a check. Queen b4, you cannot go here. King a1, I take on c3. Ooh, look at this.
Rook
I don't
c2. Rook c2. What is this? Looks dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous. As they say, right? I mean, what is toast? No, this is a major attack by black. Just a second. So again, rook c8, king b1, bishop a3, queen a3. How do you deal with this? This huge threat, because black has enough pieces here. I mean, I'm not saying that it's immediately guaranteeing you success, but this is what I would be very concerned about if I'm white. Let's say check here, queen d2. Remember this knight here, it might be somewhere under attack.
Yeah, for sure. That can be at some moment a big issue for white, and at some moment this pawn on g5 can just fall because of this trade on a3, but there is attack ongoing, so yeah, knight c4.
I don't know.
So maybe that means that king b1 is just a little bit too much at the first move. Maybe we can try bishop f5 to be played.
Where? I mean, here you're going to leave the king, but we already discussed this. Bishop f5 takes bishop a3. Incredibly risky. We already looked at this, no?
Yes, but then king is not on b1.
But what does it matter? It's under the attack. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe it calls, but I would be extremely scared. And we have a move. We have a move here, and this is on the board. This is on the board. King b1, bishop takes on a3 is on the board.
Wow,
You know,
incredible.
I was waiting for king b3 to be honest, because that will, no, really, that would secure the pawn on a3 and make sure that there's no sacrifice. Maybe this was the way to go. And Liam is like, listen, I don't believe in your attack. And Gukesh played it so quickly.
Oh my
You know,
God.
this is bad news for the Vietnamese grandmaster, because when you're sitting here with white, you calculate king b1, that probably black under sacrifice, and he plays bishop takes on a3 immediately. How do you feel if you're with white? It feels like, did I miss something?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, if some strong player like Gukesh is going for this move, you are immediately, absolutely, you're just shocked. Okay, did I miscalculate something? What did I forget exactly there? So yeah, I mean, it's like, it's absolutely incredible.
So, okay, let's try this once again. So if white doesn't accept the pawn, the bishop on a3, then, I mean, he's just down a pawn, right? So I guess he needs to do it. Let's say
Yeah.
b takes, take it. What was another move I saw in the chat? Knight a2. Knight a2. Okay, but knight a2, there should be a mate, no? Something like knight c4. You cannot take
Yeah,
it
I mean, knight e2, extremely risky.
unless you give a check and then take on c4. And then you claim black's attack is non-existent. Something like this. And maybe it's right.
Maybe knight c4 was a little bit too early.
Yeah, definitely. It's just an idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, queen f4 may be an option. Okay, what if I play knight f4?
Actually, yeah, knight a4. You know, also there can be some idea to take on c1, and the problem is that another rook cannot take, because at some moment this knight will be not protected.
Exactly. Exactly,
So
precisely.
maybe this trade can be included, but yeah.
So I think black is always going to enjoy this possibility at some point to take on a3. Are we seeing history here? Because maybe Gukesh is on the verge to become one of the youngest players in the history to reach the 2700 ELO club. I mean, we are mentioning in the chat that only 3 players have done it before. Players like Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Veyi. I mean, Veyi being the youngest grandmasters to lead, one of the youngest, not one of the, but the youngest player in the history by reaching 2700 elite club at only age 15. So Gukesh today could be reaching this club by a stunning victory.
Yeah, absolutely incredible performance, and yeah, Lek van Gleam is absolutely shocked. He's not yet making the move, so you know, normally if you already calculated it and you know, okay, you have to accept, you have to test the sacrifice, and he's looking at everything, so he's still thinking maybe not to take, but
I know that expression. I know that expression. That expression is like, what did I miss? What did I miss? Because he calculated this, that bishop takes on a3, he is fine with this, otherwise he wouldn't have played king b1, and now after bishop at a3, I know this, what did I miss? What did I miss? So he's now double checking, and it seems that he has made a move which is, I think, 95. At least that's what I got. Is it?
no, it's still, I mean, no.
No,
move
there's
is
no
still-
95. I got the word in the chat that 95 was played.
So yeah, I mean, this is bishop a3, incredible move. I don't know, is it a brilliant move? Is it the best move? No, probably just
Visually,
brilliant
it's
move,
totally
yeah.
a brilliant move. I mean, I give my stamp of approval. I mean, absolutely, it's a stunning move. Black has enough pieces to go for an attack. And there was actually a discussion before. I think we asked this question to Vishy Anand a couple of days ago. He was here with us in Biel, doing 2 days of commentary for a couple of hours, and he was asked who is going to be the first one from these youngsters. It's here we have 3 of them. It's Abdusatorov, it's Keimer, it's Gukesh. Who is going to be the first one to reach 2,700? And Anand didn't really want to give a preference, but I think he was cheering, of course, for Gukesh.
Absolutely. So what if not taking on a3? There is still opportunity, to take the pawn on d5. So not going for the sacrifice for white. What do you think? Knight e5.
Yeah, but then basically white accepts that he's worse, right? Because after knight e5, I guess knight e5, queen d5, and something like...
A queen before there is probably rook c8.
Okay,
and
do you want to
b3.
calculate this? I don't want to calculate this. Bishop b2, queen b4, what is this? Yeah, could be a lot of complications here. I'm very good at giving ideas. I'm very bad at calculating them, right? So I'm
King
sure that
b1,
Gukesh
king
sees
b-
more than I do. King b1, and now bishop b6. Remember this guy here. By the way, I might also take on c1 at some point, as you already suggested
Yeah.
before. And I could take it, and now somebody has to calculate it.
Yeah. Indeed, that's
So
a big
bishop h3,
question.
still thinking.
big question for white to accept the sacrifice or not. But yeah.
I have to go back. And, I offered the half jokingly this idea to play king b3. Maybe this indeed was the way to play. And what if I would play something like knight c4? Maybe that's what he didn't like. Now there's a threat. King a2. And something is falling here. I have no idea what, really.
Yeah, I mean, bishop a3 now looks very, very tempting.
Yeah, but this needs to be calculated very precisely. It's difficult to tell immediately. Take on b2 here, take it, queen b4 check, major threats. And
Even taking with a rook, maybe it's possible.
where?
On c4. After.
Ah.
No, not now, but yeah. After bishop takes, no, just later. Bishop takes on a3, bishop c4.
Yeah, here?
And here bishop b2, king b2.
You want to... I
and rook
understand, yeah.
c4, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also looks like a move. Absolutely. Yeah, queen b4 check is a major move. So, right, and that's why here, like Wang Liam, I have a feeling is getting simply outplayed, to be honest. And I just had a peek on the bar on the live board. We're, of course, not using any engines, and it says black is much better. So this means engine approves of this idea. So bishop takes on a3 is definitely a brilliant move, and but of course Gukesh cannot know that.
Of course, Gukesh cannot know that, but after sitting at one game, again, we will remind, they have very long time control. So they have a lot of time to sit and calculate, and for us to spectate such a brilliances as happening now in this game, I mean, something extremely incredible. Yeah.
Unlike the players, we have the best seats in the tournament. We are watching it live. All we need is a popcorn, right? And we can continue watch the game. It's very exciting action. And I don't even remember a single boring day. Every single day there is more action. There's a lot of sacrifices. There is drama. There's everything. And tomorrow we are going to have the Blitz tournament. It's just awesome. And I think we have to give a lot of credit for the organizers who have thought of this amazing system of the Grandmaster Triathlon, because once again, in the classical tournament, in order to avoid some short Grandmaster draws which have been plagued in modern chess for many years, the organizers have thought of a very interesting system. 4 points for the victory in the classical tournament, 1.5 for the draw, 0 for the loss. Rapid is 2, 1, 0. Victory, draw, and loss, and in the end it combines together. And that's really great because you play a tournament like the Rapid or the Blitz, even if you have seemingly secured a victory in one of these tournaments, you still want to score more points because it's the big picture, it's the overall ranking, all that matters.
Yes, Arturs, exactly. And also the point that only after 40th move, players can agree to a draw. So that also makes them for sure push them to play, push them to go forward. And yeah, we see it on the board for sure. I mean, this is just incredible.
The body language of like Wangele Yemka pretty much spells he knows he's in trouble.
Yeah, and we can see that he's just somehow, pulling it all like together somehow, trying to recalculate to see what he exactly missed there, for which move he should go. Is it take on a3? Is it take on d5?
And once again, going to the rankings, you're seeing they're not only fighting for the history here. It's not only Domarai Gukesh fighting to be one of the youngest players in the history to get in the 2700 club. This is for the leadership in the overall rankings because if Gukesh scores a victory, this is a major result, and he could actually, because Yesepenko and Nadichka finished, he would become the leader of the tournament.
Yeah, incredible, absolutely. So this matchup today, very important for the outcome of the whole event.
So let's also not forget about other games. I think Vincent Keimer against Abdusatorov still should be pretty equalish, but let's check.
Yeah, I think there are some things have been played here. Oh, actually, I think are they repeating?
Move 41.
Okay, it looks.
Oh my goodness, I think Abdusatorov has on his clock, not technically yet, it should be 1 hour and 40. Because, I mean, again, the time control of the first 40 moves, he gets 100 minutes, and now I see on his clock about 1 hour. This is from the first time control, and then he's going to get extra 50 minutes. So it's basically like on 1 hour and 50 minutes, he can do nothing and still make a draw.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, because I don't know, was it the plan for Abdusatorov to reach like this draw against Vincent? I think like after two unfortunate results for Noderbeck, it was very, very important for him to fight today, try to create something. But yeah, I mean, if you're playing black, sometimes you just don't have a chance.
Yeah, I think with the last moves, Keimer was avoiding the threshold repetition. He had the chance. That was like an invitation from the young Uzbeki grandmaster. Here you go. Rook b3, bishop d1, rook b6, bishop e2, rook b3. Come on, let's just repeat the moves, right? Let's just repeat the moves and let's go home, right? No, Vincent keeps playing.
And remember also, previous days also Vincent was trying somehow always not to go for a draw, but try to create some chances, even if position was equalish in the end game. Still, there can be an option that one of the players is blundering something. That's we of course don't have to forget. But yeah, considering the fact that Abdusatorov will get also an extra 50 minutes, right?
50 minutes, and then
so
there's
almost 2 hours.
another 50 minutes he can get after move 16, plus 30 seconds for every single made move. So he could actually score a world record of having the most unnecessary extra time on the clock, which he doesn't really need. So let's say he makes a couple of moves, something like, what move is it? Move 41. So he makes very quickly 10 moves, then they reach move 60, then Abdusatorov can take a walk for 2 hours, come back and still draw the game.
Yeah, incredible, absolutely. Like,
I mean, okay, jokes aside, to be honest, there's not much to see here, right? It's a draw. Maybe Vincent is seeking for some chances to trade the rooks, because if he would trade the rooks somehow, let's say these rooks are poof, they're gone, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe White can somehow try to get to the king side, try to squeeze something out of these pawns on f5 and f7, which are on the color of the bishop, but to be honest, come on. It cannot be done.
Of course, it cannot be done, and so, yeah, it looks like it should be. It looks like it should be a draw, but yeah, the players are still trying something. We will most likely see the result very soon. So let's quickly go and check Saleh Salem against Gatakowski. What has been happening here? What are the pawns are doing on the queen side? A5, B4, oh my god.
This game is heating up, that is clear. I mean, look at the clock. I mean, Gata is 50 minutes and Salem select 26. They have a lot of moves to make. This is only move 20, and we left it, when was this? Indeed, knight e3 was played, and instead of my ridiculous idea to play b5, here black played rook f7, of course. I mean, protect the pawn. Why not?
And now, immediately after rook f7, stopping basically protection on the g6 square by the queen. Queen g3 was played.
All right, so he's definitely going for the e4 breakthrough. He needs to do something. Rook b8. Now this is an issue.
So knight has to go back.
So his idea is to close the queen side. I think so. I mean, you want to close it and not to give your opponent any open files.
Yeah, absolutely. And after knight f4, rook e7 basically is a must.
Yeah, it seems to be necessary move. So here Salem Salek is saying like, okay, I mean, I understand you have your own ideas at the queen side, but I'm going to do this breakthrough in the center.
Yeah, and after b4, a4, as planned, closing the position.
Knight e7 is played, and wow. Okay, this is... wait. Are there some sacrifices? No?
Actually, I see that there is a pawn on e7, on c7, sorry, which can hang actually, potentially, you know. Pieces are looking there. Queen and the bishop are looking there. Some point, maybe something. Yeah.
There might be some tricks. You know, I'll just tell you some of my ideas. Again, I'm very good at ideas, maybe not very good at the calculation. So maybe h5, g5, knight g6. So the rook on e7 is under attack, and there might be queen takes on c7. And somehow combine it together with e4. Now, let's go back here. Maybe, okay, this could be unnecessary. There could be, at the right moment, some sacrifice on e6. So rook e6, combine it with knight f4, or bishop d5, or maybe even knight f4 right away. Now, this rook on e6 is under attack. Bishop d5, knight d5 is under attack. Somehow combining with these ideas, the weakness on g6, this could be a move. I would definitely consider, but maybe it's slightly risky. I don't know.
Yeah, and it feels like all the pieces of the white are fully ready. So rooks are on d and e files, yeah, all these even sacrifices will open up the position, which is for sure, if we speak about the development, is much better for white.
Not even speaking about e4. I mean, e4 still is the original idea of the Emirati grandmasters, so that's why he played rook e1, queen g3, f3 to play e4. And of course, you see, I mean, his body language, like he wants to, again, make the best move here. He has to calculate everything very fast, very quick, because, again, time management is a major topic in professional chess. You don't want to get to a very promising shot position by just 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a question: is the position so appealing for Gata? Because earlier we could have seen the position was flexible. The pawn was on d6. You know, there was still some ideas, but now, you know, after this d5, basically closing the position, getting it into the way of some kind of a stone wall structure, is it even good in any way?
Not sure. Now, of course, everybody after, as they say, everybody after the war is smart, right? So maybe this entire idea of playing d5 wasn't so good. It felt interesting, but you see that it seems that white has achieved more. Again, queen g3, f3, knight e2, knight f4, rook e1, a lot of threats. b4, white tries to close the action at the queen side, so I would say that Salem Salek's chances here are definitely better. Also, the bar says he is better.
Yeah, so yeah, some ideas of h5, knight e6. For sure, it's something what Saleh Salem is thinking right now. We can see at here, when we look at him right now through the video, he's just, you know, taking his head in his own hands and just trying to find the idea what can be really good for white.
We are going back to the Gukesh's game because I have a feeling this is going to be the central game of the round. So here Gukesh could be on the verge of making history.
Yeah, so and we have actually some other ideas.
After king b1, bishop a3, knight b5. All right, so Liam realized, okay, he's going to take on a3. We show you some sample lines. You know, I'm not even 100% sure that like Wang Liam calculated this to a forced checkmate. It's just the gut feeling. Yeah, you just feel you're going to miss something, that's it, you're done. So that's why he decided, okay, I give up the pawn here. I'm going to try to play knight b5 and try to bail out, right? At least I'm not going to get checkmated.
Interesting that he is not going for knight d5, but rather knight b5, attacking immediately the bishop on a3. So that forces black to take the knight. Bishop takes. And now the question is what to play for white. And I believe there has been played a move, rook c8.
Rook c8, right? Because I don't have it. Ah, wait,
Rook
I think
c8
I
was
see it
played.
on the video. Rook takes on c8. There must be a I think that's why he... No, wait. Now that the bishop is on b5, the knight on h3 no longer is attack. I'm not sure if you need to include this move.
Yeah, the question is what are you going to take with? Because if you take with the queen, then the queen cannot get to b4 anymore.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. So I think that's why, of course, he didn't play here bishop b5, because queen b4, then after rook c8, this rook suddenly joins the action, and black, I mean, of course, if I'm not blundering something with queen a3, queen b5. But that's why Liam felt that after bishop b5, rook takes on c8 has to be included, so that after queen c8, like you said, queen b4 is not the move, and if you play something like knight c8, then the knight is not joining the attack. Good move.
Yeah. Because black needs as much pieces as possible, and yeah, if knight takes, then knight cannot go to a4, c4 anymore. There are still some complications, but I believe that Indian Grandmaster was thinking about all of this. You know, he should have considered what is going to happen if white will not take on a3, if in case something like knight b5.
Definitely, he's not going to take with the king. Pretty sure.
Yeah, it looks very, very dangerous.
Take here. There's at least queen c3 check. Take, takes, and I have a feeling that black's extra pawn on h4 maybe doesn't mean much, because also white has some ideas here, very far advanced pawns, and if they start rolling forward, right, this could be essentially an extra queen. So, okay, rook c8, let's try to figure it out. If I take with the queen or the knight, that is the million-dollar question.
So knight, let's see what is happening here.
So you have to
Take
take.
immediately, or yeah, check is not working. Yeah, take.
Right.
Queen b4. Queen b4.
I could take on a3 probably, not to get mated. And now, this actually visually looks okay for white. Something like knight f4. Oh wait, knight f4 drops the pawn on g5.
Yes, I think the problem is here rather than not the h pawn is an extra pawn because it's blocked by the knight, but the a pawn, you know, it potentially can be a passer. So I don't know, and somehow it's much easier to attack white's pawns than rather than black's. Knight can go to c4, knight b6.
Yeah,
wait,
but
knight
it's
b6,
not
knight
so
queen
easy.
d6,
No,
yeah.
it's not so easy. No, actually, this looks okay for white. Sort of. I mean, sort of, compared to what was before. And if I take with a queen,
Bishop
and
has to, no, yeah.
I guess you have to
Bishop
take
has to take.
here.
Bishop d6.
Yeah, something like bishop d6. Something like rook c1. The basically only square for the queen. Ah, there might be some. Okay, knight c4. Knight c4, queen d5, knight e2. Okay, let's not try to calculate that, but let's say queen d8.
And you know what? The thing is that knight c4 maybe actually can happen because after queen d5 there is also knight d2 check and take on h3 with the knight. No, in this line, it was all good.
Queen
Queen
c8?
takes, yeah, queen takes, rook c, bishop takes, bishop d6, rook c1. Yeah, and here knight c4, you were saying it's too complicated, but
Yeah, but there could be some problems.
yeah, but there is also knight on h3. So
Where?
on h3,
Yeah, but there's also this knight.
yeah, but maybe something.
I'm not sure I want to enter this. Take, take. Yeah, of course the knight on h3 is also under attack. Something like queen d5,
Yeah,
rook c3 protected. This pawn is under attack. Do you want to play
queen
b5?
d4, queen d5, just bishop g3.
I'm not convinced, Angelica. You cannot take it. I take it. Rook f8.
Maybe rook d8 rather. Oh, actually, some move was
They already
played.
made a move.
Okay, queen c8 actually was played.
Yeah, queen c8 makes perfect sense, and also it was expected by like 1 Liam.
Actually, we have a result.
So Keimer
have
has
it.
made a draw.
Yeah, I believe so.
Let's check very quickly. I think it's board number 2. Yeah, they're finished. Vincent Keimer has made a draw. He has pretty much admitted, okay, let's not suffer for the next 2 hours because he knows it's a draw. And maybe we could get one of them or two of them in the studio. What do you think?
For sure.
Right, so let me check very quickly what is the current results, current standings here.
We can stay.
So this is the round 3 results of the classical tournament. And it's not only Nadic who has made a draw with Andrei Yesepenko, it's also Vincent Keimer. So playing with white is still not good in the Biel GMT tournament because once again, so far in the first 2 rounds, we have had 4 decisive results. And guess what? None of the single games were won by white. 4 victories with black. Here again in this round we have 2 draws with white color. Nadic did not get anything with white against Yesepenko the 4 knights. Another draw was Vincent Keimer with white against Noderbek Abdusatorov, who I just saw leaving the hall in a hurry, so he's not going to be joining us, but maybe Vincent, we can always rely on Vincent to tell us something about the game. Like Wang Liam is also appearing to be in slight trouble in the white color against the Morai Gukesh, who is so far playing just some fantastic chess. And Salem Saleh maybe is going to break the curse and try to score the first victory in the tournament with the white color against his opponent, Gata Kamsky. So I see Vincent Keimer, he's here. He is going to join us. That's very good. At least we're going to have some insights in the game. So let's maybe wait for them, for Vincent to join us in a moment here. In the meantime, let's check what is happening in the overall rankings. It should be updated. Just a second. Let me see. No, the results have not yet been updated. So we have to add 1.5 points for Vincent. Now he has 9.5 points. And for Abdusatorov, it's 1 point more, 10.5 points. All right, so see you in a moment for the interview. See you in a moment.
And welcome back to the studio. We have here with us Vincent Keimer. Hello, Vincent.
Hello.
You played the draw just now against Noderbek. You were trying a little bit something. Can you tell us something about the game? So
Yeah, okay, I mean, the opening didn't go that well for me. I think, okay, I didn't expect him to play Rogozin first of all, and okay, I thought that I will play this e3 cast bishop 2 line, but then here he played c5, and okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, I didn't really know this line, so I had to improvise something, and okay, I just got nothing out of the opening. Yeah, he was, I'm not sure how long was preparation, but okay, he more or less blitzed out all these moves. And yeah, I think this knight e4 move is important because if he takes here, calculated rook d1, queen c7, was really complicated. That's also why I spent quite a lot of time. Let's say rook g1. And now, okay, after queen h2, there's this funny idea of rook g2, and then bishop b5 is just mate. But okay, yeah, you can also take here, but then also, yeah, rook g2 and g7 is not that easy to defend, and I thought that maybe I could be a bit better here. So, yeah, because first I was trying to make bishop c4 work. Yeah, and okay, you can't take on g2 against because of rook g1, but knight e4 again, and okay, I didn't really see anything, so yeah. But after knight e4, I just don't know, yeah, I mean, this looks by far too dangerous to take this pawn.
yeah.
I feel like, okay, this is just the way I will lose the game.
But when you were thinking about this position, like in advance, did you consider that you might take on g7 or?
Okay, somehow, for some reason, I missed that he can play Queen f6. I still don't know why. I just
Oh.
thought that he will like have to. I mean, okay, they have the castle. I at least can take, yeah, and then he doesn't have. He has to take with the pawn, and maybe I can be a bit better, yeah.
Yeah.
And also, okay, Queen g5 is possible move, but then I can take. I have Bishop b5. It is also h4, and I don't know. For some reason, Queen f6 didn't really because it was far in advance. Yeah, I had to calculate all this when playing Queen a4 check. So like, yeah, 5-6 moves ago, and then for some reason Queen f6. But of course, yeah, after I played it, I realized that, okay, he'll just go Queen f6, and then, of course, yeah, he does have this double pawn, but I think it's just, I don't even have a real advantage because my pieces are still awkwardly placed here. I mean, let's imagine I would get like f3, king f2, and maybe rook to h4 or something, and then, okay, I could press a little, but the way, I mean, of course, didn't also really give me a chance, yeah?
Yeah, and
I mean, he
basically
just-
here it's already.
Yeah, just has no way to exploit this little weakness, and okay, then there was nothing to do.
Yeah. So there are some questions from the audience to you. First one is, what is your favorite book? Chess book, of course, not.
Yeah.
I
Difficult
mean,
question.
do you read any other books, by the way, besides chess books?
Okay, I didn't for quite some time, but yeah, as a kid I read quite a lot. I mean, chess books, of course, I think more or less everyone read this Nimzowitsch My System book, and I also really liked it. I think it's just good to get like, how to call it, I mean, I would say the general understanding of chess and some structures and everything. I think that's important. And then, I don't know, I had some books of Gelfand, like positional decision making, some books of those I really liked. Also, okay, there are so many good books, yeah, I think also, maybe I think there are many, many more than I already checked, but yeah, those are.
So, who is your favorite chess player besides Peter Leka?
No, I mean, it's just, this question has been asked quite a lot of time, and I really don't have one. Yeah, I mean, I can also explain why, because basically, okay, I grew up with Vichy being world champion, and so for me, like, Vichy and Magnus are, of course, the best chess players I have witnessed, more or less. So, of course, they are amazing players and also showed, like, some kind of dominance for quite a long time. Then Kasparov was, I would say, the player I studied the most from the players that were before my time, and also, of course, I mean, he was dominating the chess world for more or less 15 years, so of course that's also, amazing, but it's not like I have one favorite chess player that I would say, okay, that's the one I want to be like.
And, considering that you're working also with Peter Leka, have you ever been to Hungary? And if you were, did you like it?
Yeah, I've been there quite a few times, but okay, didn't see too much of Hungary itself, but yeah, it was nice, certainly.
You played there, or?
No, we did some training.
Okay, I see.
But I also played there already, I think 2 or 3 times.
So after Biel Chess Festival, what are your plans afterwards? So what are you going to play?
Well, first of all, I'm going to play the Olympiad in India, so this will be, I think, quite shortly after the end of this tournament. And then also, I think, more or less, pretty close after the Olympiad, there will be the German National Championship. And okay, then, that's quite a lot of tournaments in the summer now.
So, like many Indian players are now improving, and quite a few of them are your age as well. The question is, like, do you feel someone from them like your rival who is aiming now to reach also 2700, or is there someone who you particularly like to play against?
No, I mean, I know all of them for quite a long time already, so I would say that, we've more or less been fighting for those spots for quite a long time. I mean, I think like 1-2 years ago, most of them were rated quite a bit higher than me, but now I also gained some rating, and now I think it's just, we also know each other. I would say it's really friendly, more or less, and it's not like I know against this guy will be really good or something. I don't think that really exists. Yeah.
But for example, Gukesh?
Yeah, I've never played him in a classical game, I think,
so this
it
will
will
be the
be
first
first time. At least I don't remember, maybe, but no, I don't think so, yeah. Okay, we played a few games, sometimes online in some tournaments, but not really over the bots, so of course this will be interesting, but we will see.
So you were talking a little bit about Olympiad. The German team looks decent, and how do you think about the chances?
Okay, I mean, Olympiad is always tricky, and also the first time for me, so I don't really know how Olympiads work, but okay, at least...
And it's Swiss, yeah? It's like
I know, but I
everything,
mean, just from the way that... I think there's always quite a bit of luck, who you're being paired against, and this is very important, but of course the potential is quite good, I would say. I think it's the strongest team Germany had in, I would say, quite a long time, so yeah, I hope that we'll manage to get a good result.
And one last question. So a few years ago, you said you don't really use social media and so on. So is it still remains like this? I believe you have Twitter.
Yeah, I do. It's just that, okay, I felt like now that I finished school and start more or less to do chess very professional, this is also just a part of it, and that's why I started. Yeah.
And besides that, like Instagram, Facebook.
No, Instagram I have, but Facebook, no.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not also spending that much time on it, but I just feel like it's part of being a professional chess player nowadays.
Sure. Thank you so much for your answers. I hope audience liked everything, and good luck to you for the next games.
Thank you.
We're back. We're back. That was Vincent Keimer telling about his just played a game against his opponent. Didn't get much out of the opening. However, a draw is still a draw. Then he told a couple of very interesting answers to questions like, is he still not in the social networks? Actually, that's pretty interesting because I thought everybody's in social networks, and especially the younger generation. Not Vincent. He's not on Facebook. So don't try to find him there. But the action is still ongoing, and we have two more games which potentially could be the decisive games.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's dive in immediately there. And we have already some improvements here. This is quite an impressive turn of event. So g5 pawn was sacrificed.
Right. This we actually didn't really see. We didn't have a chance to discuss this position too much in detail. So here, after rook c8, queen c8, bishop b5, bishop d6, not rook c1, which was one of my ideas. Here, white play bishop d3, queen d7, and sacrifice the pawn g6. This is a sacrifice, because otherwise white needs to worry about the pawn on g5. The knight can never leave the h3 square, otherwise black is going to recapture it. And by sacrificing the pawn, look at what white did here. He created himself a protected pass pawn on f6, and now the question is, how clear is this position?
And also the knight is having very nice outpost there on g5. This is already some improvement, even though actually black is down 2 pawns. A and h pawn are extra for black.
Right. And also, it's, I think, quite important to mention for the moment, the pawn on f6 for white is not going anywhere, because after any f7, you see there's two defenders. Black can always play something like rook d8, bishop f8. It's mainly about seeking his active counter chances. Liam should know he's in trouble. Maybe he suspects he might be close to losing. However, the game still remains sharp with a lot of possibilities for both of the players.
But we can for sure say that Gukesh was the one who is actually determined the way how the game will continue, what will happen, and actually Kwang Liam had already to adapt to it and find some solutions.
Now the question is, what is he going to do?
Yeah, that's now Gukesh's move. I mean, pawn on h4 is hanging, just for a second, for a moment.
Pawn a very quickly. I don't think that's the case. I want to check what is happening in Gata's game.
Yeah, let's briefly maybe check.
No, it's good. It's good. I got some information here from the chat. Don't joke like that. I mean, everything is fine in Gata's game, right? I try to trust what you're saying there. No, Gata has not lost on time, so everything is still good. The clock is still ticking. 30 minutes on the clock. Everything is good for the American
Yes.
Ramster, at least clockwise.
Yes. Okay, don't scare us like this. But you know, there can be some ideas. At some moment, if f7 indeed is a push for white, maybe some knight h7 afterwards, you know, securing this f8 square. Of course, I'm not saying right away, but you know, such ideas are possible. So that's why black has to make sure that f8 square is protected.
Yeah. So if I want to protect this pawn on h4, right, I play bishop g3, then like you said, f7, knight h7 could be a major problem. All right. So if black cannot play bishop g3 and rook takes on h4, rook h4, rook h7 could be an issue. So what do you do? I don't think that black's extra pawn on a7 for the moment plays such a big difference. So here, black has one pawn majority. It doesn't really feel.
Yeah, it's not really possible to feel because the pawns are not advanced yet, and you know this pawn on h4 is rather a weakness. I mean, you would rather have it somewhere on h5, you know, being protected. But yeah, unfortunately, it's not possible.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
We're
We are live.
yes.
Sorry, no. Thank you. All right. So here, I'm not sure really what black is supposed to do. Just a second. Let's try to figure it out. Maybe knight c4. Can I do that?
Yeah,
knight
knight
c4 is queen d4.
c4, yeah, hanging the pawn.
Check. My big idea was that I saw a mate, but I don't think it's really forced. All right. Knight e2, there could be king c. Okay, this is too much. This is too much, right? Okay, maybe not that. How do I stop this rook takes on h4, Angelica? I'm not sure at all. Rook h8? Stopping from f7, protecting the pawn on h4.
But then it's dropping g6.
I'm not even sure I care about the pawn on g6, really. I mean, I have a feeling I'll have to give up the pawn somehow. Because I think this pawn is more important for me, because if I allow white to play rook h4, rook h7, this rook on h7 stuff looks really scary, no?
Yeah, but the problem I think after, you know, dropping that pawn on g6 is that f5 square is being under control of white. So for example, after rook h8, bishop takes, and you know, there will be at any moment bishop f5.
What about it?
I mean, you cannot push the pawn, h4 pawn. So
No, but this is, okay. I mean, this pawn is, okay. I mean, it's just an idea, this rook h8, but, so you don't want to give up the pawns.
I mean, I think this g6 pawn might be important, but I don't know. The pawn on h4 feels doesn't go anywhere, yeah?
No, but I'm about to take it. That's the point. I want to take it and play rook h7. Now the question is, what are you going to do about it? So if I have a chance to go with the pawn on g6 or on h4, I think I want to give up on g6, because somehow allowing this rook on h7 looks scary. But then again, you know, it's just a gut instinct, but you always have to like back it up with calculation. So we have to
So
calculate.
yeah, let's try to calculate.
Okay,
Okay,
here.
let's.
Can I do this? Take. And some ridiculous idea like,
Bishop is out.
it's maybe ridiculous, yeah? Yeah, just queen g3, and you go back, or maybe you make a draw, maybe you don't.
But there might be also. Oh no, queen d6 doesn't work. Yeah, queen d6.
This pawn is still weak, yeah, that's the problem.
Okay, let's try your idea with rook h8. Yeah.
Yeah, rook h8, bishop
Bishop
g6, and maybe actually in some lines, white has these two pieces of the g file could be not good due to some rook g8 ideas. And again, I'm really guessing here. Maybe actually I get square of c4. Let's say I play something like knight c4. Can you take on b5?
But then the question is, what is happening after knight d2? Because you know, white has to be a little bit more careful.
Like this.
Yeah, and the thing is that knight cannot be taken, yes, because of this queen. And it's really becoming very sharp and very interesting.
Very sharp. So we have to give a lot of credit to the Vietnamese top grandmaster by playing this amazing move g6, because instead of sitting in a passive defense, he knows he has to seek active chances. So he sacrifices the second pawn, he creates himself a pass pawn, he activates the knight on h3, which is not doing anything. So that's why it's so difficult for Gukesh to make a move, and queen a4 is on the board.
Wow, queen a4, it's not what we expected. So basically he's saying he's not scared of f7 push, he's not scared of taking on h4. He's just going for the king.
Or maybe the pawn. I'm not sure.
pawn.
Or maybe the pawn. queen a4. It looks logical. Okay, so can I push it?
I mean, I don't think it looks very logical to be honest. Queen a4.
I mean, I want to get to the king, right? That's why I'm touching the most strongest piece I have. I mean, in that regard. So f7, rook c8.
I mean, there are different ideas. There is knight e6, yeah. There
Knight
is
e6, so you want the queen. I'm going to ignore that. And play queen b4. Ah, by the way, I protect it. So queen on b4 is about to join the attack. So we resumed the original idea. Remember, right? We discussed this idea here. This bishop takes on a3, brilliant sacrifice by Gukesh, because after b takes queen a3, we join the attack. Here Liam decided not to take the piece, try to complicate the matters, and maybe it's Gukesh who is thinking about, listen, it's time to go back to the attacking ideas of queen b4, knight a4, and also having the queen on b4 and the bishop on d6 helps him to stop the f-pawn. I like this move, actually.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting idea just to remaneuver the queen on the diagonal from the b4.
Brilliant idea, although the bar says the position is equal, sort of. But from a human's perspective, I think it's a good move.
Yeah, don't trust the bar.
Don't trust the evil bar, evil evaluation bar. Queen a4. Okay, what if I play rook takes on h4? Queen b4?
Queen b4.
How do you play? Knight a4 is a big threat. Yeah, by the way, rook h4 also protects the pawn on d4,
Yeah, yeah. That's,
by the way. Should be important. f7. Here. How do you deal with this knight a4 threat?
Or knight c4, because in case of bishop c2, then knight c4.
Ah,
can
bishop
come
c2, knight c4. That's very good. Yeah, so something is brewing here on b2. So let's say knight e6, knight a4.
in. Rook a2.
There's no rook h2.
h2, sorry.
I just
yeah,
take
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Unless you're claiming that that's a draw after f8 queen.
No, no. Shouldn't be a draw, right? It's a checkmate. Queen.
What?
No, queen f2 cannot be played. Maybe, no.
What, they have more moves? What they're saying there, dear viewers in the chat? I mean, I cannot really follow. They have more moves? I don't think so. No, 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 no.
No, no, no. Everything is good. Queen a4 was played the last move, and
Right, so once again, rook takes on h4, queen b4, f7, rook c8, knight e6, knight a4. Looks dangerous.
yeah,
So-
looks very dangerous.
Very dangerous, right? So how do you play here if you are white? Because once again, I think it's quite important to remember some of the best practices in chess, especially when you are approaching at least the time trouble. You want to be the one who is attacking. So that's why also I think this queen a4, queen b4 in knight a4 is such a brilliant idea.
Yes, for sure. I mean, now Oleg van Liam is under the pressure because, first of all, he's down 2 pawns. I mean, he has very strong f6 pawn. It can be potentially, I mean, a passer. Like, it is a passer, but it can potentially even promote maybe at some variations. But now he realizes probably that this queen a4, queen b4, just remaneuvering the queen all the way to protect the f from the f8. And I believe if not for the f6 pawn, white doesn't really have that much.
Maybe somehow white wants to trade queens, but how do you do that? Maybe, again, it's a
What?
big decision, no?
Maybe something like knight f7. Is it even possible? Like
Knight
attacking the
f7,
bishop.
what's that move? What's the idea of this move?
First, attack and see.
I mean,
Attacking the
okay, I
bishop.
see you attack the bishop, but
Maybe sometimes there can be some checks.
Here?
or
what do you want the knight on
knight
f7?
e5.
Knight e5 f7, knight g6. Oh, that's very deep.
So the idea is the bishop is just removed from this diagonal. I have no idea, but okay, maybe.
Okay, okay. So just a second. So knight f7, I still want to play my queen b4, knight a4, right? So let's try to figure out a couple of things here. Let's say I'm I'm going to try to checkmate. So you take on d6, I'm going to ignore your knight and play knight a4.
But now, okay, rook h2 maybe is not good because of a queen. Or actually, rook h2, queen d6, and then there is f7.
So you're
Looks
basically
strange.
saying you're not afraid of any knight c3, yeah?
And it doesn't look that dangerous because I'm holding the c8 square.
Really? Either I would be scared. I would
mean,
be
knight
scared of
c3,
some
king
discard.
c1.
Okay, maybe you have king c2, there's nothing. Queen d6, go back. But knight f7.
Yeah, it feels wrong, but somehow, I mean, my idea is to go to e5.
Okay, maybe. Okay, just a second. Bishop g3, knight e5. I could just take it. And knight a4 is still there. Here.
f7.
Now go somewhere closer to the king. Oh, wait, you just
But
promote.
now promotion, yeah, because bishop is on not on d6.
Knight g6. Here we go. Angelica, here we go. Knight a4.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Okay, but there also could have been something like knight d7 check, no?
What? Where's the check?
Instead of knight g6.
Th-
Ah, no,
there's
no,
a
no.
knight.
Oh, okay. Knight.
There's a knight.
Yeah.
You know, it's very easy. It's very easy. Even if this is somehow working, it's very easy for white to stop. You see all of these ideas of queen b4, queen d4, knight a4. The game's getting very sharp. So knight e6, by the way, is played. But I would suggest not follow, dear viewers, if you're watching the game with the engines. I mean, don't follow the engines so much. The game is so sharp that +1, -1, +0.5, it really doesn't matter. Knight e6, he wants to play f7.
Yeah, so basically immediately stopping this rook f8
I play,
idea.
I play queen b4. That was my original idea.
Yeah, that's what I don't like about this knight e6 move because it's not challenging anything.
So let's try this. And maybe the big idea is rook c8 is rook c1. So I want to trade the rooks, avoid being mated, and still want to promote my pawn. Maybe it could be something like in the end. Can I? It's probably a ridiculous idea. I mean, my point was black at some point might want to enter something like this. I mean, having 3 pawns for the piece, 2 pawns outside, but I highly doubt it's winning, to be honest. I mean, bishop f5, knight h7, this knight on a4 is disconnected. But I think sometimes, somewhere, there might be an option that black could try to give up the material in order to simplify into something which is easier to control.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, this knight e6, not really challenging. So basically, black can choose whatever they want to play. So queen b4.
f7,
looks
let's say
like
rook
an
h8.
easier- So f8 is under full control. There is nothing. Knight a4 is coming. So maybe not rook h8, yeah?
Yeah, maybe not rook h8, but where do you position the rook? That's the big question, yeah?
Rook c8?
Yeah, rook c8 we already discussed. Rook
Yeah.
c8 is rook c1. I want to remove the rook and promote this pawn. What do you do? Ah, wait, the knight drops. Take queen e1.
Ah, yeah, knight on e6.
And even if I win it, queen, take, yeah, that should be winning for black.
That should be winning because there will be 3 extra pawns.
So there's no rook c1. Okay, if there's no rook c1,
Okay.
what is there? Because knight a4 is incoming. Knight a4, knight, queen b2, knight c3, major threats. So maybe it's not f7. If not f7, then what is it? And I think there's a move. No, wait, it's Gukesh who still hasn't played rooks. Oh, wait, sorry, queen b4.
Yeah, indeed.
Rook e8. The chat says rook e8 is the critical move, but I'm not sure if I would be looking at it. I would be looking at queen b4. I would be looking at queen b4, knight a4, to be honest, because that's why I played queen a4. Try to go after this pawn. Okay, here. Jumping under some bishop g6 ideas in the future. I don't think this is so human. Rook e8 is not under my radar. I mean, I need to calculate knight c5 as well, right?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Maybe specifically here, queen e4, black wins.
Yeah, because it's stacking to pieces, yeah.
I don't think rook e8 is very logical. No, the chat disagrees with me, but I don't think it's very logical. I think queen b4. I think he's calculating queen b4. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
wrong.
Looking for queen b4, rook a4, or knight a4 idea. Yeah.
It's very difficult move to make. I mean, rook c8. Okay, rook c8, so he puts the rook on c8, which I wanted to play after queen b4. Probably engines are gonna not approve. They're gonna
Yeah,
say,
most
oh,
likely. Most
play rook
likely
e8.
not.
Rook c8 is played. Now what?
And I don't know, we have here actually someone maybe wants to join the commentary. Surya.
Right. Maybe he could follow us for a while for Gukesh's game. Yeah, we could do that maybe. So let's do it something like for let's make a break of something like 3 minutes. So or maybe even 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, we are going to have a guest. And don't go anywhere. There's going to be Surya Ganguly Shekhar here with us in the studio. And we are back. We are back from Biel International Chess Festival, 55th edition. Here we have a very special guest, the well-known Indian grandmaster Surya Ganguly. Welcome.
Hey, thanks.
So how did your game today go?
I won more or less convincing way this time.
Right, right. And then what are your impressions so far from Biel?
Excellent. I always enjoy playing this tournament, so I keep coming back.
How many times you played?
I lost count. I don't know.
But not 9, right? Like
no.
Salem Saleh.
No.
He's the world record holder.
Yeah, sure.
All right. What we could do here is we could follow perhaps your countryman's game here. We couldn't really understand what is happening because the game seems incredibly sharp. We are obviously not using any engines here. And
Sure.
Black has 2 extra pawns, but does it matter? Because White has very powerful idea here to push f7, f8. Who do you favor? Whose position?
At first glance, immediately it feels like black should be completely fine because, okay, I go queen b4.
Yeah.
I protect on f8 completely, and I have knight a4 coming.
Right.
So at first glance, it seems like black should be winning. I might be exaggerating here. But what is going on after queen b4? There has to be some knight c5 somewhere, but again, d4 pawn is hanging. So I don't really see. Wait, that's a good start. Yeah, it was white to move. That's a brilliant
that
start.
slightly changes something, right?
That's a brilliant start. Yeah.
What was the move? Queen d1 is on the board.
Queen
so
d1, okay.
He is afraid of a checkmate. Also, I think everybody would be afraid of a checkmate.
Yeah.
Queen b4.
So what's the point? Queen b4, you want to go. What is the point of queen d1? Queen e1 or no?
Trade queens? I don't know. I mean, queen b4, queen e1, right?
Hard to think what else can he do, yeah?
But at least, I mean, definitely Gukesh is not in trouble here. He can always trade, play something like knight e7, knight f8. He's never going to lose this. The only question is, can he win this?
Yeah, like if I get my pawn to f7 and also get the g pawn,
Right.
I believe white should be happy from what he had a few moves earlier.
White should be happy. Okay, so you wouldn't trade.
I'm thinking if there is something better even, like also if you want to trade, probably it's better to trade on d1 rather than e1, no?
Yeah,
Like
probably.
Put the rook on d file instead.
Let's say takes, but I need to take care of this pawn, right? It's scaring me really.
So knight
Here.
d7 and you want f7.
How do we protect this pawn? I guess we don't. Take, but this might be not enough, right? Could be not enough.
But good thing is this is right square, yeah? A1 is the right square. That's a good start.
Yeah, that's one tempo for us, right?
No, I mean, the A1 square is dark, so at the end,
oh,
yeah,
you're
like-
already thinking so far ahead in
Yeah.
case there's going to be an
Yeah,
endgame, then yeah, the A1 square, we had the right square.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, this is like minimum we have. Now the thing is, yeah, he didn't change queens, yeah? He played queen d7.
Queen
Yeah,
d7.
makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Queen d7, of course, he keeps the queens on the board, and I think it's important to see the clock, right? 1 minute and 30 seconds for white.
For how many moves?
Six moves.
And how much time does black have here?
Here, he has 6 minutes.
Okay.
6 minutes here. So 1.5 minutes for Liam.
Do I go knight c5 or knight g5?
The knight g5 already was there. Maybe
Yeah.
knight c5.
Knight c5, okay.
So I'm not even sure if I want to
Queen f7,
take
no?
it. Queen f7. I want to protect the pawn.
But now absolutely no threats, right?
Right. I could even play something like this. Try to get to the pawn, play something like queen f6.
There is queen f4, queen d6.
Queen f4, queen d6.
Trying to create some mess.
So you're claiming there's nothing.
Well, here maybe some c6 and
Yeah.
so on, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's a good point.
But could you take on c5? I don't know. I
Here-
played queen g4.
Queen g4.
But this was the position, right?
Yeah, this is the right position right now. So,
So first thing is, yeah, queen f7 or if
or we want to keep the pin alive. Also, rook e8 could be a move.
rook e8 I was thinking, but okay, let's say even rook e1.
I don't think I want to keep the
No,
bishop
then bishop
here.
takes g6 actually.
What?
Bishop into g6.
Bishop g. Oh,
Because at the end there is queen f4 check.
that's very fast calculation.
Also knight c7, yeah.
Yeah. right. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So queen g4. Okay, maybe not rook e1, bishop g3. Rook e8 maybe still good. Wow. I mean, actually, here we could be witnesses of history. I think, right? Because
Yeah,
if
no, this
Gukesh
position
wins,
is-
he's 2700 over.
He's 2700, yeah.
So-
That's true. If he wins,
It's not only for him, he could become the leader of the GMT overall rankings because now Likwang Liem is leading the tournament. So once again, very quickly looking at here, you see Likwang Liem is 15 points and Gukesh at the moment is in 4th place, but we have 4 points for the victory. So that would catapult Gukesh with 6.5 points in the first place, being ahead of the Vietnamese Grandmaster.
it's an extremely important game for him. And also this will be his second win from black side, yeah?
Right. I mean, White is not winning at all in this
White
tournament.
is- yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
absolutely incredible.
That's why I did my chessable course from the black side.
Of course, I also did 2 courses with black. It's easier.
It's so much easier.
It's easier to play with black because with white you have to prove advantage, right? With black you just play whatever you want.
Exactly.
Right.
I like this move, knight c4. Yeah, it kind of stopped all sorts of rook f1 ideas.
So knight c4, threatening some mate. Queen a4, you
Yeah.
have to take it. Take.
And now also c3 is in the air.
It's very
This
practical,
feels, Yeah,
right?
this is very practical.
Very practical,
no-
going for the mate.
Now also suddenly you don't feel scared about the pawn on f6. It's really not going anywhere at all. And
Right.
the next move is c3 happening. I don't think this game is going to last for a long time. Yeah, Gukesh knows it. Yeah, he also completed 40th move or what?
Wow, that's like showing a lot of confidence. I mean, his opponent is down the clock. 1 minute he just gets up. I
Yeah.
mean, he's walking. It's like, listen, I know I've got this.
Yeah. No, here he is absolutely certain. So d5, also c3, yeah?
D5,
What-
C3.
No, the position is just completely collapsing.
Right.
I need couple of more extra pawns on the queen side to save white.
Rook takes an h4 and bar dropped, of course, to the abyss, but it's already so bad for white.
c3 and mate, yeah?
C3. C3, b takes, and I cannot really take for the rook. There's going to be a check, maybe
Queen b5 check and queen a4 check.
check. Are you sure that's a mate?
No,
Okay.
but if you see a check, you give it. Yeah? King d2,
it's-
queen a2 check.
It's good practice, yeah?
Yeah.
That's how grandmasters play. We give a lot of checks, maybe
Yeah.
one of them is a mate, right?
Yeah, you start with check, you start giving checks. At some point, you will get the c3 pawn with the check, and then
Yeah.
you start to think.
Okay, queen c4, queen c3. This pawn is not going anywhere. All right, let's follow the action. Rook takes on h4. Gukesh down to 5 minutes, but he is the one who is about to score probably historic victory.
For sure, yeah. Can't imagine anything apart from c3 at this moment.
C3 is on the board.
Yeah, this was bound to happen.
1 minute and 20 seconds for the top Vietnamese grandmaster.
Maybe he wants knight c5?
Knight c5.
Maybe this is what he's hoping for.
Oh, and the
then
point
knight
is-
d7. But king c7 is also possible, unfortunately for white.
Oh, take. That's a mate. There might be some c2 checks at some point.
Oh wait, was there? Oh no, there was no queen. There was no tactics. No.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here even. I mean, yeah, I guess the next move you just take the piece, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, king c7, brilliant move, because I guess after king b8, which we have to show, it's knight b6, take, and actually maybe white wins. So black gonna do that. c3, a move has been played, b takes on c3, and now we are gonna see if you are right. You said there should be a mate, right?
Yeah.
There should be a
I
mate.
still stick to it. Just queen b5 check. There is no king c1, so you have to go to king c2.
Queen b5. I think queen b5 has to be played once again. Rook takes on c3. This already been discussed. Unfortunately, black will have to trade rooks. Queen b5. This
Queen f. This is possible actually.
also could be at
no,
some
queen f4. Queen f4.
Queen a4. Oh, queen a4.
And
And everything
Yeah.
takes for the check. yeah.
exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
Brilliant
So-
point.
So king has to come to c2 and then queen a4 check.
I keep making bad moves. Okay, just a second. Here.
And now queen c4. So maybe
Oh,
take with the queen. Queen
I
takes
won the
c3.
king of the hill, right? At least some small victory. So queen c3.
Hey, you
All
know
right.
what? He could give queen c6 check just to be professional there also. And open up the king further. Let him play d4 and then take on c3.
And then they can c3 and,
And
rook
then-
c4
yeah.
is killing the game.
Yeah.
So that would be really beautiful way to prove that this is not king of the hill, this is classical chess.
Did he? What did he play?
Just a second. Let me refresh the board. There's a couple of moves on the board. I think it was queen b5 check, king c2.
Queen a4. And the problem is, okay, king d2 I thought after queen a4.
Queen a4, you saying king d2, yeah?
King d2 and then queen a2 check.
Check.
And again, yeah, king e1 probably.
King e1, I still cannot take. There's going to be rook a8 check.
And now we need a couple of more good checks, yeah?
Maybe I just... rook e8, I cannot take it.
Maybe
There's
just queen
d5.
a1, queen c3, no?
Queen a1, king
Queen takes
f2,
c3.
queen c2. Should be good enough, right?
Yeah,
This pawn
yeah.
is not going anywhere. The king is
Yeah.
exposed. You can always play queen b2, give checks for the rook. That's it?
I guess so, yeah. 2700. India's fifth player to reach that?
I
No,
don't
yeah,
really
fifth.
know. I think it's... Our chat was writing it was 3 players. Maybe somebody else is also
no.
there.
No, there was. So
Magnus Carlsen. Alireza Firouzja?
Oh, I was
Vegi?
talking about the Indian players.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm
I was
thinking
talking
about the youngest players in the history of chess to reach 27.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
of course,
sure.
about Indian, you
I
should
think
know better.
So Anand, then it was Sashi Kiran, then it was Hari Krishna, then Vidit, then Adiban, sixth.
I already lost the count. Okay, you're saying six.
Sixth.
Okay. Have you been yourself close to 27?
No. My highest has been 76.
Okay, only, yeah? all right. All right, let's refresh the board here. Queen f4 check is on the board. I think king d2, does it? It looks like a dark square from here. King d2 is on the board. So Liam leeches the second time control, but he knows. Queen a2 check,
And that should be it.
that should be it. And now the
I
question
just-
is, how long does he want to play it?
Exactly.
Maybe just waits one move.
The main problem is, okay, you can get your king to f2, queen takes c3, but there is a zero counter. Like
Right.
absolutely zero. How do you create anything that could be remotely scary for black?
Wow, what a game. So maybe let's wait for indeed for Gukesh to play queen a2. Should be pretty easy. Queen a2 is it. It is on the board. Unless, of course, Liam is going to resign in a couple of moves. I don't think he's going to do that because now he checks.
Also, you know what? After king e1, there is rook e8
King e1. Yeah, but there's d5, no?
and queen takes d5.
Ah, queen d5. That's a
So
brilliant
king-
point.
So king cannot come to e file, which means it's getting even worse. Now queen b3.
Queen b3.
And again rook e8.
Again,
Otherwise, I
rook
take
e8.
with check.
Ah, there's just no chances.
Yeah.
There's just no chances. So we might see a resignation on the camera because Liam is, yeah, he knows. He is outplayed. Actually, it's quite interesting because he would lose the second game with white because he lost the first game with white. He won the next game with black. Now, again, he's about to lose the next game with white. But what really matters is the historic moment here because Gukesh is about to become one of the youngest players in the history to reach 27 Congress level, being only 16 years old. And as you already said, the sixth player?
Sixth
Seventh.
player. No,
Sixth.
wait, I lost the count
I
again.
started count
Hang on.
again.
So Anand, Sashi, Hari, Vidit, Adiban, sixth.
Sixth player to reach 27 Congress. What a major result for the Indian chess, and of course I think also Anand, probably secretly somewhere from Dortmund, is watching the game.
Yeah,
He's like,
definitely.
yes. Very
No,
happy.
this was a very complicated game, right? At some point, it was not clear at all what's going on.
Right. Actually, I wasn't really impressed by White's idea here. We slightly tried to criticize it. This entire G3 King D2, it felt a bit too much, but maybe it
But
was okay.
just prior to this, he was actually blitzing out, right? So he knew this position, right? Until G4, at least I saw White had ample time.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't know if G4 and King D2 was over the board inspiration.
You know, to be honest, we discussed Knight H3 here instead of Knight H3, show castle, F4. I felt this could be interesting, but Angelica tried to convince me this is not where you want to position the king, so I'm not really sure.
Yeah, this looks interesting to me.
I also thought it's interesting, so it didn't happen. So what happened here in the game is that G3, King D2, and Gukesh just made all the normal moves. F4, Bishop D7, long castle, F5, hard the king, play C5. Already here it was
Or
obvious.
just absolutely, the D6 bishop has zero match, yeah? Like
Right.
such a monster there.
And so here Liam tried to complicate matters, but I'm not really sure what happened here. So maybe Surya, here you could share your insights. What do you think? So here Liam played King B1, clearly anticipating Bishop A3, and after Bishop A3 he had a long think. Like he played Knight B5. Did he miss something or miscalculated something?
Well, the first question is if you don't play King B1, what can you do anyways? Like otherwise Knight F4 was coming, so
I thought this.
Oh wow.
No? King B3. I just protect the pawn on A3.
Actually. I mean seriously, yeah?
Yeah,
if
sure,
there is,
why not?
yeah, if there is no refutation, then why not indeed?
That could be Knight C4 something.
Okay,
and
takes on King A2, you are still alive, no?
Sort of, yeah. Yeah, I thought so. I mean, I thought
King
either
B3
King
is
B3,
very
King
impressive.
B1. And he played very quickly.
Like Petrosian, yeah? Kasparov Petrosian, yeah?
Yeah, sure. And not suddenly, yeah, and Gukesh just blitzed it out. Bishop takes on A3, and you could see that Liam started to take his time, and clearly he didn't calculate something, or maybe he just trusted his feelings that it's okay. If my opponent blitzes us out, this is not good news for me.
Hard to imagine there is any defense. So if I take, the problem is, okay, I'm probably counting on I would think queen f4, queen d2 is my best bet.
This we tried to calculate, but I think we saw some tricks. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, there
with
is knight c4
knight
actually.
c4.
And then bishop f5 is also in the...
Right. So maybe after knight c4, queen a2, somehow he survives, but we felt that maybe this knight on h3 somehow is disconnected, but this
Also
should
rook
be.
c6, yeah?
Yeah, this should be.
No, here you have knight d5 actually.
Oh,
White is completely winning now.
okay, maybe not rook c6.
No, but here it is not, I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, now it's not so easy,
no,
right?
No, so we have to go back. So this, maybe, so until this it was coming anyway, right? Black
Right.
could not have avoided it.
So what do you play here? Just many moves again. Maybe.
I'm trying to make somehow this h3 thing work, but I don't see anything.
So what was after knight c4 again?
We said queen a2.
Queen a2, yeah. Now, check is sort of tempting. All right. Maybe we can go back to this game because I also don't want to miss the action from the other
Sure,
game of Salem
sure.
Saleh. There's another game. There could be a time trouble. Let's not miss that. Here you see Salem Saleh. They have reached move 40, which is, just a sec, let me try to get them on the video. Here.
What an endgame, yeah? How to even assess this?
I have no idea how to assess this. I mean, in my grandmaster's opinion, it's about material equality. Yeah.
So white is threatening rook f5. Let's.
White is threatening rook f5, try to get there, or maybe try to get the pawn on.
So black stopped it. Now the question is, h5, he wants king g5.
And if I give a check, then you take it, obviously.
Then I want to take, yeah. And
Can you give us some insights, maybe, from the start? So they play the Dutch defense.
oh my goodness.
You don't play Dutch?
No, I don't play Dutch, but also, I mean, I'm looking at this position after 3 moves. I have absolutely zero idea what inside to give here. I mean, what is going on here? h4, h6, queen f3. I really have zero clue here.
All right.
But yeah, okay.
But we had a feeling that the sequence of knight h3, bishop h2, knight f4 was a bit artificial.
Yeah, it looks like they forgot the classical tournament is on. Yeah, they're still in Fisher random mode.
Very good point. Very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so black is attacking. So weaknesses here, queen e8. This is how the game progressed.
Oh my god.
And Kamsky made a very committal move d5. And
How many openings have you seen like bishop c4, bishop a2, and bishop f4, bishop h2 happening in the same game?
none.
So creative, yeah?
Very. Oh no, wait. Gata played bishop c4, bishop a2 against Vincent Keimer yesterday.
But also bishop f4, bishop h2 in
Not
the same
bishop
game?
f4. Not bishop
Yeah.
f4. He played e4, c5, knight c3, put the bishop on c4, keyed it on a2, and then got nothing. So that's how it
Oh.
works.
Okay.
So it was a complex game, and about here we had a feeling that White's chances should be sort of better. I mean,
Yeah.
there's some tactical ideas, h5, knight g6, the pawn on c7 is the weakness.
And did they have a pact that we will not trade anything until move 30 or something like that?
Right, not sure about that. So here you go,
Yeah, it
g4.
looks-
Wow.
Looks very good for white optically.
Optically, yeah, bishop b3, he closes the action. Knight f6, nice resource. Getting access to e4 square. e5, counterattack in the center. Unfortunately, we missed all of this action because we were following Gukesh's game. Boom, knight g6.
What the? And there is no mate?
There's no mate, apparently.
Knight f8, check, take, fg4. No. There is no mate. Yeah?
I don't
Just
see.
Absolutely nothing, yeah.
Check.
Knight f5. And that's how they reach.
This is how they... how they got it.
Such a wild game, yeah?
Complete mess. It's a complete mess. Okay. What is this? So knight g7, queen g6, black doesn't even take the piece because I'm not even sure why. Because he has rook c6 check.
But now bishop e... he's threatening rook c6, yeah. So there is no bishop e5.
Yeah.
So that's actually very smart. So I need to move my queen.
So that's how they got here.
Must be feeling very bored now, yeah? After all
Right.
this.
I mean, after all of that excitement, you
Yeah.
get this position. Yeah. Totally.
I mean, at this point, I would say it evens out some way or other.
Right.
Maybe
Wow.
rook, maybe rook f8 or h5, rook f8. I somehow have to get to this d pawn.
Here?
No. I mean, I have to attack his d pawn.
The D pawn, yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Something like rook f8, rook d8. Well,
Yeah.
I think if somebody's playing here for them and it's still white, right? I mean, these might be targets, although this knight on e4 is very strong.
I mean, I don't know. Rook f8, for example, there are moves like even rook e6. And suddenly the rook is fixed because I will always have knight f2 check.
Some checks, okay. And if I claim it's nothing,
Oh no, but did I have c4 here? Or no, this rook pawn endgame. Okay, I'll pick up on b2. No, just d into c4, yeah?
take.
And rook c6, rook c7, and I pick up on b2. And draw.
Yeah, this pawn
Big
doesn't
draw.
matter at all.
Yeah.
That's a draw, indeed. So once again, after king g6, what was it here? Rook e6. Yeah, I guess you need to activate the rook. Either way.
I mean, there are also other moves. There is knight f6, for example, instead of rook e6. These are
Threatening.
tricky, yeah, because now I'm threatening c4,
Yeah.
and this pawn is...
Right. And there might be some forks. We need to watch out. You never know. Could end badly.
also knight g4, and...
Yeah.
no, knight g4 could be a blunder, yeah? I just blundered. Oh,
Did
no, I
you?
didn't. No, I didn't.
The king goes. King is a very
Yeah.
resourceful piece,
Yeah.
after all. Yeah, either way, it looks from the first side about balanced. So whatever happened here, I see some red moves in between, but I mean, you have to also forgive
What
the
do you
players.
mean red moves?
No, I mean here in the notation. Not
there
really
are
sure.
there are colors, yeah? There are
There's a lot
different
of
colors.
colors. Something like a complete spectrum of all colors. I have no idea what they mean really.
So what is it? Green is like good.
Green is good, red is bad,
And
basically.
what is blue? I see some
Blue
blue.
is maybe not analyzed.
Yeah, and also there is some black, some orange. I mean, this is a different game going on here.
I'll have to study the colors really.
Yeah.
Right. So once again, let's go back to Gukesh's game. If he has finished, is there
Oh,
a
wait,
chance?
F7?
F7.
What is F7? We didn't see this.
Let me try to find it.
What on earth is F7?
So Queen A2 check, King D1 check,
We saw
check,
this
check.
position. We saw exactly this position.
Rook E8,
Okay.
F7.
Could just be a desperation.
Just take
so-
with the check, right?
Take with the check.
Cannot be difficult. Queen E6.
I thought if I could move my king, but no. There was no place, yeah?
Maybe. No, there's no tricks, right? I mean, this final trick.
No, okay.
Are you
F8,
resigned?
King C6, yeah, sure. No, I was thinking after queen takes E6, if you can move your king somewhere. So F7, you take with the... but you just take queen into F7, okay?
Yeah.
It's just, that's it, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. Cannot be difficult. Take, take, take. King D3, or maybe his idea is to go King F4, King G5, King G6.
No.
No, but then you can give a check anyway,
Yeah.
right? Okay. All
No,
right.
this is completely gone.
All right, let's wait maybe for the result because I don't think this game is going to continue much. So Queen E6 should force the resignation.
What is Gukesh calculating? Is he trying to mate with rook e6? Which is also very much likely, actually. Rook into e6 could just be mate.
Would you calculate that? I mean, imagine yourself, Queen E6, basically forces the resignation.
Okay, let me go back like 20 years before when I was at Gukesh age. Probably I would calculate, yeah? But if you ask me now, no, I close my eyes and play queen takes e6.
Without
for
calculation,
sure.
right?
Without calculation, yeah.
Right. But if you're
But-
Gukesh,
If you're Gukesh, yeah, you start to see, yeah, if this is mate in 18 or that is mate in 15, you continue.
right. That's actually, so what you're saying is that you're looking for like a ultimate truth in chess, meaning if rook e6 is like forced mate in how many moves you ever said, and queen e6 is like only plus 50, then you go for the forced mate.
I think it is depends on attitude and approach. I mean, for me right now, yeah, queen into e6 just, why would I think anything at all? I play rook f6 and then game over.
Right.
But look at Gukesh, I mean, look at his composure, yeah, he's actually thinking.
Really?
He really wants to mate.
Right. Really, really
So
wants
for the sake of Gukesh, let's continue this variation. Where do
Okay.
you go?
Okay.
King,
So,
king,
I'm not sure why we have to calculate this at all, really.
king d2.
Okay, king d2.
Okay, queen b2. Ah, no, this is straightforward.
Or
Oh, no.
You see a mate? I don't see a mate.
So king d3, queen b1, and queen e1.
already challenged Vichy to try to checkmate me, and he once failed. I mean, I was dancing around the king, and
This one is probably made after queen f1. Rook e2.
deja vu.
Wait, queen takes f7 check, yeah?
Okay, you accept there's no mate. Okay. So, all right, yeah, not so easy. But of course, I mean, extra piece won the card for black.
But if you do not look at the position, if you just look at the players, it feels like Liam is winning and Gukesh is having very hard time.
Right,
Look at his composure. Yeah?
right. Or maybe he's just trying to hide his excitement. Or is he really thinking about 27 Congress? Because he did say he's not really thinking about it. Come on, I mean, are you really not thinking about it? I
Yeah.
think somewhere in the mind it's there.
Yeah. But also, I don't know if the live thing really matters to him. I mean, it's just a number. I mean, for sure, for him, this is just a benchmark,
Right.
And he is obviously is going to go far more than 2700. So,
Yeah, absolutely incredible performance so far by Gukesh. So we are waiting for the game to finish. In the meantime, there's not much happening in Salem Select's game against Kamsky. It's sort of interesting endgame, but we figured out it should be a draw. Maybe we could also ask the audience, give the opportunity to the audience, ask some questions to Surya Ganguly here. I think I saw somewhere before, but I would have to try to find them again. So once again, use the opportunity and ask. Somebody says blue is a brilliant move.
blue is a brilliant
you know.
move. Now I know. Now I know.
I also know. Just a second.
Apparently, Gukesh played a move which is not transmitted
He
yet.
took with the rook.
You see?
Yes, I see. I see your point. Okay. Okay, I already lost it. I mean, whatever the questions.
So make sure when Gukesh comes, this is the main question you ask. Yeah? What was happening to queen takes e6? What was the complicated line?
Maybe it's just another mathematical problem for him, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like he's really risking anything. He needs to watch out to check here. The king is exposed. There are 3 pieces. But I have a feeling that
Did we miss anything there? No, it's just impossible. Yeah, queen takes e6 was just.
it's not very difficult, right? We can agree. So once again, queen e6, queen e6.
Yes,
I mean, you have to
yeah.
take.
Yeah.
This wins the pawn.
So king
And
moves, rook f6. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't know. I have absolutely nothing to say here.
this is something we are going to ask him.
Yeah.
So he's perfectionist. Oh, we have a question in the chat. Can you please tell us your strategy in the coming Olympiad? I guess the team strategy. I'm not sure what that question really means.
Team strategy.
Just
So
strategy.
so yeah, I told the other day like India C team, the third team. There the rating average is more than 2600, which shows the strength of Indian chess right now. The team which got the bronze medal a couple of years back in Olympiad, even that team did not have 2600 average. So yeah, huge boom, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm very, very excited to take part. No strategy as of now.
Right.
Um,
All right, let me refresh the board.
what, he played king c7?
King c7, yeah.
This is what he calculated.
All right.
By the way, do you know that Gukesh, until he became like 2550, he never used engine?
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And his trainer, his long-time trainer, who was also my trainer for a long time, Grandmaster Vishnu Prasanna. So, yeah, we used to tease Gukesh that, sometimes I would ask, so Gukesh, what do you think? Leela is strong or Stockfish is strong? And he would look like an,
What's that, yeah?
Yeah, what is that? I'm talking in some completely different subject. So, yeah, until like roughly around 2550, he was not using engines at all, like zero.
Wow. Wow. That's absolutely incredible. have you seen anyone whose training methodology is the same as Anand in his young days? I guess the question is mostly in regards of Indian players. That's the question in the chat I have.
I think in general, the game has evolved so much. The nature of studying chess has changed completely. I mean, when you were young, you must have read a lot of books, right? I mean, that was one of the, one tool at least.
Okay,
yeah?
sure. Yeah, a couple of books.
Couple of books, yeah. But for example, already nowadays it's more about computer and engines, and the entire perspective is changed drastically. So yeah, I think it's very difficult to compare the eras.
Right.
And currently, the Indian kids, they are getting insane amount of training, whether it's from Anand or Kramnik Gelfand, or there are so many coaches, so many options are available, and they all have their individual trainers. So I can say that in Indian chess scenario, this kind of training and exposure has never occurred, like never ever. The kind of training they get from various coaches.
You can see it here, right? I mean, I was looking at the MT overall rankings, and guess what? First 7 players after round 3, they're from India.
Yeah.
It's absolutely stunning. So we're actually following for a while a couple of interesting games from round 2, round 3, some major upsets. I mean, okay, maybe Aryan Chopra winning for the CF in the great style. Couldn't really be called a major upset, but there were a couple of other slightly surprising results and just very impressive chess. Right, there's another question. Do you think India A team could be a little different, consider the players from... okay, maybe that's not a very good one. Just a second. There's a lot of questions. What's the difference between 2650 and 2700 plus?
Once I reach that rating, I'll be able to tell the difference, guys.
I think my theory is the devil is in the details, right? It's always something, some small things, no?
Yeah, I mean, it's from my perspective, I can say consistency. Like, if I look at some 2700 players, they are more consistent, even particularly when they're off shape. They are still, maintaining certain level, and that makes a lot of difference. I think at your best, you can play at any good level, but it's also very important when you are not at your best, how low you are, getting.
Right.
And that makes a huge difference.
So even when you're in bad shape, you're not supposed to lose points, right?
Well, at least you don't
drop like a stone, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all of us have done it,
Yeah.
I think. What's your biggest rating loss?
28 points or something
I mean,
like that?
in one tournament, but I mean like consecutive, basically. Because I think when I've talked between professional players, all of them, they have experienced this moment when like you're like falling, you're never climbing up, or it never happened to you.
No,
or
this
you're very solid.
this never happened to me. It
We're
has
lucky.
always been like, a
Up
heartbeat.
and down?
Yeah.
No, I've talked many players, they have something like, let's say in the time span of 2-3 years, minus 80,
Oh, well,
and then it
yeah.
slowly comes back.
Yeah.
Somehow. Okay, not to you, okay. Lucky you. All right.
So what, bishop f8?
Yeah, a
now
couple
he
of
starts giving
moves.
checks, yeah?
Let me start to refresh the board. Rook h7, queen e1 check.
Okay, now this is mate.
Or trade. Trade queens maybe is not already so great, right?
No, but this one is actually mate. I
King?
see actually queen 8.
Queen d3. Rook e3.
Yeah, so you have to play king c2, rook e2 check, king b3, queen b1 check. It's all the way mate. Now queen b1 check, king c4, and b5 check. And queen b3, queen a2, and then queen takes c4.
We
This is
found
straightforward.
it. We found
This
it.
is straightforward.
All right. I found it. So are they going to play it out until the checkmate? So, yeah, this is on the board. Rook e2 check. Why is this still playing?
Yeah, maybe he will play until the mate.
That's actually quite rare, no?
Yeah, I mean, what I find a bit frustrating is if you resign just before it is getting mated. If you have gone all the way, at least allow your opponent to
Right.
deliver a checkmate, or resign before, yeah?
Resigns. Gukesh makes history. He reaches not only 2700 as the 6th Indian player, but also becomes one of the youngest players in the history of chess to reach 2700 ELO, and also takes over the GMT overall rankings.
Absolutely phenomenal.
What a game! I mean, just absolutely stunned. I mean, well, would you be upset now with Black because you
Yeah,
didn't
I
get
mean,
the
I'm
chance to
like,
make?
yeah, come on, yeah. You could just play King F4, Rook A2, just one more move, yeah.
Also, I have a very quick question to ask to you, Surya. What do you think? I mean, if you are sometimes given a chance to execute a beautiful combination, your opponent spoils it, and then he resigns. What's your attitude towards that? Because I take it very personally.
Yeah, now that I have a YouTube channel, maybe I'll make a video out of it. But yeah, often actually during the game, if you have some combination and opponent doesn't fall for it, it can be very important is to control the emotion, because then the emotion is very high and it's very easy to miss the next
But
move.
he does it on purpose. It's like he sees the combination, he doesn't allow you to execute it, he makes some whatever ridiculous move, hangs a piece, and then he resigns.
What to do, yeah?
I think we're artists, right? We are
Yeah.
artists, so we are creating a masterpiece together, right? We want to see something beautiful. It's also for the other player goes some credit, and it doesn't
Yeah,
care.
yeah, definitely. I mean, I allowed checkmate couple of times when I was completely lost. I mean, it's not like you play 60 moves or another 30 moves to get mated. But for example, if it's in such scenario, maybe I'll play until the mate, or I would resign much earlier.
Right. All
All
right.
right. So I guess Gukesh will be joining soon.
He'll be joining
So-
soon, and we'll use this opportunity to make a short break of something like, let me check, maybe 5 minutes or so. Even if you're not back in 5 minutes, please apologize us, because we're going to try to get the tournament leader and one of the youngest players in the history of chess to score over 2,700. That was Surya Ganguly, a well-known, worldwide respected grandmaster, also chess coach, Chessable author, my colleague in Chessable.
Yeah.
I had to say that. Thank you for
Thanks.
joining us here. It was an absolute pleasure.
Thanks.
We'll
Thanks
be
a lot.
seeing you in a moment.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah.
And welcome everyone back to the studio. We have here with us Gukesh. Big congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
You made it. You reached 2700.
Yeah.
Congratulations from everyone who is watching. We've discussed during the opening ceremony, and you said actually that it would be nice, right,
Yeah.
here, and you made it. How do
Yeah.
you feel yourself?
Yeah, it's great. The last 2 3 tournaments, as I said yesterday, it was already on my mind, and it's finally good to take it off. And yeah, it's obviously 2700. It's a special number for any chess player.
Do you know now which, so according to the age, so which one are you in the world to reach 2700? Do you have any
I have
idea?
no idea.
Okay, you're number 3.
3.
Yes.
So first is Wei and
Yes.
second is Firouzja.
Yes, only few days difference actually we
okay.
have.
Ah.
Only few days difference.
Okay,
So you are tying second and third place.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
even
don't-
Magnus reached later. Okay, so yeah. I think it's quite an exciting game to reach 2700 for. Maybe some insight about it.
Yeah. So he started with c4. Okay, he plays a lot of stuff. So it was not really a surprise. And yeah. So this is an interesting line. Okay, bishop e7 is another move, but yeah, this is quite trendy, and also this is Abdus Sattar plays this line a lot. So yeah, it's a very interesting line. And yeah, bishop b4. I mean, this is a very concrete position. So till here, I knew, and okay, there are some moves, knight g2, and knight g2 is the main move, and yeah, the line continues. But,
Yeah.
so, but rook c1, I was not very familiar with, but he also thought for some time, which might indicate that he didn't really know it very well. So h5 is a normal response, and yeah, f3 again he thought for 6 minutes. So yeah, I think we both were already on our own at this point, and yeah, take. Yeah, c6, and okay, I just thought I'll put the bishop on d6, queen e7, knight d7, and yeah, it's an interesting position. So yeah, here he made an interesting decision, g4. I was not really sure if it's that good, but yeah, I thought like the natural moves would be knight g2, and either put the king on f. I mean,
On
Either
F2
put
or
the-
on D2.
yeah, either on f2 or d2, c2, b1. So
Yeah.
I thought that was the normal way to play, but I mean, with the king on center, he started opening up with breaking the pawns, and I was not very sure if it's that good.
So you already
So-
knew that he's going for king D2, yes? So
Yeah. So yeah, after g3, king f2 is
Yeah.
not very
it-
good. So queen e7, and yeah, here again I thought queen d2 he might play, and yeah, I was planning knight b6 around the same, and king d2. Okay, it's also possible. Knight b6.
So did you feel already something in this position that you are already like pushing somewhat?
I was not sure about the evaluation, but I was quite happy with what I got. It's a sharp position, and yeah, it's just a 3 result position, so I was quite happy. And yeah, with the king on d2, the problem is that you can't really move king c2 because e3 is always hanging. That's why I thought maybe he has to go queen d2 and then king d1, king c2, so the e3 pawn is quite safe. But yeah, here he played a3, and yeah, so here again he made an interesting decision, f4. Again, I was not sure because okay, if the king is already quite safe, then it makes a lot of sense to push g5 and put the knight on e5. But now I thought I'm slightly better developed, and his king is on the center, so I must be having some strikes. So yeah, bishop d7, and now knight f3 is not possible. And if he goes g5, then actually I missed an important point. Here I thought for okay, gh4 was the most natural move, but I I thought for 15 minutes. I suddenly, when I reached this position, I considered this move, which was totally
Oh.
crazy actually.
Wow.
So the point is that if he takes, I take, and knight c4, and he can't go to c2 or d3, and bishop king e1 is bishop g3. So king e2, then
Queen e3?
queen
Or
e3, king
knight
f1.
knight e3?
Yeah, knight e3, bishop g6, and okay, maybe I saw this move actually. So I'm attacking the bishop and then queen e3. Okay,
Queen
somehow this
d3?
was winning.
Or it's not?
Queen d3, can I just take?
I'll probably just take, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, b3. Okay, b3 I have knight e3.
Knight e3, yeah.
And then bishop f4 and c1 is hanging. So, yeah, this was an interesting line I considered, but I was not sure about this move. My point was that you take and short castle, but here I think knight h3, and okay, it's hard to find an entry point, and like queen e2, king c2, king b1, and then I'm just a pawn down. So I really wanted to make this work, but yeah, I finally settled for gh4. So it was 15 minutes wasted. f4, yeah, bishop d7. I'm just trying to long castle, and if g5 here, I think I'll just long castle, and knight f3. Oops, knight f3.
Yeah. You have to drag.
Yeah, I don't know, like h3 or something. h3 and yeah, I mean his king is still quite awkwardly placed. And queen e2, rook e8. I don't give him king c2 that easily. So I thought I was quite happy here. And queen f3, okay, long castle. And again a very surprising decision actually. f5. Okay, his point is clear. He wants to restrict my d7 bishop, but also he's now I don't know what his plan is, because he has given up the g5 square, and now that he has played f5, c5 gains in strength. So okay, first I played king b8.
For security, yeah.
Yeah, I think knight e2. Maybe he was worried of queen g5, and he can't really make any progress here. So he played knight h3 with the same idea. I mean, maybe g5 was his idea. So here I played c5. C5, and yeah, I felt this is already should be, I mean, at least practically very difficult to hold, but also objectively I think black is doing very well here, because yeah, now the knight is awkwardly placed here, and I'm getting c5. All my pieces are on the queen side, and his king is not very good. So okay, f6, and if queen e6, then knight g5. So I mean, maybe this was also possible, but I didn't really feel like calculating this line, so I just went for queen f8.
And also queen can join sometimes.
Yeah, as happened in the
Yes,
game.
that's
So g5, I saw something here. I think this was okay. It's around the same. I think I just taken rook c8.
So did you already hear, because you placed the queen on f8, so you already considered that some moments there can be this a3 sacrifice?
Yeah, I already kind of calculated this bishop a3. So, I mean, I saw the idea and then I calculated. So g5, rook g8, I saw in advance. The point is that here I was also tempted to go take and rook c8. But, I mean, I'm not giving him king c2 now, but I was worried that he might just keep his king on d2 and I don't get these tactics. So I decided to like let him king c2, and then I'll take. And okay, bishop h1, there was this nice trick. Bishop h1 is just not good, but one trick I saw was king c2 and bishop g4, and yeah, his queen can't escape. So I think
queen
I saw
f2?
Yeah. Then this. Okay, there should be
Yes,
something.
this should be.
Okay, this is something.
Yeah.
So king c2. Yeah, now I played rook c8. I'm threatening knight a4, so I mean this was also possible, but here I was planning to take here. And
Actually, it was
regard
Arthur's suggestion to play the king to
king b,
b3.
yeah.
I was looking.
Yeah, I thought
It
he
looks a little bit crazy, but
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, but the point is giving up on a3 looks even more dangerous. So
Mm-hmm.
I thought he might try this, but yeah, here also if he takes, I take with the rook. And rook h4, rook g3. It's very dangerous. For
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, king b1, bishop a3, and yeah, here I calculated some nice lines actually. So okay, I have to calculate this first. So queen a3 and queen f4 is the most natural move to get the queen here. And queen d2, knight c4. Here he has queen c2 and queen a2. So if queen a2, then so queen b4, and here there is a nice move, bishop a4,
Wow.
and knight a4 and knight a3 is mate, and queen a4, queen b2, queen d2. So
Wait, how is it a mate? King d1.
sorry, knight a4, knight e3.
Ah,
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah, so queen b4 he has to go king a1, and here this move was important.
Wow.
I'm attacking this. It doesn't finish actually. It okay. Queen b2, knight b3, king a2. I take with check. So king b1 and queen d4. Okay, he can't defend all his pieces, and queen b3 I just take. Queen c2, rook c3. So this was a nice line, and yeah, knight c4, queen c2 was another move, and here. I think this move was important. The point is that after he takes, I go rook c8, and I think this is winning.
Yeah, too much pressure on the king.
Yeah. So yeah, this should be winning, I thought. And the knight b5 was a resource I missed actually. I considered this also, but yeah, here rook c1, knight d5, queen d5, and queen b4, and
And knight on
This is-
h3 hanging,
yeah.
checkmate.
yeah, so rook c2, bishop h3, queen f7, and rook c8. So even though he has 2 pawns, the pressure on the king is too much. So this is winning. And yeah, knight b5 was a resource. Okay, knight b5, bishop b5. This was a resource I missed, but okay, I anyways got a better position. So he takes. One line I was calculating was this: bishop b5, queen b4, take, queen b5. Okay, now if I get knight b6, knight c4, I'm winning. But I was afraid that, let's say he plays this move, and if I get, even if I, if I play knight b6, he has g6, and I'm having issues with the back rank. So yeah, I didn't want to go here. So in this position, I thought, okay, I was quite unhappy to get this position because it felt like I was almost checkmating him, and now I'm just a pawn up. But still, I thought I should be having good winning chances, and he was getting low on time. So yeah, bishop d3, and yeah, queen d7. My idea is to play queen a4 and put pressure on the d4 pawn.
And on
Yeah.
the king also.
Yeah, and all the king. And yeah, so g6 was, I mean, his best try probably.
Mm-hmm.
Fg6, knight g5, and I think here I was quite precise. This queen a4 was quite good because yeah, if f7, then rook c8, knight e6. I have queen b4, and I'm protecting the f8 square and threatening knight a4. So this was good, and queen a4, rook h4 was another move I had to calculate, and this was a very nice move. I'm threatening rook e1. Seems like a simple threat, but it's very hard to parry. If rook h1, I take on d4. It continues actually. Rook h1, queen d4, f7, rook c8, and again I get queen b4. If knight e6, I get queen b4. And rook e8. If queen f2, I have queen d1. And queen f1, I get queen b4. I'm threatening rook e1 and knight a4. So, yeah, this is winning. And yeah, knight e6. Rook c8 was again, okay, it's quite natural. I'm threatening, I'm just threatening to checkmate him with queen b4 and knight a4. So, he decided to just queen b4, queen b1 is his point. And it's surprisingly hard to get out of this. Queen b4, queen e1, and queen b3, queen d1 again. So, and obviously I don't want to exchange the queens. Maybe it's still winning, but I thought this is much simpler. And yeah, queen g4, knight c4. And
Finally, knight is there.
yeah. And yeah, he exchanges it, but I get a new threat of c3, which is deadly. And if he tries to stop with rook c1, I just sorry. If he tries to stop with rook c1, then I get queen f7. And he loses the f6 pawn, and I'm 3 pawns up. So
Yeah, it should be enough.
dc4, rook h4, and yeah, here c3. Okay, I didn't calculate this actually, but I just thought it should be winning, and he was in time trouble, so I didn't really bother. And queen a4 is the point is if he goes to the if he goes to the e file, I always have, wherever his king is, always have rook e8, and he loses the knight. So, and if he doesn't go to the e file, I'm just checkmating him. Queen a8 to king d1, queen b3. If he doesn't go to the d file, I take on c3 with check, and it's lost. So king e to rook e8 and f7. And here, like as Surya was saying, he would take queen e6 without thinking, and your opponent would resign. But I started seeing all kind of ghosts, and I just decided to calculate it out. Okay, I had 50 minutes, so it was not a problem. So the point of queen c7 is, if I do this directly, then this whole line here, probably this is still winning, but I didn't want to go here and give him some options. So played king c7, and I couldn't see a way to stop all this. So, and yeah, this is just
Yes.
king c4, b5, and queen b3.
Yeah, he didn't let you finish.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, very impressive game. Absolutely, everyone was so thrilled watching at it, playing. So everyone is asking now a question: are you now aiming for 2800?
I guess it's too early now, but yeah, I'll try.
Yeah, and are you looking forward to be the youngest to reach 2800?
Like after I became the second youngest, I realized that this youngest things are not really that important. It's better. It's more important to have the strength. So yeah, I'm not really planning to be the youngest or something. I just want to improve my game.
Okay, very nice. So actually, yes, of course, you know it probably. You're the youngest Indian grandmaster to reach 2700. So there are also some questions from the audience. So after the Olympiad, you're playing for the second team, right? We already discussed.
Yeah, I'm playing for the Indian B team.
So after the Olympiad, which chess plans do you have?
I don't know. I'll probably play one or two tournaments in Gulf, Abu Dhabi or Dubai, and I don't know. I'll try not to stop playing tournaments.
Yeah, continue pushing. So yeah, what actually you think, or I don't know if you can reveal as a secret of your such rapid increase of your rating and improvement of your performance. Do you have any secret?
Like if Arthur remembers, in that watch company, Arthur asked for the secret, and they said, if I tell you, I'll have to kill you. So I guess that's my answer.
Okay, then don't tell better. So, but okay, besides next tournaments, what are your plans for the future in chess? Do you have some?
Yeah, I'll just try to continue enjoying playing chess, and yeah, I'll try to keep working hard. That's it.
Do you have some friend or like best friend from chess, so to say? Do you have someone?
Yeah, in fact, Leon, he's playing here in the open section. So
Yes?
yeah, Leon Mendonça.
He actually won today, right?
Yeah, he beat Manus Tamas. I think.
Yeah. Okay, so also, we just talked about your best friend. And do you have rival in chess? Or
Rival.
like, someone it's uncomfortable to play, or I don't know, such.
Yeah, there are a lot of strong players, of course, in my age category, and yeah, I mean all these Indian guys, Arjun, Nihal, Prag, Raunak, all of them are my friends and also rivals.
Rivals.
So yeah, it's quite a healthy rivalry we have. So yeah, and I really enjoy competing against them.
So you have them as friends, but in chess they are also like.
Yeah.
Okay, and there is also one extra question. First of all, to tell the audience what was happening on the rest day, we went all together to the museum, Omega Watch Company. It was organized by the organizer of Biel Chess Festival. It was very nice to have all grandmasters, exploring Biel's watches production. And there were many watches there. There were many different things you could see there, but there were few grandmasters from the Grandmaster Triathlon, and Gukesh was one of them there. They stopped at one particular point. And at that point, there was not even a watch. There was completely different, absolutely not connected with watches. It was a NASA, some real NASA, I don't know, machine. I don't know what's the name of it exactly. And there was a button, and there was a button. And the goal was to push the button directly at 14 seconds. So not at 13.99, not at 14.01, but exactly at 14 seconds. The goal was to save the astronaut who you just had to push the button, so he's jumping on the Earth. If you're pushing too late or too early, he's crashing. So the question to Gukesh, he was playing this game along with other players from the Grandmaster Triathlon as well. So did you manage to reach this 14 seconds?
We all were trying for such a long time, and yeah, like first Arthur got 13.99 and then 14.01. So, but I was getting like 13.94, so I was okay. I mean, I didn't do my best, but in my last try before we left the place, I got 13.99, and I just wanted to break the table.
Yes,
So-
and actually that you reached this 13.99, and the next day you reached actually 26.99. And
Yeah.
now maybe once you finally reach 2700, maybe you can still go to that museum, and you can still make this 14 seconds.
Yeah, if Arthur gives me company, then yeah.
Okay, so congratulations, big congratulations from everyone. Everyone is watching, everyone is enjoying so much. Big congratulations on your personal achievement in chess,
Thank you.
on winning this game, and with this victory, actually, you're for now sole leader of the GMT. I mean, of course, a lot of games are still coming, but okay, thank you so much. Good luck for the next games.
Yeah, thank you.
And see you.
We're back from the break. 50-50 International Biel Chess Festival. Round 3 is very close to finish here in the Grandmaster tournament. We were witnesses of a very historic moment when the Marai Gukesh was able to win with the black pieces against the top Vietnamese grandmaster like Wang Liem. And not only he took over the lead in the tournament, but also he became not only the youngest Indian to reach the 2700 in the history of chess, 2700 ELO points. However, also one of the youngest players ever to do that.
Yes, he's the third one after Wei and few days actually difference, maybe 5 or 7 days difference with Alireza Firouzja. So very close result. But as he said to us in the interview, that's not the most important for him to be the youngest. This is not the most important for him. The most important is to reach this 2700, and he was aiming for it already for last few tournaments. So yeah, I think it's very healthy response and very, very nice interview we had with Gukesh.
Yeah, very good one. And we got a lot of questions. Here you see, this is today's results. Still the final game of Salem is ongoing against Gatakamsky. The position is quite drawish in the moment. We are going to check what is happening. So now let's have a look at what is happening in the tournament. In the overall rankings of the classical tournament, you see Gukesh, of course, he is leading the classical tournament with 9.5 points. But what really matters is the overall ranking.
Yes, and in the overall rankings after the victory, not only reaching 2700, not only becoming the youngest Indian player to reach 2700, Gukesh is also leading the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon for now after round 3 of the classical event. Of course, there will be still bleeds to be played. There are still a few more rounds of the classical part, but it is already something. On the second place, we have Lek Wang Liem, actually against whom Gukesh just played and won, so basically stopped him from leading the tournament, and Lek Wang Liem has 15 points. On the third place, there is Andrei Sepenkov with 14.5 points, and afterwards we have Arkady Najic with 13 points, Noderbek Abdusatorov with 10.5 points, Vincent Keimer with 9.5 points, and the last 2 spots are actually now in action. They are playing Saleh Salem against Gata Kamsky. Although Gata didn't really play very well in the rapid, he is actually one of the leaders. I mean, before this round, he was one of the leaders of the one of the top places, not of the leaders, but of the classical event. So everything can change.
And this is the final game here. Gata Kamsky here with black is about to make a draw against Salem Saleh. To be honest, I don't see how anything can change here. The final move is Rook B5. Just a second, let me see if camera is... No, that is the wrong one. Let me try to